in Chennai. So as you can see, of course, fire tenders employed over there to make sure that they can douse the flames very, very quickly. We understand that the fire department was alerted in time and were able to douse the flames very quickly. We are also learning that there were no casualties in this. This, of course, is a commercial establishment where hopefully, obviously, there wouldn't have been people staying at night. So in that sense, we understand that it was contained very quickly, and the fire brigade is also now looking into the cause of this fire.
Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt was shot dead at the Tehsil office in Chadura in Kashmir on Thursday. And while a search and cordon operation was immediately launched,
one can see the search operation that is being taking place here in the Chadura Tehsil office. In fact, this place is also, one can see the residential houses here. So the search is being done by the Jammu and Kashmir police. They are trying to scan the entire area.
the targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit has generated anger in the community that is demanding answers. Slogans of administration fail echoed after the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Rahul Bhatt is survived by his wife Meenakshi, 3-year-old daughter Gungun, mother Usha Bhatt and father Bitaji Bhatt, who himself is a retired sub-inspector of the police, and they want answers.
किसी ने मैंने बोला ना किसी ने कांटेक्ट नहीं किया कोई अथॉरिटी का कोई भी बंदा जिसने कंफर्म करे किसी ने बात नहीं की सारे अपने मस्ती में बैठे श्रीनगर में जो बैठा हुआ उसको अंदेशा है ये तो सारे उधर है भाई मैं ऑलरेडी हमने अप्लाई किया था ये डीसी को साहब को भी एप्लीकेशन हमने दी थी कि भाई बड़गाम में वगैरह बुलाया गया अब वो नहीं माने तो अब क्या बोल सकते.
The targeted killing of Kashmiri Pandits has become a haunting pattern, and justice for Rahul is the only way to reassure the community that has been uprooted once already.
And here's a look at some news in brief. A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Modi has commended the Bharuch administration and the Gujarat government for efficiently utilising 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year rule of the BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has written a letter to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that the central government wasn't releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and the Prime Minister Awas Yojana. In the letter, Banerjee wrote that it was very astonishing that the government of India was not releasing funds to West Bengal for Manrega and the Prime Minister Awas Yojana, and he should be aware that Manrega has formed an important part of the livelihood of rural people. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan's Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has said those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's comments came about in response to the question of what the Congress has done in the past 70 years. Punjab's Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann criticised the use of guns and gangsters being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against greater good for people and requested people to refrain from producing such music. The Varanasi Sessions Court has passed an order allowing the survey to be held at the Gyanvapi Mosque. Now, 2 more lawyers have been appointed for the survey, and the court has sought a report of the survey on the 17th of May. Here's more.
On Thursday, delivering its verdict in the Gyanvapi case, the Varanasi court ordered the continuation of the videographic survey of the Gyanvapi mosque.
no restrictions on the side of the court's commissioner as far as the movement is concerned. They are allowed to scan and scrutinize every bit of Gyanvapi mosque, and they are totally allowed to take, to conduct that videographic survey properly, inch by inch, bit by bit, at every place, nook and corner, and even at the controversial Garbhagriha, where the Hindu side is claiming that it's the Pandora box of all the...
Dev Shambho, Santauni Abrahar, Shiv Shambho, Shiv Mahadev Shambho, Chintari Abrahar, Shiv Shambho, Shiv Mahadev Shambho, Santauni 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 Abrahar, Shiv Shambho, Santauni Abrahar, Shiv Shambho, Shiv Mahadev Shambho, Santauni Abrahar, Shiv Shambho, Shiv Mahadev Shambho, Santauni Abrahar, Shiv Shambho, Shiv Mahadev Shambho,
See, the family of Rahul is taking the mortal remains of this brave heart for his final journey. The brave heart that has been neutralized, brutally killed by those Pakistani terrorists who only want to target the minority community in Kashmir Valley, so that the dream of these Kashmiri Pandits to return back to Valley doesn't take place. They are trying hard. We have seen how in the past also Kashmiri Pandits were targeted in the Kashmir Valley, and yesterday the same incident took place when the Kashmiri Pandits was targeted inside the Tehsildar office in the Budgam Chadura. And these people, they are anguished, they are in grief, but anguished over the killing of their brother Kashmiri Pandit who has been killed by these terrorists. Pertinent to mention that there is an ecosystem in the Kashmir Valley, the terror ecosystem, that is working round the clock to kill these Kashmiri Pandits so that they don't return to the Kashmir Valley. You see, these are the relatives of Rahul Ji Bhatt who are here to pay him last salute. These people, they are agitated with what has happened in Kashmir Valley, how the Rahul Bhatt was killed by terrorists, how this brutality has taken place. They are also anguished over the criminal silence of the groups, various groups, be it political or the others, who always speak and always try to pose it as Islamophobia, but are completely silenced on the Hinduphobia, the way Hindus are being targeted by the Pakistani terrorists. I'll request Tarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals of this that the mortal remains of Rahul Ji Bhatt, they are being taken from Jammu to the cremation ground, wherein the last tributes will be paid to this brave heart who was serving the people of Kashmir in Kashmir Valley, who was serving the cause of Kashmir. But unfortunately ये लोग जो हैं लगातार आप देखिए उनके जो पार्थिव शरीर है उनको शमशान घाट की तरफ ले जाया जा रहा है। लगातार काफ़ी लोग हैं यहाँ पर जिनसे हम बात भी करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, लगातार कश्मीरी पंडितों को टारगेट किया जा रहा है कश्मीर घाटी में।
हाँ, ये तो 90 से तो यही हो रहा है। अब ये एक प्लानिंग के तहत पीएम पैकेज, कश्मीरी पंडित का पैकेज बना दिया यहाँ से बलि का बकरा बनाने के लिए, मारने के लिए। ये तो होता रहेगा, ये आज भी है, कल भी रहेगा, पहले भी होता आ रहा है।
सोल्यूशन क्या मानते हैं इसका?
सोल्यूशन क्या है? सोल्यूशन यही है कि 370 हट गया। अरे इन बलि के बकरों को तो वहाँ से तो वापस लाओ। यहाँ पर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के, यूटी के डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, उनमें एडजस्ट कर दो। उनको बलि का बकरा कब तक बनाते रहोगे?
तो आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से कि आप देखिए किस तरह से परिवार जो है वो पार्थिव शरीर को ले जाया यहाँ पर जा रहा है, और लोगों का ये कहना है, काफ़ी गुस्से में यहाँ पर लोग हैं कि जो कश्मीर घाटी है उसमें कश्मीरी पंडित कहीं ना कहीं बलि का बकरा बन रहे हैं, और सरकार को ये सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि कश्मीरी पंडितों को जो सुरक्षा है वो पूर्ण तौर पर यहाँ पर मुहैया करवाई जाए, ताकि सुरक्षित कश्मीरी पंडित जो हैं वो कश्मीर घाटी में रह सकें। जी।
All right, that of course is the final journey of the Kashmiri Pandit who was gunned down by terrorists yesterday. Rahul Bhatt was killed in Budgam yesterday, and right now, of course, there is also anger amongst his family wanting answers to this gruesome killing. Now, Rahul Bhatt, of course, was shot dead at the Tehsil office in Chadura in Budgam district yesterday. Let's go back, in fact, on the ground to Gursimran, who is bringing us the latest now. Gursimran, there has been considerable anger among the Kashmiri Pandit families over there, and also, they want more safety and security to be deployed to ensure that they can go about their business every day.
It's become a regular trend, if we speak of the Kashmir Valley, that these Pakistani terrorists, they are always trying to vitiate the peace process. They are trying to kill the Kashmiri Pandits. They are trying to kill the minority community so that they can instill fear among the locals. We have seen how this trend started post abrogation of Article 370 and is even continuing now, where these Islamic terrorists sponsored by the Pakistan are hell-bent to vitiate the peace process. They are now trying to instill fear among the locals so that they can send a message internationally that all is not well in Kashmir. So this is the one-point agenda of these terrorists, to target the minorities, to target the Hindus who are going to Kashmir Valley. They don't want the dream of the Kashmiri Pandits to go and get resettled in Kashmir Valley, get completed, because they see this dream of these nationalist voices getting settled in Kashmir as the end of their decade-long so-called Azadi Mang. So that's why these Pakistani terrorists, they are resorting to these kind of tactics, these kind of nefarious plots to kill the Kashmiri Pandits. And yesterday what has happened in Budgam was also an example of one such incident, where they have carried out the killing of this government employee, this Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, who was
Stay with us, Gursimran. Major Gaurav Arya also joining us on the phone line right now. Major Arya, obviously, even as the administration tries to make sure that those responsible for his killing are brought to justice, the other side of the story is that the government needs to do enough to make sure that people feel safe, because that is part of the rehabilitation package that the government is hoping to give to the Kashmiri Pandits.
Absolutely. First of all, my deepest condolences to Rahul Bhatt's family, and may God give them the strength to bear this irreparable loss. Now, as far as the government not doing enough, I think the government is doing a lot, but they also need to do things for de-radicalization and counter-radicalization. This is what this problem is. I don't know if these terrorists are Pakistanis or locals. People are saying that they point towards Jaish-e-Mohammed, but Jaish-e-Mohammed has got a local cadre in Kashmir as well. So the problem is that unless you do counter-radicalization and de-radicalization, these things, you can kill the terrorists who are responsible for Rahul Bhatt's murder. You can certainly do that. But at the end of the day, there will be more tomorrow, and they will kill more Kashmiri Pandits. You have to get to the root of the problem. When you find out what is the source of the problem, when you attack the source of the problem, then you will have a solution. You cannot have a solution by saying that, these are the two terrorists that killed Rahul Pandit. The Indian army has gone and eliminated these two terrorists. Now what next? Somebody goes and kills another Kashmiri Pandit, and then the Indian army will go and kill them or neutralize them. This is a never-ending cycle. The problem is Islamic radicalization in the Kashmir Valley. That radicalization needs to, we need to get rid of it, go back to the roots of assimilation in the Kashmir Valley. It's going to be a long haul. It cannot be done. We are always looking at instant gratification. Our aim has always been, let's do something which gives us results immediately. There are no immediate results in Kashmir. It's an upward climb, and it has to be done with the involvement of the Kashmiri people. You cannot take a solution from outside and implement it in the Kashmir Valley. That's not going to happen. So, in essence, what needs to be done is counter-radicalization, de-radicalization of large sections of the population that has been prey to Pakistani propaganda, mainly through the internet. It is the internet that is used to vitiate the atmosphere. I'll give you the example of Adil Ahmed Dar, the Pulwama suicide bomber. We lost 40 of our brothers from the CRPF who attained Veer Gati because of one suicide bomber. Adil Ahmed Dar was not a Pakistani. He was a local Kashmiri. And this Adil Ahmed Dar, this terrorist, blew himself up, a suicide bomber. And, we lost so many precious lives. Now, we must ask ourselves, who radicalized Adil Ahmed Dar? Why did Adil Ahmed Dar do this? It is not the same old fake story that, security forces slapped him. You don't kill 40 people because somebody slapped you. It does not happen. He was radicalized by people from across using the internet, and we must de-radicalize people in the Kashmir Valley. Otherwise, the cycle of deaths will never end. Yes, there are hard options, there are kinetic options, which the Rashtra Rifles or the J&K police and other agencies like the CRPF, they will exercise. That is most certainly there. But you can't only go with kinetic options. You can't only say that, okay, these are the two people identified as having killed Adil Ahmed Dar. We'll neutralize them. What next? So you are just curing the symptoms, but you're not curing the disease as such. We need to get to the bottom of this and then sort it out from there.
Right, so what according to you is the way forward in this? Because a large section of the Kashmiri Pandits who have tried to return to the valley have faced this time and again where they are targeted. And in this particular case, this is someone who was a government service, was in government service. His father was also a retired police officer. So according to you, Major Arya, what's the way forward?
The way forward is, you cannot keep on telling the Kashmiri Pandits that come to the valley, and when they come to the valley, somebody gets shot. This has a ripple effect. Now, when the Kashmiri Pandits left the valley in 1990, in fact, they started leaving 88, 89 onwards. But when that exodus happened of the Kashmiri Pandits from the valley, they suffered a lot, but they settled down. Today, Kashmiri Pandits, a lot of them, they may not be wanting to go back to Kashmir. What Kashmir remains in their hearts is an emotional thing. It's no longer practical to go back to Kashmir because they have become success stories. Kashmiri Pandits are huge success stories in America, in Europe, even in India. You can go to any top company or top government official. There are Kashmiri Pandits everywhere. So when you tell some Kashmiri Pandits to come back to the valley, you can't say that you lost everything in the valley. You went out, you created everything from scratch. Then you lose everything and you come back to the Kashmir Valley to lose everything all over again. You see, this formula does not work. What you need to do, again and again, I'm saying that you need to take the population into the local Muslim population into account, and there has to be an outreach and there has to be a de-radicalization program by which these things end. The population of Kashmir, 97% Muslim, is largely sick and tired of terrorism. They don't want anything to do with terrorism. But I think a slightly different approach would be in order. Because Kashmiri Pandits are just, they are, you can spot a Kashmiri Pandit from a mile away. Because the culture is different. The looks may not be different. The facial features may not be different. But their culture is different, everything. And being a Kashmiri, you can figure out. As soon as he starts talking, there are words that Kashmiri Pandits say differently. And they are always marked. You can mark a person and then target him, which is what is being done right now. We must understand the problem before we offer a solution. It's very easy to say, Rashtra Rifles went and they neutralized 2 terrorists who were responsible for the death of, Rahul Bhatt. And this is going to happen. I'm telling you, I'm predicting the death of the terrorists. They will be killed. But that will not be the end of the cycle of violence. It will continue. There will be some other Rahul Bhatt tomorrow.
All right, I think that is relatives of Rahul Bhatt who are extremely angry at what happened. And obviously, as Major Arya was pointing out, there needs to be a program to ensure safety. Now, Major Arya, I wanted to come back to you on this.
Pakistan! Pakistan! Murdabad! Pakistan! Murdabad! Pakistan! Murdabad! मैं वाइस चेयरमैन हमसी दिवसर मैं ये दुख की कहना चाहता हूं कि जो भी देशभक्त कौम है जम्मू कश्मीर में, उसको पूरी सिक्योरिटी दी चाहिए, चाहे हिंदू हो और हमारी मराठी कम्युनिटी को पूरी तरह सिक्योर हो। और ये ट्रायल से एलजी के इर्द गिर्द चट्टू है, उसको बाहर फेंको। डीसी कश्मीर के सारे रिपोर्ट करो, बाहर के डीसी लाओ, क्योंकि बहुत गलत हो रहा है, बहुत गलत हुआ। क्योंकि इसका विक्टिम मैं भी रहा। 20 तारीख को मैं वहां पर 3 कन्वेंशन है, उसने मेरे को सुन तक नहीं ली। ये बहुत अनपढ़, मेरे को 22 तारीख को इनकाउंटर करना चाहते थे। मैं
ये जिस तरह से राहुल जी की किलिंग हुई है, किस तरह देखा है?
ये बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट है। ये तो इसका मतलब है कि कश्मीरी पंडितों को रहना नहीं कश्मीर में,
से
भगाना है। ये तो पहले से ही स्टार्ट है, ये 1986 से स्टार्ट है, अब तक ये कभी बंद नहीं हुआ। मैं मोदी जी से अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि अपना जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो रिएम्प कर दो, और जहाँ जो एलजी साहब के एडवाइजर वो रिएम्प कर दो, और जो टोटल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वो रिएम्प कर दो, ताकि जो बेकसूर शायरी है वो ये खासकर मराठी कश्मीरी पंडित, चाहे हिंदू हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, हमारा डोगरा भाई हो, वो इसका शिकार ना हो। क्योंकि हमने भारत माता की जय बोली, और भारत माता की जो हमारे एम्प्लॉय गए वहां पर, वो मेरे भाई है, क्योंकि उसने हिंदुस्तान का नाम, हिंदुस्तान का झंडा रोशन किया है। बस मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, खासकर एलजी, यहाँ पर एलजी को मैं एक अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि इनकी सिक्योरिटी, चाहे वो काउंसलर हो, पंडित, चाहे वो एम्प्लॉय हो, उनको पूरी तरह से सिक्योरिटी, full-proof security होने चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
So there should be foolproof security. This is what the Kashmiri Pandits are demanding here at the cremation of Rahul Bhatt, who attained martyrdom in a brutal attack carried by these terrorists. And I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the final remains, the mortal remains of Rahul Ji Bhatt are being taken to the crematorium where he will be laid to rest. The final rites will be performed here. And yes, no doubt there is that the Kashmiri Pandit community is anguished over the killing of Rahul Bhatt and many others, because this is an unending cycle that has begun in the Kashmir Valley to target the minority community, to target the Kashmiri Pandits, so that the terrorist can instill a fear among the locals, the fear that they don't return to Kashmir Valley, because this is part of a plot. This is not to target a person, but this is a part of a larger conspiracy to make sure that the Kashmiri Pandits don't return to the Kashmir Valley. Their dream of being back to their homeland doesn't get completed, and this is the agenda of these Pakistani sponsored terrorists, to make sure that the Kashmiri Pandits, these nationalist voices, don't return to the Kashmir Valley, because if they return to Kashmir Valley, then the propaganda and the plot of the Pakistan to the so-called Kashmir's Azadi, that will completely fail, and that has rattled the Pakistan and their Pakistani proxies in Kashmir, and that's why they are resorting to the killing of these Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir Valley. See, we have seen many voices, many Kashmiri Pandit voices who were rattled with the killing, and what they were demanding is that they should, at least there should be security. I'm joined by one more Kashmiri Pandit, relative of Rahul Bhatt. Sir, मुझे ये बताइए, जिस तरह से लगातार कश्मीरी पंडित्स को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, क्या सोल्यूशन मानते हैं आप?
ये पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड मिलिटेंसी, जो ये आतंकवाद पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है, जब तक ये पूरा खत्म नहीं होगा तब तक कश्मीरी पंडितों को कश्मीर वापस नहीं भेजना चाहिए। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से कश्मीर में कश्मीरी हिंदू रह रहे हैं आज की डेट में, बहुत दबे हुए रह रहे हैं, और ये एविडेंट है कि उनके हाथ में कश्मीर, जो इनका गजवाए हिंद है, उसके हिसाब से ये हर एक हिंदू को टारगेट करेंगे ओवर द टाइम। ये आज राहुल भट्ट है, कल कोई दूसरा होगा, परसों कोई दूसरा होगा। तो जिस हिसाब से ये चल रहा है, ये अभी इतना जल्दी खत्म नहीं होने वाला है। तो जब तक ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म पूरा खत्म नहीं होगा, तब तक कश्मीरी पंडितों को वापस नहीं भेजना चाहिए, और सिक्योरिटी देना चाहिए जो भी वहाँ पे कश्मीर में जो एक्सोडस के दौरान वापस नहीं, जहाँ पे माइग्रेट नहीं हुए हैं जम्मू में।
क्रिमिनल साइलेंस कुछ पॉलिटिशियंस की हमने देखी, उसको आप किस तरह देखते?
पॉलिटिशियंस का अभी जहाँ पे हम देखते हैं कि डबल स्टैंडर्ड है, कश्मीर में कुछ और बोलते हैं, जम्मू में कुछ और बोलते हैं, और सेंटर में कुछ और बोलते हैं। मगर कश्मीरी पंडित पिछले 32 साल से ये जेल रहा है, और 32 साल से कितने शहादतें हमने दी देश के लिए, और 32 साल से क्या हमने सहा जम्मू में और उसके बाद वापस पीएम पैकेज के थ्रू अब वहाँ पे क्या हालत हमारी हो रही है, वो पूरे सरकार को पता है, वो पूरे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को पता है, वो वर्ल्ड को पता है। उसकी हिसाब से हम कश्मीरी हिंदू, अभी हम लग रहा है कि हम लोग भारत में रह के भी भारतवासी जो सबसे ज़्यादा नेशनलिस्ट मानी जाती है, उनके साथ ये बेदरुव्यवहार हो रहा है, तो बाकी दो लोगों के साथ क्या होगा?
सर, आपको लगता है कि जिस तरह लगातार कश्मीरी पंडित्स को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, ये पार्ट बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी का है कि नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस कश्मीर में जा ही ना पाए?
कश्मीर का जो मेन मुद्दा है कि आतंकवाद फैलाना है और गजवाए हिंद जो इन्होंने डिसाइड किया है कि यहाँ से हिंदुओं को खत्म कर देंगे, नेशनलिस्ट को खत्म कर देंगे, वो उनका मिशन चालू है। और जब तक ये उनका मिशन चालू हो और जब तक एक भी आतंकवादी बचा है, तब तक भारत सरकार को रुकना नहीं चाहिए, एक एक आतंकवादी को खत्म कर देना चाहिए। ये जो उनका बड़ा कॉन्स्पिरेसी है गजवाए हिंद का, ये अपने मोटिव में कहीं ना कहीं अपने मोटिव के साथ स्ट्रिक्ट है और क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म के साथ जो उनको सपोर्ट मिल रहा है पाकिस्तान से या दूसरी कंट्री से, मुस्लिम कंट्री से, ये खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Yesterday, the 70-odd-year-old congressman Shashi Tharoor, who despite all his years, despite his 7 decades, refuses to accept
तमाशा बना के रखा है कश्मीरी कम्युनिटी के साथ। मोदी आता है अपने पास से करोड़ों रुपए होते हैं, परसों ही 12 करोड़ रुपए इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए दिया है। हमारे बच्चे वहां मर रहे हैं, न उनके एकोमोडेशन है, बना के रखा है। जब एम्प्लॉय है तो वहां जाओ, बड़े बड़े लड़के लिए 90% लाओ, जो अच्छे लड़के उनको मरा रहे हैं ये साले हराम खोर के, और बोलते हैं।
So the people here are agitated. They are agitated over the killing of Kashmiri Pandits. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh, along with other officials, they too are here at the final rites of the Rahul Bhatt, who was neutralized by the terrorists in Kashmir Valley. We have seen how these terrorists are desperately trying to vitiate the peace process. This is part of a larger conspiracy, the conspiracy that has been hashed by the Pakistani proxies so as to make sure that the nationalist voices don't return to the Kashmir Valley. See, because what these terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists actually feel that bringing these Kashmiri Pandits back to Kashmir will not serve the purpose of their so-called Kashmir Azadi. So that is why these people are rattled. There are final tributes that are being paid to Rahul Bhatt here in Jammu. All his friends and relatives, they are in deep grief that what has happened, the grief of these families. The people are really very agitated or the killing of the Kashmiri Pandit employee in Kashmir, and now what they want is that there should be strict action that be taken against them. We are joined by one of the Kashmiri Pandit community leader. Sir, किस तरह देखते हैं आप जिस तरह से लगातार टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही है?
इसमें बड़ी बात तो इस वक्त ये है कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की भी रिस्पांसिबिलिटी, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कैन नॉट एस्केप इट्स शेयर ऑफ रिस्पांसिबिलिटी. दे हैव बीन warned again and again. We have brought to their notice again and again that there is a security concern, but they do not take it as seriously as they should have. We can understand that this killing has happened in office complex. It is not on road or in some isolated place. It is in the office complex, that too of a Tehsildar's office. So it is very serious challenge for the administration. Administration needs to understand and take the security very seriously.
लगातार we have seen that the terrorists are targeting the minority community. Don't you feel this is a plot of a bigger plot to push nationalist voices out of Valley?
Absolutely, yes. And for that, the political leaders of Kashmir are also responsible, who communalize even communal power cuts, who communalize even the puja at Marthan temple. They are also responsible for create an environment in which hatred against and in which Hindus are being projected as villains. So they are also responsible for this, and they also must take the responsibility. They just cannot escape their responsibility by issuing customary condemnations.
So this is very important that the Hindus in Kashmir Valley are being projected as villain on almost every subject by the Kashmiri politicians, and that has somewhat led to this kind of a situation where the Kashmiri minorities, the Kashmiri Pandit community is being targeted by these terrorists so as to fulfill their agenda. See, we have seen that there have been number of incidents where the Kashmiri Pandits have been targeted, and this has become an unending cycle in the Kashmir Valley, because what terrorists do to instill fear among the locals, they are killing the Kashmiri Pandits, because this killing a common Kashmiri Pandit certainly does have an impact on others. Others feel their life is in danger, they are in fear, and that's why the people resist from going to Kashmir Valley. That somehow serves the purpose of these terrorists, because what they want by killing these Kashmiri Pandits, that first, that the Kashmiri Pandits don't return. Second, that there is no obstacle to their so-called Pakistani agenda which they get from their masters sitting across the border, passing the instructions to kill the common Kashmiris. And now it's a high time that the people of Jammu and Kashmir should come, irrespective of the region and the religion, and stand together, because today it's Kashmiri Pandits, tomorrow it will be others too, because for terrorists, all those who are speaking for their country, they are the so-called traitors, and that's why it is a high time for all to stand up to seek justice for Rahul Bhatt, because that is the need of the hour. Rahul Bhatt was serving the people of Jammu and Kashmir. He was serving the Aam Awam of Kashmir in the Tahsildar office in Chadura. But what actually happened? See the gloom of people. The people have gathered here in large numbers to pay tribute to this brave heart of Jammu region. The people in the large number here making it sure that they pay their last tribute to this brave heart who has been brutally killed by the terrorists. See, we have seen how the Sarpanchis, the Kashmiri Pandit representatives, were killed in the valley. We have seen how the Kashmiri Pandits who were into business were killed in the valley, how the Kashmiri Pandits teachers were killed in the valley, how Sikh teachers were killed in the valley, and now this Kashmiri Pandit who was serving in the Tahsil office brutally killed by those terrorists, possibly by after carrying out a detailed recce. So this shows that how the terrorists and their proxies, they have the network in Kashmir, how they are using their overground network to kill these people who have gone into Kashmir to earn the bread and butter for their family. But for these Pakistani terrorists, they are eyesore, because they say Bharat Mata ki Jai in Kashmir, they say Hindustan Zindabad in Kashmir, and that is the one of the key things that has irked those Pakistani proxies, because what they want is that there should be no one in Kashmir Valley who should be saying Bharat Mata ki Jai or Hindustan Zindabad, and they want these nationalist voices to be out of Kashmir. They want to instill fear among the locals, and that has what has happened. See, the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are condoling with the family of Rahul Bhatt in Jammu at the crematorium. And this all needs to be seen as a part of not a standalone incident, but as a part of a larger conspiracy that has been hashed by the Pakistan and its terror groups, because this conspiracy is mainly focused to push the nationalist voices out of Kashmir Valley. Now the Akhri Agni, which is called as the last, now the fire to this brave heart.
All right, pictures there of last rites of Rahul Bhatt, Kashmiri Pandit, who was killed in a targeted attack in Chadura area of Srinagar yesterday. Targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit and targeted for being part of the Prime Minister's package which brings Kashmiri Pandit back to the valley. Essentially, terrorists and their Pakistan backers sending a message that they will not like the diversity of Kashmir, the essence of Kashmiriyat, to return to the valley, that they believe only in one religion, one ideology, and that they will go to any extent to preserve that, having engineered it in 1989 by forcing an exodus and a veritable genocide of Kashmiri Pandits, and they persist with that ideology. Not coincidental that this comes just 2 days after Yasin Malik pleading guilty to terror charges in an NIA court in Delhi. And this is just the beginning. So while a parallel mechanism is in place, which makes sure that all terrorists are brought to book and that ideology is held to account, what we are seeing is the last remnants of terror is still able to carry out their nefarious designs. Hopefully they would be caught soon, but in the pictures, Kashmiri Pandits coming out in a swell of support for the family of Rahul Bhatt. All right, so we are seeing emotions really out in public within the community, and we have seen that how protests took place yesterday also in Srinagar, in Shekhupura, where Rahul Bhatt lived in the Kashmiri Pandit colony. Imagine a community made refugees in their own land, in the land of their ancestors, and that angst really coming out. And of course, while when you are angry, when you are emotional, you want justice to be done ASAP. But this is the story of Kashmiri Pandits for the last 3 decades and more. Till recently, no one was even willing to tell their story and to make it mainstream. It's only recently that development has taken place. And obviously, even for that, there is a reaction coming in by way of increased targeted killings that we have seen in the valley of Kashmiri Pandits over the last few months. This is 7th or 8th instance where Kashmiri Pandit has been targeted, beginning with Makhanlal Bindru of the Bindru Medicate. He was sort of an institution, having survived and lived in the valley. He perhaps was the last symbol of hope for the extended civil society in Kashmir, but then even that was eliminated. And now we are seeing the last rites of Rahul Bhatt. His mortal remains being carried there. And Kashmiri Pandit in Jammu. We have to take a short break, but we continue with this coverage on the other side.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे.
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now acts as the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय या उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके. इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो.
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है.
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे.
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now acts as the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय या उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके. इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो.
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है.
आप मुझे बताओ, आप कश्मीर में ऐसे खड़े हो सकते हो?
Pictures there of the Kashmiri Pandit community there, BJP leaders facing some anger from the community and their leaders. You see Ravi Raina of the BJP at the cremation ground where parallelly last rites are being carried out by the family of Rahul Bhatt. But the BJP leaders facing anger of the community. Essentially, they demand that security around community members in the valley be increased and those who have carried out this killing be brought to justice.
इस बार कोई जस्टिस वाली मांग नहीं है। आपके माध्यम से अगर एलजी साहब अगर इनके साथ मिलने आएंगे, उनको बोलना कि अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर लेके आए। उस जो बेचारी विडो बनी है जिसका कोई गलती नहीं थी, उनके लिए अपॉइंटमेंट लेके, उसके बगैर आए ना तो हम काले झंडे उठा लेंगे। और दूसरी बात हम चाहते हैं, हम मांग करते हैं इस बार हमारे अमित शाह जी यहाँ पे आए उनका संज्ञान लेने के लिए। ये 90 के बाद आज पहली बार हुआ एक इनोसेंट किलिंग हुई है जिसका कोई आधार नहीं था। वो लोग वहाँ पे फर्स्ट ऑफ हम मांग करते हैं उनकी सिक्योरिटी। जितने भी पीएम पैकेज के एम्प्लॉय लगे हुए हैं, फटाफट उनको एक जगह पे इकट्ठा करके उनको सिक्योरिटी चाहिए।
इनको क्या ऑफिस में एक ही आदमी था जिसको
कश्मीरी पंडित बार बार बलि का बकरा नहीं बनना है उसको। ये हमारी 7वीं माइग्रेशन है। जब भी भारत सरकार कोई योजना बनाता है कश्मीरी पंडित को रिहेबिलिटेट करने के लिए, आतंकवादी जो बौखलाए हुए हैं उनको ये पता नहीं है। उनको पता पाकिस्तान की शाह पर जब भी वो कोई भारत सरकार योजना बनाता है, वो ऐसे निहत्ते कश्मीरी पंडित को बलि का बकरा बनाते हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि मोदी जी जो इस टाइम तख्त पर बैठे एक ही बार पाकिस्तान पर प्रहार करे, क्योंकि ये बार बार ये जो पनप रहा आतंकवाद, इसको एक ही बार खत्म करे, क्योंकि ये वन टाइम सोल्यूशन हम रिहेबिलिटेट का
टाइम सोल्यूशन ये चाहते हैं। आप किस तरह देखते हैं लगातार नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस को कश्मीर
Republicans now access the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have 2 more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके। इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now access the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have 2 more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके। इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close race. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hostel here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर वहाँ पे रह के भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के लोगों के लिए काम नहीं कर रहा था, कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोगों के काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
आप चाहते हैं कि अब जो है कड़ा एग्जाम्पल सेट किया जाए, जो कातिल हैं उनको जो है चौक चौराहे पर कहीं ना कहीं फांसी दी जाए?
फांसी नहीं देनी है सर, गोली मारनी है सीधा, फांसी फूंसी नहीं देनी है, गोली मारनी है सीधा, सिक्योरिटी के हाथ खोल दीजिए और सीधा गोली मारनी है। फांसी से क्या होगा? वो तो उनके लिए तो वो शहीद ही हो जाएंगे ना, मुसलमानों के लिए तो वो शहीद है कि भाई हमारा लड़का इनको मारता हूँ, कश्मीरी पंडित को मारता हूँ पकड़ा गया, भाई वो तो शहीद है उनके लिए। इनको तो गोली मारनी है सर जी, बिल्कुल सड़क पे लाके गोली मारनी है।
तो लोग जो हैं ये कह रहे हैं कि इन्हें जो है गोली मार देनी चाहिए, इस तरह का जो तरीका है वो चाहिए। मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार देखिए रोष है आप लोगों में, आपने अपना भाई खोया है, क्या चाहेंगे सरकार से, किस तरह का फैसला हो, किस तरह का न्याय हो?
देखिए, हमें एक बार 2010 की बात है, हमें बोला गया था कि आपको जॉब्स मिलेगी, यहाँ बेरोजगारी बहुत थी, तो चलो हमने बोला कि चलो ठीक है, अपनी जान को जोखिम करने के लिए हम जाएंगे श्रीनगर, ठीक है। उसके बाद बताइए कि हमारी सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी किसकी थी? ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी थी। मुझे एक बार समझ नहीं आती उनके पास इतना सामान आता कहाँ से है। ये लाते, जम्मू में कोई चोरी होती है 2 दिन के बाद चोर पकड़ा जाता है, मगर वहाँ पे इतना सामान, इतना असला आता है उनके पास ताकि वो 2-2, 3-3 दिन तक रिटेलिएट करते हैं।
लगातार हमने देखा कि आपकी कम्युनिटी के लोग मारे जा रहे हैं, किस तरह का इंसाफ आप लोग चाहते हैं, सच बताइए।
देखिए, सबसे पहले मुझे ये बताइए कि अगर यहाँ से लोग वहाँ पे गए, 2010 में यहाँ से पैकेज हुआ, 2010 से लेकर अभी 2012 साल हो गए, 12 साल में उनके पास अकोमोडेशन नहीं है। शेखपुरा में अकोमोडेशन है, वेसू में अकोमोडेशन है, बाकी जगह पे कहीं नहीं है। हमारी लड़कियां, हमारी बहनें फार फ्लंग एरिया में वहाँ पे सर्व कर रही है उस कम्युनिटी को, क्या सिक्योरिटी है उनकी? मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द उनको बुलाइए, जितने भी सेक्टेड के जितने भी इस टाइम पे क्वार्टर्स खाली पड़े हुए हैं, क्योंकि इस बार दरबार नहीं हुआ, गवर्नमेंट दरबार नहीं किया, जल्द से जल्द वो अकोमोडेशन को प्रोवाइड कर दी जाए। जब तक वहाँ के हालात ठीक नहीं होते हैं तब तक उनको जॉब के लिए नहीं भेजेंगे। बाकी मैं ये पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं। हमारे पास 15,000 यूथ अभी भी तैयार है जो कल के दिन कश्मीर जाएगा सर्व करने के लिए। हम अपनी मातृभूमि को छोड़ने वाले नहीं हैं। बाकी मैं एलजी से ये दरख्वास्त करता हूँ, अगर आप इस परिवार से मिलने आएंगे, एक अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर उसकी वाइफ के नाम के लिए लेते आना, उसके बगैर नहीं आना।
मुझे ये बताइए, किस तरह का न्याय चाहते हैं, किस तरह की सजा उन आतंकी कातिलों को मिले जो कश्मीरी पंडितों की जान ले रहे हैं?
उनको सजा नहीं, उनको मारना नहीं है, उनको एक बार पकड़ो, उनको पूछो कि हो क्या रहा है। वो भी हमारे ही अपने भाई है, ऐसी बात नहीं है, मगर वो बहकाए गए हुए कुछ ऐसे शरारती तत्व है जिन्होंने उनको माइंड वॉश करके, वो भी तो कश्मीरी है, वो भी तो जम्मू कश्मीर का हिस्सा है, ऐसी कौन सी बात है? मगर जिस हिसाब से ब्रेन वॉशिंग इनको की जाती है, तो मेन आप जड़ को पकड़ो।
आपको लगता है कि पाकिस्तान पे ही कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा एक्शन चाहिए कि वही खत्म हो जाए, तो तब सब खत्म?
मुझे बताइए, ये फारूक अब्दुल्ला ये साहब बोलते हैं पाकिस्तान से डायलॉग के बगैर बात नहीं होगी। उनको बोलिए, आप पाकिस्तान को बोले हिंदुस्तान के साथ डायलॉग करें। जो ये मीडिएटर यहाँ बने हुए हैं, जो पाकिस्तान का, मुझे लगता है यही एक एजेंट है कि जो सिर्फ हमें बोलते रहते हैं कि आप पाकिस्तान से बात करो, पाकिस्तान से बात करो। हम क्यों पाकिस्तान से बात करें? हम तो अभी पीओजे के लेने वाले हैं
और पाकिस्तान तो बाद में सपोर्ट कर रहा है।
सर, आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, आपने काफी समय देखा होगा, एक्सोडस भी देखा, सब देखा, किस तरह देखते हैं एक अनएंडिंग साइकिल जो दोबारा शुरू हो गया कि कश्मीरी पंडित जो भारत माता की जय कहेगा उसको कश्मीर में मार दिया जाएगा?
देखिए सर, दिस इज ऑल मनी गेम। ये मनी गेम, ये मनी गेम है। दिस इज मनी गेम, मनी गेम इन डिफरेंट हैंड्स, इन डिफरेंट। ये देखो, पैसे का खेल है सारा।
तो आपको लगता है कि कश्मीरी पंडितों की
नहीं होगा? दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू एंड।
तो ये कह रहे हैं कि एक अनएंडिंग साइकिल है। सर, आप बताइए क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
सर, हमें वी शुड कॉल स्पेड अ स्पेड। न ये पैसे का खेल है, ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस। मेरा छोटा भाई था, क्यों एक हिंदू, क्या उसका कसूर था? क्या उसने आर्मी की यूनिफॉर्म पहनी थी? क्या उसने किसी का बच्चा मारा था? एक सिविलियन अपने ऑफिस में अपना काम कर रहा है, उसको चुन के, अगर 50 वहाँ एम्प्लॉइज थे, खाली एक हिंदू को वहाँ चुन के मारा गया, उसके पीछे क्या रीजन है? और मैं आप मीडिया से भी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप इसको पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट होकर न्यूज ना दिखाएं। दिस इज अगेंस्ट ए हिंदू, दिस इज अ टारगेटेड हिंदू किलिंग जो कि 1989 से स्टार्ट हुई, उससे पहले भी हुई है, बट आई विल नॉट गो इनटू हिस्ट्री। बट एज रिसेंट एज जो हमने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, 1990 में 5 लाख लोग गए, अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये। दिस इज बेसिस रिलीजन, दिस इज नॉट, आई विल नॉट होल्ड एनीथिंग एल्स अकाउंटेबल और पाकिस्तान, दिस इज प्योरली रिलीजन बेस्ड। वो एक हिंदू है, एक पाकिस्तान को थोड़ी पता था उस ऑफिस में वो हिंदू काम करता है, जब तक उसके साथ वालों ने, उसके पड़ोसियों ने उसकी न्यूज ना दी हो कि ये हिंदू यहाँ अकेला काम कर रहा है। और मैं आपको डेयर करता हूं कि आप इसको पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट होकर इसको ना चलाएं।
जो कह रहे हैं पॉलिटिकल साइलेंस भी हमने देखा, क्रिमिनल साइलेंस कुछ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की तरफ से, क्या आप मानते हैं कि वो भी कहीं ना कहीं जिम्मेवार है इस सब के?
पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज एज वेल एज मीडिया आई होल्ड अकाउंटेबल। आई एम सॉरी, आप मुझे मालूम है आप ये काटोगे, बट इसमें कहीं ना कहीं मीडिया का भी दोष है कि आप सही न्यूज नहीं दिखाते। उसका कोई किसी से बैर नहीं था, उस पर किसी का बैर नहीं था, उसने किसी का बच्चा नहीं मारना, वो पुलिस में नहीं था, आर्मी में नहीं था, एक सिविलियन था। सिविलियन यूनिफॉर्म रह के हम कर्म हिंदू धर्म कर्म पे विश्वास करते हैं।
लगातार ये देखिए, हम लगातार ये दिखा रहे हैं कि माइनॉरिटीज को लगातार कश्मीर में मारा जा रहा है, हिंदूज कश्मीरी हिंदूज को मारा जा रहा है। लेट्स नॉट मिन्स वर्ड्स, और वो नहीं कर रहे हैं।
लेट्स बी वेरी क्लियर, आई विल नॉट कॉल माइनॉरिटीज, वी आर नॉट बुद्धिस्ट, देयर आर नो any other minorities, there are only Kashmiri Pandits, and they have a problem with, they have had the problem and they still have the problem with Kashmiri Hindus. So it's a pure ethnic religious cleansing of Hindus.
आपको लगता है कि रीजन है कि नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस हैं आप लोग, इसलिए आपको वहां से बाहर निकालना चाह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, भारत का झंडा वहां, महबूबा मुफ्ती ने बोला था कि यहाँ भारत का झंडा कोई नहीं उठाएगा 370 के बाद। हम माइनॉरिटी जो हिंदूज हैं, उन्होंने भारत का झंडा वहां खड़ा रखा है, और इस पे वी आर प्राउड ऑफ इट। बट उसी का खामियाजा ये भुगतना पड़ रहा है कि हमारे बच्चे एक एक करके चुन चुन के मारे जा रहे हैं। आज ये हुआ, 2 महीने पहले कुछ और था, और दिस विल नॉट बी द लास्ट, एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट दीज पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हु हैव कम हियर, विल दे गिव एश्योरेंस दैट दिस इज द लास्ट हिंदू किलिंग इन कश्मीर? विल दे गिव इट इन राइटिंग? लिप सर्विस नहीं चलेगी।
सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आपने जो एक्सोडस का समय है वो भी देखा होगा, अब दोबारा देख रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं वो यादें ताज़ा हो जाती हैं मन में?
सर, आई विल टेल यू स्ट्रेट वे, मुझे लग रहा है कि 1990 में फिर भी फ़र्क था। आज हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर जो वहीं पे 1990 पे पूरा चला गया। आज सिलेक्टिव किलिंग हो रही, वहाँ मास किलिंग, उस टाइम मास किलिंग हो रही। आज सिलेक्टिव किलिंग, मैं पूछता चाहे राहुल भट्ट का क्या कसूर था? ही वॉज सर्विंग देयर एज ए क्लर्क, और सिविल ऑफिस में काम कर रहा था, उसका क्या कसूर था? वो कोई सिक्योरिटी वाला नहीं था, कोई फौजी नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था, उसका क्या कसूर है? और मैंने सर आपको ये हमारी जब तक जम्मू कश्मीर में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की क्लियर पॉलिसी नहीं होगी, कंक्रीट पॉलिसी नहीं होगी, ये डिंग डांग खेल नहीं चलेगा सर। जब तक कंक्रीट पॉलिसी नहीं होगी तब तक कश्मीरी पंडित वहाँ रिहैबिलिटेट नहीं हो सकता सर।
क्या चाहते हैं आप, किस तरह की पॉलिसी हो? क्या पूरा इतना ज़्यादा क्रैकडाउन हो कि ये लोग जो पाकिस्तान की शह पर चलते हैं इन्हें ही खत्म कर दिया?
सर, मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो ब्यूरोक्रेसी है, ब्यूरोक्रेसी में अभी तो बहुत काम करना बाकी है, ब्यूरोक्रेसी में एरिडिकेशन की जाए। जो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स मिले हुए, अगर ये इस ऑफिस में काम कर रहा था तो कैसे, जब तक वो लोग थे, वो सारा सर्कल एंड सर्कल विद सिक्योरिटी है, कैसे हो सकता है किलिंग सर, जब तक इसके साथ लोग नहीं वहाँ मिले हैं?
मुझे ये बताइए, सोल्यूशन क्या मानते हैं इस सब का?
हम तो कश्मीरी पंडित जो है इसको परमानेंट रिहैबिलिटेशन हम चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बार बार हमें आतंकवाद का शिकार, ये हमारी 7वीं माइग्रेशन है। जो वहाँ पर जो मेजॉरिटी पोर्शन ऑफ कम्युनिटी है, उनको इस टाइम खुल के सामने आना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो जो खोखले दावे जो कर रहे हैं, कश्मीर इज़ इनकम्प्लीट विदाउट कश्मीरी पंडित, उनको खुल के सामने इस टाइम आना चाहिए। और जब भी भारत सरकार कोई योजना बना रहा है कश्मीरी पंडित को रिहैबिलिटेट करने के लिए, ये आतंकवादी बौखलाए उस टाइम बौखला जाते हैं और ये कोई घिनौनी ऐसी हरकत करते हैं।
क्या सोल्यूशन क्या होगा फिर?
सोल्यूशन यही है कि कश्मीरी पंडित को अलग से एक जगह दी जाए, वहाँ पर रिहैबिलिटेट किया जाए। कंपोजिट कल्चर मुझे नहीं लगता उसमें ये रह सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमने तो बहुत हमने टेस्ट डोज किया था, बहुत ट्राई की थी कंपोजिट कल्चर में रहने की, मगर वो तो ऑन ग्राउंड तो नहीं वो पॉसिबल है।
कंपोजिट कल्चर नहीं है। कुछ और कश्मीरी पंडित हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे जानते हैं। सर, आप क्या चाहते हैं, क्या सोल्यूशन हो, क्योंकि लगातार आपकी कम्युनिटी के लोग जो हैं निशाना बन रहे हैं?
सर, मैं सबसे पहले आपको भी ये अवेयर किया, सबको पता है जितना पैट्रियाटिक कश्मीरी पंडित है इस हिंदुस्तान में, और भी हो सकते हैं, मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ। जितना पैट्रियोटिक कश्मीरी पंडित है, ये एक्सोडस हमारा पहला नहीं था, ये हम 1947 से हम कर रहे हैं और तब भी हम हिंदुस्तान का झंडा अपने हाथ में ले रहे हैं। इसका सलूशन ये है कि मतलब जैसे मोदी जी ने पहली जब सत्ता में आए थे, उन्होंने सीधे एक स्लोगन दिया था जिसके पीछे लोगों ने उनका साथ दिया कि यहाँ तो आर पार की लड़ाई हो, उसके बिना कोई सलूशन नहीं है।
आप चाहते हैं आर पार की लड़ाई?
बिल्कुल 100% यही सलूशन है सर, यही सलूशन है और कोई सलूशन नहीं है। चाहे हम इसमें हमारी सर्विसेज चाहिए, जैसे यूक्रेन में पब्लिक की सर्विसेज ले रहे हैं, हम लोग रेडी हैं अपने भारत वहाँ पे निछावर होने के लिए। ये परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन है और कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं।
So this is the message from the Kashmiri Pandits community that even we are ready to make the supreme sacrifice, but there should be this way or that way with the Pakistan that has been mounting trouble in Jammu and Kashmir. Even we have seen how the Pakistani proxies, they are hell-bent to vitiate the peace process, and this is what now the Kashmiri Pandits are saying. They say that there should be a one time this way or that way so that these Pakistani proxies can be taught a lesson, and Kashmiri Pandits are saying that even they are ready to serve in the war, they are ready to give their supreme sacrifice, but what they want is peace and a permanent settlement in Kashmir Valley.
Well, Gursimran there reporting from outside from the cremation ground where Rahul Bhatt is being laid to rest. Gursimran, if you could still hear us, if you could tell us more about, what the Kashmiri Pandits are demanding at this point in time, because as we were hearing, many of them calling for strict action and also saying that shoot Rahul's killers, in fact.
Yes, they have given a strict warning. See what the Kashmiri Pandits are saying. They say that the killers should be shot dead because there shouldn't be any opportunity that should be given to those Pakistani sympathizers to brandish them as Shaheed or something. See, a gloom of people have gathered here. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that how these Kashmiri Pandits, they are agitated with the killing of their brother, one of their brother who was serving in Kashmir Valley, and this is their anguish which they are showing against the community, against those who have become the voice of Pakistan in Kashmir Valley. I'm joined by a senior Kashmiri Pandit activist. सर मुझे बताइए किस तरह देखते हैं लगातार जो अनएंडिंग साइकिल है कश्मीरी पंडित्स की किलिंग का, वो खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा?
मैं इसको कभी भी ये नहीं कहूँगा कि कश्मीरी पंडित्स की ही किलिंग है, ये माइनॉरिटीज़ की टारगेटेड किलिंग है जिसको हम 1 साल से वहाँ पर देख रहे हैं, और बार बार ऐसे जो किलिंग्स हैं रेगुलरिटी के साथ होती जा रही हैं, और ये जो किलिंग्स हैं ये हमें इस दहान पे ले आई हैं कि जब अब जो सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न्स हमारे हैं वो इस हाइट तक पहुंच गए हैं कि जहां हम अब इस पे शायद कंप्रोमाइज़ ना कर पाएँ। हमारे वहाँ पे 5-6 हज़ार लोग वहाँ पे नौकरियां वहाँ कर रहे हैं, तकरीबन 20,000 लोग वहाँ रहते हैं। उनकी जो सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज़ हैं उन पे जो गवर्नमेंट है वो ध्यान पूरा दे ही नहीं रही है। हमने बार बार उनसे कहा कि जो ये सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज़ हैं हमारे, उनको एड्रेस कीजिए, उनको ऐसी सिक्योर्ड जगह पे पोस्टिंग्स उनकी रखिए जहाँ पर वो अपने आप को सिक्योर।
नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस को ऐसा लग रहा है कि कश्मीर से ख़त्म करने की पूरी कोशिश, ये पूरा एक प्लॉट लग रहा है।
बिल्कुल इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है कि नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस को वो वहाँ दबाते हैं और दबाने की कोशिश हमेशा करते रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ साथ हमें ये भी देखना चाहिए कि वहाँ पर जो नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस हैं क्या हम उनको एडिक्वेटली सपोर्ट कर पा रहे हैं? हम एडिक्वेटली सपोर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे। ग्राउंड सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि हम आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं। अभी टूरिस्ट सीज़न इतना बड़ा लग गया तो ये सब ने सोच लिया कि वहाँ सारा जो है वो अमन और शांति जो है बहाल हो गई है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। अमन शांति बहाल होने के लिए बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं। वहाँ पे हमने सबसे पहले ये देखना है कि जो पुराना भाईचारा था उसको कैसे वापस लाया जाए। आफ्टर ऑल वहाँ पर इतनी बड़ी एक मेजॉरिटी रहती है, तो जब ये किलिंग्स होती हैं तो उनको हार्बरिंग के लिए तो कहीं रास्ता मिलता है ना, लोग उनको वहाँ पनाह देते हैं, तभी ये किलिंग्स करके तो चले भी जाते हैं। और ऐसी सिक्योर्ड ऑफिस में से किलिंग करके चले गए जहाँ पर कि सिक्योरिटी राउंड द क्लॉक होती होगी, क्योंकि वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का ऑफिस है। और मैं ये सजेस्ट करूँगा कि इनको सम हेड्स शुड रोल। बार बार जो 1-1.5 साल से 2 साल से जब टारगेटेड किलिंग्स होती हैं उसके बाद हेड्स रोल ही नहीं होते वहाँ पे। कुछ भी नहीं होता, किसी पे भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं डाली जाती है और वो समझते हैं कि जैसे हमने किया, एक आध मौत हो गई तो ठीक है, अब चलते हैं नेक्स्ट मौत की वेट।
सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, लगातार कहीं आपके जो साथी हैं कहीं ना कहीं ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि उनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कश्मीरी पंडित कम्युनिटी जो है उसको निशाना बनाया जाए। कुछ लोग सर जिस तरह से लगातार कश्मीरी पंडित को निशाना बना रहे हैं, किस तरह देखते हैं ये? ऐसा लग रहा है कि अनएंडिंग साइकिल शुरू हो गया है जिसका कोई अंत नहीं।
सर इस बारे में हम क्या कह सकते हैं? आप देखें, कश्मीर सिचुएशन बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, कोई आसान बात नहीं है। लेकिन एक चीज़ ये है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया चाहे पहले की रही हो चाहे आज की रही हो, ये कभी सीरियस नहीं थी हमारे बारे में। अगर हमको किसी ने लेट डाउन किया तो मोस्टली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने किया। ये जो पीएम पैकेज थी इसकी ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में हमें ले सकती थी, हमारे बच्चों को जॉब्स दे सकती थी। आज भी वो चाहे इन बच्चों को गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स में, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स में ले सकते हैं। 5-10 हज़ार लोगों को, 6,000 लोग इन्होंने अपॉइंट करने थे, आज तक 3-4 हज़ार भी नहीं कर पाए। और बड़ी बड़ी क्लेम्स करते हैं पार्लियामेंट ऑफ इंडिया में, बड़े बड़े भाषण देते हैं, होता तो कुछ है नहीं। ये सिर्फ एक बेवकूफ़ बनाने की कोशिश है और कुछ नहीं।
काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है आप देखिए नाराज़ हैं कश्मीरी पंडित कम्युनिटी, लगातार जो है किस तरह से गुस्से में हैं। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ के खिलाफ गुस्सा जो है वो साफ दिख रहा है। जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है वो यहाँ पर आई है।
पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी संगठनों के जितने भी सरगना हैं, इन सबको मौत के घाट उतारा है। जिन्होंने दक्षिण कश्मीर में एक कश्मीरी पंडित होनहार नौजवान श्री राहुल भट्ट साहब के ऊपर कायराना हमला करके उनकी हत्या की है, इन सब भी कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को जमीन के पाताल से निकाल कर इनको मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। किसी पाकिस्तानी को, किसी दहशतगर्द को नहीं बख्शेंगे, किसी को नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
लगातार जो राजनीतिक दल हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि किसी भी पाकिस्तानी को बख्शा जो है वो नहीं जाएगा, लेकिन कश्मीरी पंडित जो हैं वो क्या कहते हैं, कश्मीरी पंडितों की आवाज़ क्या कहती है वो उनसे जानते हैं। सर सज़ा किस तरह की हो कि
एक ही बार पाकिस्तान पर प्रहार करना चाहिए, वन टाइम सोल्यूशन चाहिए, हमें वन टाइम सोल्यूशन चाहिए।
क्या सोल्यूशन?
हम चाहते हैं कि मोदी जो इस टाइम ताकत पर बैठे हैं, हम कश्मीरी पंडित उसको भगवान के रूप में एक ही बार पाकिस्तान पर प्रहार करे, ताकि आतंकवाद जो बार बार पनप रहा है, कश्मीरी पंडित इसमें बलि का बकरा बन रहा है। हम चाहते हैं वन टाइम सोल्यूशन का, पाकिस्तान पर प्रहार करे और उस पर हमारा जो पीओके है, पीओके जो हिस्सा हमारा है वहां पर उसको भी हत्या।
कश्मीरी पंडितों का कहना है कि पाकिस्तान पर प्रहार किया जाए, जो हिस्सा है वो वापस लिया जाए पीओके का। कुछ और कश्मीरी पंडित हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करते।
लेकिन जो हमारे पास आया हमें कभी उसकी हमको इज्जत करना चाहिए। ये श्रद्धांजलि है, ये शमशान भूमि है, यहाँ हर एक आ सकता है और हर एक को इज्जत करना चाहिए। कोई ऐसा पॉइंट आप उठाना, मैदान है, सड़क है।
सर लगातार जो माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी को वहां पर मारा जा रहा है, किस तरह देखते हैं आप इस अनएंडिंग साइकिल?
बिल्कुल सर, मैं एक बात क्लियर बताऊंगा, पिछले 32 साल से इंडियन स्टेट की पॉलिसी विद रेस्पेक्ट टू कश्मीरी पंडित सेम है। स्टेट पॉलिसी, नॉट पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स, स्टेट पॉलिसी वो सेम है, उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं है सर। बेशक मोदी सरकार ने कुछ पॉलिटिकल ऐसे डिसीजन है जो फॉर रीचिंग रिजल्ट है, उनके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस दे आर वेलकम, बट सो फार आज कश्मीरी पंडित की पॉलिसी वो सेम, उसमें चेंज कोई नहीं है। पहली बात है वो दे आर लिविंग सेटल इन डिनाइल ऑफ जेनोसाइड ऑफ कश्मीरी पंडित, एंड इट इज नॉट जेनो बट इट इज परपेचुअल, इट इज आज तक भी जेनोसाइड हो रहा है, इसको कोई एक्नॉलेज नहीं करता। दूसरी बात यह है कि वो इस इंडियन स्टेट इस वक्त भी इस डिनाइल में है। किस डिनाइल में? कि वहाँ पर जिहाद चल रहा है, गजवाई हिंद चल रहा है, वो इसको डाउन प्ले करके कहते हैं इक्के दुक्के आतंकवाद, वो बात नहीं है। ये बिल्कुल एक कंप्रहेंसिव जिहाद चल रहा है जिसको सेक्युलराइज करने की कोशिश जो हमारे सिस्टम में, हमारे इंडियन स्टेट में कुछ एलिमेंट्स बैठे हैं, वो उसी पॉलिसी पर चल करके जिहाद की लेबॉर्ट्री को सेक्युलराइज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जिसका शिकार कश्मीरी पंडित हो रहा है, जिसका शिकार कश्मीरी पंडित एज कैनन फॉडर बनता है।
सर लगातार आपके जो भाई हैं वो ऐसा लग रहा है कि शहीद हो रहे हैं, कैनन फॉडर बने हुए हैं, क्या सोल्यूशन मानते हैं इसका?
नहीं, ये सोल्यूशन तो है ही नहीं। अभी गवर्नमेंट को चाहिए प्रॉपर इनके लिए पहले करना। अभी तक तो बेचारों को फ्लैट नहीं मिले हैं, 2010 से 11 से लगा हुआ है, 11 से अभी तक अभी इनको फ्लैट ही किसी को इश्यू हुआ है। ये तो है ही उनके लिए रिस्की है, हमारे भाइयों के लिए।
कैसे जो है वो
नहीं, मुझे लगता है मेरे भाइयों को सबको आना चाहिए, इधर बैठो, बोला हमें नौकरी नहीं चाहिए। जिस माँ का बेटा खो गया, किसी बच्चे का बाप खो गया, 6 साल का या 7 साल का बेचारे का बच्चा है, वो बेचारा क्या करेगा आगे की ओर? क्या फायदा है इसी नौकरी का?
ये लोग काफ़ी ज़्यादा गुस्सा हैं सर। आपसे जानना चाहूँगा मैं, लगातार जो है कह रहे हैं कि सोल्यूशन कश्मीर का चाहिए, क्या सोल्यूशन मानते हैं आपके हालात में?
सोल्यूशन जितनी देर वहाँ एग्जीक्यूटिव वहाँ काम नहीं कर रहा है, एग्जीक्यूटिव सुनता नहीं है, एग्जीक्यूटिव की नज़र में ही कश्मीरी पंडित खटकता है। ये इनका एक तरह से तो जो उन्होंने 90 में बोल रहे थे कि हम क्या चाहते हैं, आज़ादी। उनको तो न तो पाकिस्तान के साथ जाना है ना हिंदुस्तान के साथ रहना है, उनको तो कश्मीरी पंडित के बिना कश्मीर चाहिए। वो तो वो ले रहे हैं। अब जो इक्का दुक्का वहाँ चले गए थे नौकरी के लिए, जो कि कांग्रेस ने एक चाल चली थी कि कश्मीरी पैकेज दे के कश्मीरी पंडित को वहाँ कैसे एक एक करके ख़त्म करना है। जो बच के वहाँ से निकले थे 90 में 99 में, उनको कैसे यहाँ से वापस एक एक करके मरवा दें। वही एक पीएम पैकेज था। ये एक सोची समझी चाल थी उस टाइम की स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की कि पीएम पैकेज देके कश्मीरी पंडित को कैसे मरवाना है, कैसे ले जाना है, उनको उनके रहम करम पर रखना है, कैसे उनको एक टारगेट करके सिंपली।
टारगेट किस तरह से कश्मीरी पंडितों को किया जाए सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा। किस तरह से देखते हैं, लगातार ऐसा लग रहा है कि नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस को कश्मीर घाटी से वाइप आउट करने का एक कैंपेन शुरू हो गया है जो ख़त्म ही नहीं हो रहा।
देखिए, सिंपल सी हमें समझना होगा कि डायरेक्ट वहाँ उन्होंने तो डेली पोस्टर्स निकाल रहे हैं कश्मीरी पंडित को ख़त्म करने के लिए। उनने बोला है कि जितना भी आप यहाँ डेवलपमेंट करो, जितना भी आप यहाँ हमारी सेवा करो, हमें आपसे कुछ नहीं चाहिए, आप यहाँ से दफ़ा होइए। वही जो कश्मीर फाइल्स में रिलीव गलीव और चलिव, वही स्टोरी वहाँ चल रही है कि इधर कन्वर्ट, इधर डाई और लीव, वही हो रहा है। इसी वजह से कश्मीरी पंडित को टारगेट किया जा रहा है और बिल्कुल स्पेसिफिक उसको देखा जा रहा है कि कौन हमारा सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, उसको मारा जा रहा है, जो कि बहुत एक दुखद घटना है। और मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि प्लीज़ इसका संज्ञान ले लीजिए और जो भी ऐसा लोग करते हैं, जितने भी लोग हैं, चाहे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के कुछ लोग हैं, जब तक आपने उनको सलाखों के पीछे रखा था तब तक सब ठीक था। आपने जब से उनको छोड़ा है तब से यहाँ फिर से टारगेट किलिंग हो रही है।
टारगेट किलिंग्स लगातार हो रही हैं सर, क्या फ्यूचर देखते हैं? क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से लग रहा है एक अनएंडिंग साइकिल सा चल रहा है, खत्म होने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है।
फ्यूचर ये था, मैं बता रहा हूँ, कश्मीरी पंडितों के नाते कश्मीर में इलेक्शन हुआ। मैं एक उसका गवाह हूँ, काउंसलर हूँ। ये विजय राणा वहाँ पर इस वक्त वहाँ सरपंच है। हमारे वहाँ उनने बाइकाट किया, हम लोग चलेंगे, क्योंकि 90 से पहले भी हम तिरंगा लेके चल रहे थे, आज भी चल रहे थे। और मेरे एम्बेसडर कौन थे पहले, जब मैंने इलेक्शन लड़ा वहाँ पर? क्यों लड़ा? जब मेरे एम्बेसडर ये लोग काम कर रहे थे और इन्हीं एम्बेसडरों को मारा गया। और आप देख लीजिए किलिंग, देख लीजिए कैसे हो रही है किलिंग, टारगेट किलिंग हो रही है। 60 टारगेट किलिंग, कल भी टारगेट किलिंग। 2 बजे भाई से बात कर रहा है। आई वॉज देयर आफ्टर 4 days देयर, मैं 4 दिन से पहले आया हूँ वहाँ पर। चलो, हम पॉलिटिकली हमें टारगेट किया जाता है, मगर ये एम्बेसडर पढ़ा रहे हैं, नालियाँ उनकी बन रही है, काम उनका हो रहा है, हम भी उनका ही काम कर रहे हैं, पढ़ाई उनकी हो रही है, सब कुछ उनका हो रहा है। यही कश्मीर का दावा दे रहे हैं लोग। मैंने ये भी कहा था कश्मीर पार्क में, वहाँ शहरी कश्मीर पार्क में, आप लोग अगर 90 में निकल जाते, आज उन लोगों को निकालना चाहे बाहर, जो कश्मीरियत की बात कर रहे हैं कि देखे क्या किया आप लोगों ने।
लेकिन पॉलिटिकल क्रिमिनल साइलेंस भी हमने देखी कि कुछ
वी शुड कॉल स्पेड अ स्पेड। न ये पैसे का खेल है, ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट। और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस। मेरा छोटा भाई था, क्यों एक हिंदू, क्या उसका कसूर था? क्या उसने आर्मी की यूनिफॉर्म पहनी थी? क्या उसने किसी का बच्चा मारा था? एक सिविलियन अपने ऑफिस में अपना काम कर रहा है, उसको चुन के, अगर 50 वहाँ एम्प्लॉइज थे, खाली एक हिंदू को वहाँ चुन के मारा गया, उसके पीछे क्या रीजन है? दिस इज अगेंस्ट ए हिंदू, दिस इज अ टारगेटेड हिंदू किलिंग, जो कि 1989 से स्टार्ट हुई, उससे पहले भी हुई है, बट आई विल नॉट गो इनटू हिस्ट्री। बट एज रिसेंट एज जो हमने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, 1990 में 5 लाख लोग गए, अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये। दिस इज बेसिस रिलीजन, दिस इज नॉट, आई विल नॉट होल्ड एनीथिंग एल्स अकाउंटेबल और पाकिस्तान, दिस इज प्योरली रिलीजन बेस्ड। वो एक हिंदू है, ये पाकिस्तान को थोड़ी पता था उस ऑफिस में वो हिंदू काम करता है, जब तक उसके साथ वालों ने, उसके पड़ोसियों ने उसकी न्यूज न दी हो कि ये हिंदू यहाँ अकेला काम कर रहा है। उसका कोई किसी से बैर नहीं था, उस पर किसी का बैर नहीं था, उसने किसी का बच्चा नहीं मारना, वो पुलिस में नहीं था, आर्मी में नहीं था, एक सिविलियन था। सिविलियन यूनिफॉर्म रह के हम कर्म हिंदू धर्म कर्म पे विश्वास करते हैं।
लगातार ये देखिए, हम लगातार ये दिखा रहे हैं कि माइनॉरिटीज को लगातार कश्मीर में मारा जा रहा है, हिंदूज कश्मीरी हिंदूज को मारा जा रहा है। लेट्स नॉट मिन्स वर्ड्स, और वो नहीं कर रहे हैं।
लेट्स बी वेरी क्लियर, आई विल नॉट कॉल माइनॉरिटीज, वी आर नॉट बुद्धिस्ट, देयर आर नो any other minorities, there are only Kashmiri Pandits, and they have a problem with They have had the problem and they still have the problem with Kashmiri Hindus. So it's a pure ethnic, religious cleansing of Hindus.
आपको लगता है कि रीजन है कि नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस हैं आप लोग इसलिए आपको वहां से बाहर निकालना चाह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, भारत का झंडा वहां महबूबा मुफ्ती ने बोला था कि यहाँ भारत का झंडा कोई नहीं उठाएगा 370 के बाद। हम माइनॉरिटी जो हिंदूज हैं उन्होंने भारत का झंडा वहां खड़ा रखा है और इस पे वी आर प्राउड ऑफ इट। बट उसी का खामियाजा ये भुगतना पड़ रहा है कि हमारे बच्चे एक एक करके चुन चुन के मारे जा रहे हैं। आज ये हुआ, 2 महीने पहले कुछ और था और दिस विल नॉट बी द लास्ट एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट दीज पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हु हैव कम हियर, विल दे गिव एश्योरेंस दैट दिस इज द लास्ट हिंदू किलिंग इन कश्मीर? विल दे गिव इट इन राइटिंग? लिप सर्विस नहीं चलेगी।
Getting in more news break right now. The Kashmir police has just confirmed that there is a terror attack that happened in Pulwama. A terrorist fired upon a police constable at his residence in Gudru in Pulwama. He has now been shifted to hospital and the area has been cordoned off. The visuals there on your screens from Pulwama where a police constable was shot at. This just a day after the Badgam incident terror act. We will be joined by Zeenat as well. In just a short while, but another terror attack that has happened in Pulwama. We have Zeenat, I'm told. Zeenat, over to you. What more can you tell us?
See, this is a terror attack in the Gadura area of Pulwama of South Kashmir, where a terrorist fired upon one policeman identified as Riaz Ahmed Thakur, who was on leave, and just outside his home he was shot at, although he has been shifted to district hospital Pulwama, where he is being treated. Meanwhile, we are seeing the cordon and search operations being launched by the police in Pulwama along with the army. This is just a day after when Rahul Bhatt was murdered by the terrorists in Chadora of Badgam. His last rites were conducted today, and now we are seeing the terrorists once again showing the presence in South Kashmir's Pulwama, where a policeman has been targeted. Although what I'm picking from the hospital sources is that his condition is stable. He has received a gunshot injury, but he's being treated and his condition is stable. Area has been cordoned off by the forces in Pulwama along with other adjoining districts.
Well, right. Zeenat, if you could give us more information as to at what time did this terror attack really happen?
See, as far as this terror attack is concerned, this happened somewhere around 8:20 in the morning when he was just outside his home and the terrorists fired upon him, resulting into the gunshot injuries. He was evacuated by locals as well as the policemen to the district hospital Pulwama, where he is being treated. He was operated upon, and we are seeing the search being conducted by the forces in Pulwama. Terrorists showing their desperation on ground, whether it is Pulwama or we talk about Badgam, where Rahul Bhatt was targeted yesterday. They're also seeing that most of the places in Badgam as well as Srinagar, the roads are closed because the Kashmiri Pandit protesters are demanding the visit of Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha to them, and they are demanding that that there should be a full rehabilitation of the family of Rahul Bhatt, whether we talk about the government job in Jammu for the wife or the monetary compensation to the family. They're also demanding that the government should help them in their resettlement, and also free education should be provided to the Rahul's daughter, and also the transfer of migrant Kashmiri Pandits who have been working in the valley under Prime Minister's package should be immediately shifted to Jammu. These are the demands coming from the protesters who have been here on road since yesterday when they came to know about the killing of Rahul Bhatt. So we are seeing a lot of developments on ground, although yesterday evening till 11 as we were there, DIVCOM along with the other police force was there, DC was there to give all kind of assurance, but it seems this time the Kashmiri Pandits are not listening to the administration. They simply want to have one-on-one with the SG.
Zina, just stay with us. We have Shravan also joining us from the national capital. Shravan, back-to-back terror attacks in J&K, and what is appalling is that not a word from Mufti or Abdullah's right now.
Well, Samisha, before I just take a view of the details that are emerging at this point in time, yes, as far as your question goes, that to a greater extent, the police are responsible for it. And this is a manifestation of what we have seen over several years put together. The very fact that you have been pandering to the needs of the terrorists, not to forget that multiple visits that were basically made by Mahbooba Mufti in the families of the terrorists, where those images still, strike a chord where you have Mehbooba Mufti hugging family members of the terrorists. That is a different aspect altogether right now. But let me just quickly take a view of some of the latest details that we are also getting of the latest attack that has taken place in Pulwama that Zeenat was also talking about. Just to add a little bit of more information than what Zeenat was pointing out. One, this is yet another message, a coordinated attack. One, you're looking at a message that was sent by attacking Rahul Bhatt, that Kashmiri Pandits are not safe. Second, you have Kashmiris who have been serving Jammu and Kashmir police like Riaz, who's now been targeted. Look at the way he has now been targeted. The latest details that we are picking up is that the terrorists actually reached his residence, called him outside, and then opened fire. This is when Riaz, who's survived with two of his daughters, was at his residence. That only tries to send the terrorists perhaps were only trying to send across a message that that those who are serving the Jammu and Kashmir police have always been under their target and their radar, and that we have seen over the last several years, where you've seen the security forces have been very, very active, breaking the backbone of the terrorist network across the valley as well as in Jammu. The retaliation has essentially come in from on as far as those Kashmiris, ordinary Kashmiris who have been serving the Jammu and Kashmir police in a valiant manner. Let's not forget the kind of sacrifices that have been made to the policemen who have been serving in Jammu and Kashmir, the risks that they take, their family members who have been taking the risk, and this is evident from the fact that when you have terrorists landing up at the door of a policeman, asking him to come out of his house and then opening fire, it is evident of what's really happening and how exactly the terrorist activities in Jammu and Kashmir is essentially playing out.
Well, absolutely. So, Shravan, they're breaking it down for us, all the scenes that are unfolding in J&K. Back-to-back terror attacks, one in Badgam and now another one that has taken place in Pulwama, where a police officer was shot at. Thank you so much, Shravan, for giving us all those details. So the visuals as well, very gut-wrenching scenes that are coming from Badgam and in Jammu, where Rahul Bhatt has been laid to rest. And the visuals on your screens as well of the Kashmiri Pandit who was shot at point blank range yesterday in Badgam, and another incident coming to light from Pulwama, where a police officer was shot at by terrorists at around 8:30 a.m. this morning, but not a word of condemnation by the Mufti or Abdullahs yet. And we are closely tracking all the developments related to that, and the Kashmiri Pandits also demanding justice and saying that the perpetrators should be hanged to death. And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress' 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out the party's leadership issue and roadmap going ahead. Very short break. On the other side, BJP Rajya Sabha MP makes a big allegation, claims he was dragged out of Udaipur as Rahul Gandhi arrived.
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not.
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे.
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए
Was killed inside a government office by Lashkar terrorists. Rahul Bhatt died serving the country, and people like Tharoor and Mehbooba don't even have the guts or honesty to accept what the Hindus of Kashmir have gone through is reality and not fiction. Ask these hypocrites why they won't call the killers of Kashmiri Pandits cowards. Ask them why out of the 6 or 7 people in the office where Rahul Bhatt was working, only one, and that is Rahul Bhatt, a Hindu, a Kashmiri Pandit, was killed. And yet some people ask me, why does Republic talk about Hindu phobia? Because we have the guts to talk about Hindu phobia. And because Hindu phobia manifests itself in many forms every single day, the death of Rahul Bhatt should wake us all up. The real enemies of the nation are those who tell you that there has been no Hindu genocide. They are the real enemies of the nation.
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is cremated in Jammu, Kashmiri Hindus demand one-time solution. After attack on a Kashmiri Pandit, terror attack in Pulwama, Police Constable Riaz Ahmed is shot at. The BJP's Rajya Sabha MP makes a big allegation, claims he was dragged out of Udaipur as Rahul Gandhi arrives. It's a mega crackdown on the D gang network. Brothers-in-law of Chota Shakila arrested by the NIA. And it's Aghadi versus Aghadi in Maharashtra as the NCP's allies with the BJP for 2 district polls. Well, news just coming in. Rajya Sabha MP Kirori Lal Meena has said that he was detained in a late-night action by Gehlot's corps as Rahul Gandhi, of course, is in Udaipur for that Chintan Shivar that is being organized by the Congress party. Now, these, of course, are allegations that are coming in from Kirori Lal Meena, where he says that he was actually detained in late-night action that was taken by the Rajasthan police. We're going to try and get you more details on this in just a bit, but this, of course, is a huge allegation that is coming in from the Rajya Sabha MP. He says that he was dragged out of Udaipur and there was late-night action by the Rajasthan police in which he was held by the police. Let's listen in, I think. Let's listen into some reactions.
दादागिरी तुम्हारी, तो मेरे को जबरदस्ती यहाँ से बाहर करोगे? मोबाइल का हाथ नहीं लगाओगे? तुम दादागिरी करते रहो, मैं उसको रिकॉर्ड भी नहीं दूं। किस कानून के तहत मेरे को उदयपुर से बाहर कर रहा हूं? मैं मेरे कार्यकर्ता के पिता को फिरने के लिए आया हूं। क्या मैं फिर नहीं सकता? क्या बैठक में नहीं जा सकता? क्या मैं घूम नहीं सकता? होटल में नहीं रुक सकता? खाना नहीं खा सकता? जाओ दो, आप दो डिप्टी साहब जाओ।
आदेश
दो मेरे को, लिख दो।
वो है सर, एडीएम साहब खुद ही हैं यहाँ पर।
तो लाके दो, खुद क्या होता है?
आप जरा व्हाट्सएप पे दे रहे, तो अभी दे दो क्या?
मेरे को आदेश दो।
1 सेकंड दे दो, मैं
ऐसा थोड़ा दादागिरी मनमानी चल जाएगी यहाँ।
Go across to Amardeep, who's reporting on this from Udaipur. Amardeep, give us more details into what actually happened. Now, Mr. Meena, of course, claims that he was dragged out of where he was staying and he was detained by the police.
देखिए नूपुर, सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि गहलोत सरकार और कांग्रेस जो थी यहाँ पे चिंतन शिविर करा रही। नव चिंतन शिविर में बड़े नेता आने थे, लेकिन राज्यसभा सांसद, बीजेपी से राज्यसभा सांसद किरोड़ी लाल मीणा से इतनी चिंता हो गई कि यहाँ पर राज्यसभा सांसद जो थे वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करना चाहते थे, अपने कार्यकर्ता के यहाँ पर बैठक करने के लिए जाना चाहते थे। उनको होटल से डिटेन किया गया, और ना सिर्फ होटल से डिटेन किया गया बल्कि भारी पुलिस जाब्ते के साथ में उनको पहले अजमेर और अजमेर से जयपुर ले जाया गया। और जिस तरीके से उन्हें ले जाया गया वो सवालों के घेरे में। क्या चिंता कांग्रेस की इतनी बढ़ गई थी कि बीजेपी से राज्यसभा सांसद किरोड़ी लाल मीणा से इतनी ज्यादा डरी हुई कांग्रेस थी कि उनको जिस तरीके से होटल में, पहले होटल को चारों तरफ घेरा गया और होटल के बाद उनको जिस तरीके से डिटेन करके करीब 10 से 12 गाड़ियां जो थी पुलिस की और उसमें तमाम बड़े अधिकारी मौजूद थे, उनको सीधा का सीधा अपने हिरासत में लेकर के डिटेन करके अजमेर ले जाया जाता है। अजमेर जब किरोड़ी लाल मीणा गाड़ी से उतर जाते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि अब मैं इससे आगे नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं पुलिस के साथ में नहीं जाऊंगा, या तो पुलिस मुझे गिरफ्तार करे या पुलिस मुझे यह बताए कि मुझे किस कानून के तहत किस तरीके से लेकर के जाया जा रहा है। पुलिस जब कुछ नहीं बताती है तो किरोड़ी लाल मीणा जो है वो पैदल मार्च करना शुरू कर देते हैं। और तस्वीरों में जब आप देखेंगे तो समझ में आएगा कि किस तरीके से किरोड़ी लाल मीणा आगे आगे और पुलिस पीछे पीछे है। देर रात उन्हें उनके जयपुर आवास पर छोड़ा गया है। जिस तरीके से छोड़ा गया है ये सवालों के घेरे में है, और कहीं ना कहीं इसी को लेकर के अब बीजेपी ने कांग्रेस पर निशाना साधना शुरू कर दिया है।
All right, Amardeep, do stay with us. In fact, Republic TV has managed to access those videos which clearly show that the police is taking him away. Let's watch those.
दादागिरी तुम्हारी, तो मेरे को जबरदस्ती यहाँ से बाहर करोगे? मोबाइल का हाथ नहीं लगाओगे? तुम दादागिरी करते रहो, मैं उसको रिकॉर्ड भी नहीं दूं। किस कानून के तहत मेरे को उदयपुर से बाहर कर रहा हूं? मैं मेरे कार्यकर्ता के पिता को फिरने के लिए आया हूं। क्या मैं फिर नहीं सकता? क्या बैठक में नहीं जा सकता? क्या मैं घूम
मिल जाए? आपको पता है उसके ऊपर PSA लगा दिया जाता है, उसको अंदर किया जाता है, वहाँ पे घर घर में तलाशी ली जाए। मेरी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से यही डिमांड है, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, हर मोहल्ले में वहाँ पे चेकिंग की जाए और दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। किस घर में मिल्टन छुपा हुआ है और कौन कौन लोग उसके साथ में काम करने वाले, उनको अंदर किया जाए।
लगातार ये लोग देखिए विरोध प्रदर्शन यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं। इनका कहना है कि जो जस्टिस है वो इन्हें मिलना चाहिए। लोग लगातार कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ खड़े हैं, जम्मू के लोग भी इकट्ठे हुए हैं और लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन और नारेबाजी ये लोग कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर रोड को जाम किया गया है विरोध प्रदर्शन अपना दर्शाने के लिए, क्योंकि लगातार कश्मीरी पंडितों को जो है घाटी में निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। और जिस तरह से लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि कोशिश की जा रही है कि एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम जो है वो बनाया जाए ताकि कश्मीरी पंडित जो हैं वो डर कर कश्मीर घाटी से बाहर आएं, डरे वहाँ से, और ये जो नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस हैं वो डर के बाद यहाँ से बाहर निकलें। ये इन लोगों का लगातार जो है वो कहना है और विरोध प्रदर्शन लगातार जारी है। राहुल भट्ट जिन्हें कि कल शाम बडगाम के चडूरा में आतंकियों की तरफ से मौत के घाट उतारा गया, अब उनके जो आखिरी जो पल थे उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि देने के बाद उनके जो परिजन हैं वो लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन। सर, लगातार पाकिस्तान ये कोशिश कर रहा है कि कश्मीरी पंडितों की जो है हत्या की जाए कश्मीर घाटी में। आप किस तरह देखते हैं कश्मीरी पंडित होने के नाम?
कश्मीरी पंडितों को पहले से भी हत्या कर रहे हैं, अभी भी हत्या कर रहे हैं। मैं तो ये मान रहा हूँ कि ये गवर्नमेंट का बिल्कुल फेलियर है। आप ये सोचो कि एक गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस में CCTV कैमरास नहीं लगे हुए हैं, ऐसे कैसे पॉसिबल हो सकता? और हथियारबंद बंदे अंदर जाते हैं और एक हिंदू को चुन के उसको टारगेट गोली मार देते हैं और फिर आसानी से वो वापस भी आ जाते हैं। वहाँ पे लोग वहाँ बिल्कुल 101% लोग मिले हैं उग्रवादियों से और वहाँ उग्रवादी है पक्का। गवर्नमेंट को चाहिए कि सख्त के सख्त कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए उनके ऊपर।
सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई जो है वो होनी चाहिए। कुछ और कश्मीरी पंडित हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। आपके साथ कश्मीर में रहते थे, मुझे ये बताइए क्या कारण है कि कश्मीरी पंडित ही निशाना बना?
देखो जी, मैं आपको कहूँगा कि जो 90 में कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक मौत एक्सोडस हुआ है, उस समय जो सिस्टमेटिक वे ऑफ किलिंग एक माइंडसेट ने की थी, वो सिस्टमेटिक किलिंग का माइंडसेट जो आज भी इंटैक्ट है वो कंटिन्यू है। उसमें कभी डिफरेंट मोड्स और फेजेस देखने को मिली हैं, कभी इंटेंसिटी कम और कभी ज़्यादा, लेकिन माइंडसेट में जो वो चेंज नहीं है। मैंने पर्सनली टाइम टू टाइम सक्सेसिव गवर्नमेंट से 2010 से लेकर आज तक, चाहे वो सेंटर में थी, स्टेट में थी, मैंने पर्सनली रीच आउट किया और उसके साथ साथ डिफरेंट सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म से हमने गवर्नमेंट को ये चिंता जताई है कि हमें ये अप्रीहेंशंस है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली वेदर दे हैव टेकन क्यू आर नॉट, आई डोंट नो, लेकिन और ये सिचुएशन आज नहीं आनी थी। जो राहुल भट्ट जी थे, जिनका कल फिर से एक बार कश्मीरी पंडित ने कश्मीर की धरती पर बलिदान दिया था, वो मेरे साथ पैकेज में 2010 से लगे थे। वो वहाँ भी मेरे उसी कॉलोनी से बिलोंग करते थे जिस कॉलोनी से मैं बिलोंग करता था, और जम्मू में भी वो मेरे नेबरहुड में रहे हैं। मेरा सरकार से सिर्फ एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है इस वक्त कि आपने हमारी जो नीड जो है उसको 2010 में एक्सप्लॉइट किया है। हमें लगता है उसे ज़्यादा एक्सप्लॉइट करने की अब जरूरत नहीं है। इमीडिएटली ये जो पैकेज एम्प्लॉयज़ वहाँ हैं वो डिप्रेशन में है, फेयर सर्कस की वे में है, इसको इमीडिएटली जम्मू अभी लाना चाहिए एम्प्लॉयज़ को। उसके बाद टेकन कम्युनिटी ऑन बोर्ड, टेकन यूथ ऑन बोर्ड, हमारे साथ बात करके, क्योंकि मैं ग्राउंड पर काम करता हूँ, हमारे साथ बात करके फिर हम चाहेंगे कि हम वहाँ जाएँ या नहीं जाएँ।
आम लोग जो हैं जो कश्मीर में हैं उनसे बात करके जो
वी आर वेटिंग फॉर ऑनरेबल एलजी टू कम टू अस एंड सी व्हाट वी आर आस्किंग, व्हाट वी आर feeling, what our blood says, but there is no response from the administration. LG does not come to us. LG will participate in some function which are nominal, but when the blood of Kashmiri Pandit is poured, when blood is passed through his chest, we are waiting for him, but he will not come, and we will only talk to LG. We'll talk to only him because we know he is the authority. He means others don't mean anything to us. We will wait till 11 a.m. today. We'll wait till 11 a.m. if he does not turn up, because it has been planned and it has been communicated to the administration right from 6 p.m. yesterday that if there is anybody we want to talk to, if we want to share our woes with, that is LG, Honorable LG. He should come by 11 a.m. Otherwise, we along with the children, women, old, we will march towards Airport Road. We will go to Airport Road because enough is enough. It is very high time. It is high time. Our blood is not so cheap. Our blood is not so cheap that they will come and just inform, stay in your camps for 10 days, remain confined in camps for 10 days, and then you move out again, and then the people will again come, and they will come with the pistols and kill us. Because administration too is failed. It is failed. It has failed. It can't restore our security. It can't restore security because they too are not knowing whoever is coming. Every other person who walks on the road, we feel very uncomfortable. We feel unsecure. So LG has to intervene now. Kashmiri Pandit's blood is not cheap now. We have come on roads. We have raised our voice, and we will not tolerate any anymore. We can't see our children orphan time and time again. We lost many times. We lost through generations. We will not lose now. That is Kashmiri Pandit's word now. Yes. If this is a rehabilitation, we don't accept this. No, not for the sake of, at the cost of life. At any cost, we can't accept this. If this is the rehabilitation for Kashmiri Pandits, we can't accept this anymore. It is total failure of the administration and total failure of the PM package. Thank you.
Hello.
All right, so those were pictures, of course, of the anger that is being witnessed over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Kashmiri Pandits over there extremely upset about the situation, saying that the administration needs to ensure their safety. Now, this, of course, comes just after the cremation of Rahul Bhatt.
रिहेबिलिटेट हो जाओ, क्यों, किस लिए, क्या सिक्योरिटी है हमारी यहाँ? हमारी कुछ नहीं है। हमारी यही दरखास्त है सबसे कि हमको यहाँ पे मास रेजिग्नेशन एक्सेप्ट कर दिया जाए। हम यहाँ जॉब नहीं करना चाहते हैं, हमें वापस जम्मू भेज दिया जाए। हमारी यही
एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से कोई ताउन मिला अभी आपको?
अभी तक कुछ नहीं है। ड्यूकॉन साहब आए थे, डीसी साहब आए थे, मगर उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बोला। उन्होंने सिर्फ इंटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट ट्रांसफर की बात की। हमें नहीं चाहिए, अब हमें जॉब ही नहीं चाहिए। इंटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट ट्रांसफर की बात नहीं चाहिए, जॉब क्या चाहिए? कोई नहीं आ रहे, कल रात से इधर है, कल रात से इधर है, 4 बजे की 5 बजे हम इधर असेंबल हुए, हमें कोई मिलने नहीं आया। प्रजा इतनी दुखी है आज, कैसे हो सकता है?
राहुल के
कैसे हो सकता है?
ये मातम जारी रहेगा। राहुल के इंसाफ तक, राहुल के इंसाफ तक, राहुल के खून के बदले तक, राहुल के खून के बदले तक ये मातम जारी रहेगा। यार मैं सारे जो हमारे भाई हैं वो प्लीज यहाँ पे आइए यार, गली में क्यों खड़े हैं? हेलो प्लीज यहाँ पे आइए यार, तुम सबको लग रही है। यहाँ पे आइए जितने भी भाई हमारे।
यार ये जो फ्रंट पेज है ये मत कीजिए यार,
लाइव चला सो
All right, so that is a sort of protest that is taking place in Budgam. People over there who were close to Rahul Bhatt holding a protest demanding justice, also going on to say that the government and the administration in place needs to do more to make sure that incidents like this one are not repeated. That, of course, also on your screens right now, those disturbing visuals that are coming from his home with his mother and his wife inconsolable after this gruesome killing that took place in Budgam. Now, Rahul Bhatt, of course, was killed inside a government office in Budgam. He was someone who worked for the Prime Minister's rehabilitation package for Pandits in the valley. There is also demand being made that there needs to be justice given to his family. There are also demands that are coming in of livelihood coming in for his wife, that she be given a government job. So just to tell our viewers about what really happened, terrorists killed Rahul Bhatt in the Budgam district of Jammu and Kashmir yesterday in what appeared to be yet another instance of targeted killing. Rahul Bhatt, of course, a Kashmiri Pandit, was fired upon at the Tehsildar's office in the Chadura village. He was critically injured and was shifted to a local hospital. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries. Now, of course, what you see on your screens are visuals of the protest that is taking place in Budgam. Let's also listen in to those demands that are being made by several of those people who are at that protest site.
We should call spade a spade. न ये पैसे का खेल है, ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूँगा, I will not mince my words when I say this. मेरा छोटा भाई था, क्यों एक हिंदू, क्या उसका कसूर था? क्या उसने आर्मी की यूनिफॉर्म पहनी थी? क्या उसने किसी का बच्चा मारा था? एक सिविलियन अपने ऑफिस में अपना काम कर रहा है, उसको चुन के, अगर 50 वहाँ एम्प्लॉइज थे, खाली एक हिंदू को वहाँ चुन के मारा गया, उसके पीछे क्या रीजन है? दिस इज अगेंस्ट ए हिंदू, दिस इज अ टारगेटेड हिंदू किलिंग, जो कि 1989 से स्टार्ट हुई, उससे पहले भी हुई है, बट आई विल नॉट गो इनटू हिस्ट्री, बट एज रिसेंट एज जो हमने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, 1990 में 5 लाख लोग गए, अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये। दिस इज बेसिस रिलीजन, दिस इज नॉट, आई विल नॉट होल्ड एनीथिंग एल्स अकाउंटेबल और पाकिस्तान, दिस इज प्योरली रिलीजन बेस्ड। वो एक हिंदू है, ये पाकिस्तान को थोड़ी पता था उस ऑफिस में वो हिंदू काम करता है, जब तक उसके साथ वालों ने, उसके पड़ोसियों ने उसकी न्यूज ना दी हो कि ये हिंदू यहाँ अकेला काम कर रहा है। उसका कोई किसी से बैर नहीं था, उस पर किसी का बैर नहीं था, उसने किसी का बच्चा नहीं मारना, वो पुलिस में नहीं था, आर्मी में नहीं था, एक सिविलियन था। सिविलियन यूनिफॉर्म रह के हम कर्म हिंदू धर्म कर्म पे विश्वास करते हैं।
लगातार ये देखिए, हम लगातार ये दिखा रहे हैं कि माइनॉरिटीज को लगातार कश्मीर में मारा जा रहा है, हिंदूज कश्मीरी हिंदूज को मारा जा रहा है। लेट्स नॉट मिन्स वर्ड्स, और वो नहीं कर रहे हैं।
लेट्स बी वेरी क्लियर, आई विल नॉट कॉल माइनॉरिटीज, वी आर नॉट बुद्धिस्ट, देयर आर नो any other minorities, there are only Kashmiri Pandits, and they have a problem with, they have had the problem and they still have the problem with Kashmiri Hindus. So it's a pure ethnic religious cleansing of Hindus.
आपको लगता है कि रीजन है कि नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस हैं आप लोग, इसलिए आपको वहां से बाहर निकालना चाह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, भारत का झंडा वहां, महबूबा मुफ्ती ने बोला था कि यहाँ भारत का झंडा कोई नहीं उठाएगा 370 के बाद। हम माइनॉरिटी जो हिंदूज हैं, उन्होंने भारत का झंडा वहां खड़ा रखा है, और इस पे वी आर प्राउड ऑफ इट, बट उसी का खामियाजा ये भुगतना पड़ रहा है कि हमारे बच्चे एक एक करके चुन के मारे जा रहे हैं। आज ये हुआ, 2 महीने पहले कुछ और था, और दिस विल नॉट बी द लास्ट, एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट दीज पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हु हैव कम हियर, विल दे गिव एश्योरेंस दैट दिस इज द लास्ट हिंदू किलिंग इन कश्मीर? विल दे गिव इट इन राइटिंग? लिप सर्विस नहीं चलेगी।
हमें यहाँ तो वापस भेजो, हमें इंसाफ चाहिए, मास प्रमोशन दे दो, हमें शेरवानी क्या खाएंगे? He had assured he had been this has happened once, it will not happen again. Be sure but again this has happened. High time, because nothing can be.
Pundits over there. Now these are pictures that we are getting to you from Budgam, as well as protests also taking place in Jammu. Now Kashmiri pundits, of course, are demanding justice, also going on to say that they must be taken care of by the administration. We have also seen demands coming in terms of the fact that they should be provided more security. Those Kashmiri Pandits who are still living in Jammu and as well as Budgam and parts of Kashmir should be provided more security to ensure that something like this does not happen. There is considerable anger amongst these Kashmiri Pandits who believe that this is another attempt at ethnic cleansing that is taking place in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, just to tell our viewers, we've had a large number of attacks that have been targeted at Kashmiri Pandits as well as at migrant workers who have come in to Jammu and Kashmir to work. Now, these targeted killings essentially started in October, the victims being mostly migrants from outside Jammu and Kashmir who came there in search of jobs, and indigenous Kashmiri Pandits. In October, about 7 civilians were killed in a span of just 5 days. Among them, of course, was a Kashmiri Pandit, a Sikh and 2 non-local Hindus. But this particular killing of Rahul Bhatt has again ignited anger because of the manner in which it was carried out. Now, 2 terrorists barged into a government office, where Rahul Bhatt was working. They picked him up and they fired indiscriminately at him. He was then taken to hospital. However, he succumbed to his injury. And that is why there is so much anger amongst these people, because they feel that of the 50 people who were working over there, he was picked out. He was, essentially somebody had done enough recce earlier to know that what his religion was. And that is why we are seeing this kind of anger that is mounting in Budgam and parts of Jammu, where there are protests that are taking place. Now, let's also listen.
राहुल जी, गोली फिर नहीं चलेगी, हम नहीं सहेंगे गोलियां। Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt! Administration! 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 Rahul Bhatt! 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 प्रार्थना करा सारनी मेहरबानी कूता तीज करो अगर सान जबान या सोन दर्द या सोन शौक सह हे मीडिया वात चाहे कूता तो वात हे सह वात बस करान रिक्वेस्ट विनती मीडिया मेहरबानी करू कॉपरेट कहन मीडिया वो वॉइस सोन और आमुत आमुत मीडिया पे प्लीज डू नॉट प्लीज respect them all and give them due consideration. Please, I request you all. Do not ill-treat any media person. Please, I request you all. We highly thank them and we are obliged to come to
Well, pictures on your screens are coming to you from an island near Maneri Dam. Some labourers who were stranded on this island in Uttarakhand were rescued by a team of the State Disaster Response Force late last night. Now, the SDRF team received information about some of these people being stranded on the island on Thursday night. Soon, a team was deployed to rescue them. After reaching the spot, of course, SDRF officials came to know that those trapped on the islands were daily wagers who lived near the Maneri Dam. So those pictures are coming to you of that dramatic rescue that took place late last night. Now, the Maneri Dam is situated on the Bhagirathi River, which is about 8.5 kilometers east of Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, we'll go back to Jammu and also get you the latest from Budgam, where there is considerable anger amongst the Kashmiri Pandit population.
अगर हम लोग कश्मीर छोड़ते हैं तो हमें जॉब छोड़ना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो बॉन्ड तभी वैलिड है ना जब आप लोग हमें सिक्योरिटी दे रहे हो। हमें जब सिक्योरिटी नहीं मिलता ना तो आपकी बात क्या
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hostel here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके, इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now accept the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be
Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is cremated after he is shot dead by Lashkar terrorists.
We want justice! 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 Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt! Rahul Bhatt!
Massive protests over the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt. India asks how many more targeted killings. As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is cremated in Jammu, Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution. After attack on a Kashmiri Pandit in Pulwama, Police Constable Riaz Ahmed is shot at. A BJP Rajya Sabha MP makes a huge allegation, claims that he was dragged out of Udaipur as Rahul Gandhi arrives there. It is a mega crackdown on D-Gang's network. The brothers-in-law of Chota Shakila arrested by the NIA. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV, and we have since this morning been covering the protests that have broken out spontaneously at various locations in Jammu as well as Pulwama after the killing of Rahul Bhatt. So pictures on your screen right now, in fact, are coming to you again from there. These are Kashmiri Pandits who are extremely angry as well as upset over this targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now, Rahul Bhatt is someone who worked at a government office. He was working for the Prime Minister's program for the benefit of Kashmiri Pandits in the valley, and he was targeted and killed inside the government office. Gursimran is with the protesters right now. Gursimran, there have been protests that have been carrying out since the morning after his cremation, but give us a sense of what their demands largely are.
Yes, the Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here outside the Janipur police station, and you can see the visuals that the Kashmiri Pandit community is agitated over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. We'll try to speak to them. Sir, लगातार हमने देखा कि कश्मीरी पंडित को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, कल राहुल भट्ट को निशाना बनाया गया, आप लोग अब विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, किस तरह का सोल्यूशन आप चाहते हैं?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं इस चीज को कंडेम करता हूं, जिस तरह हमारे भाई राहुल भट्ट जी की जिस तरह किलिंग की गई कल कश्मीर में। और एक बात मैं आपके माध्यम से और बोलना चाहता हूं कि जिस तरह से सिलेक्टिव किलिंग की जा रही है कश्मीर काफी देरों से हम देख रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का जो फेलियर है। और सबसे बात हम एक बात और बोलेगा आपके माध्यम से, जिस तरह से हमारे भाई बहन अभी भी कश्मीर में जॉब करते हैं, हमारी बच्ची वहां पे जॉब करती हैं, उनकी सिक्योरिटी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा? इसलिए आपके माध्यम से हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से कहना चाहते हैं, एक तो जो हमारे भाई बहन वहां पे जो जॉब कर रहे हैं, उनको वहां पे विद सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पे वापस लाया जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से सिलेक्टिव किलिंग हो रही है, मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरह से 90 वाले हालात शुरू हो गए फिर से।
सर, 90 वाले हालात शुरू हो गए हैं, ऐसा कहना है इनका। किस तरह देखते हैं जो एक अनएंडिंग साइकिल शुरू हुआ है?
अरे बनाए गए हैं, 32 साल से दर्द झेल रहे हैं, जख्म पे जख्म आ रहे हैं, कोई पूछता नहीं है, सड़क पर हम यहाँ है। आशाएं गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटिकल जो सिस्टम है यहाँ का, वो गंदा सिस्टम है, उनकी वजह से सब कुछ होता है, उनकी गलत बयान से। जो आज तक ऐशो आराम और अय्याशी की जिंदगी गुजारते हैं, वो सीएम हो, चाहे वो सीएम रहा हो, एमपी रहा हो, एमएलए रहा हो।
लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे तो कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के जो लोग हैं वो काफी ज्यादा गुस्से में हैं, आक्रोश में। सर, आप लोग हैं, क्या मांग?
32 साल से आक्रोश में है, क्या कहें भारत सरकार के। हम इस JNK के सपूत है, ये देश हमारा है, ये हमारी मातृभूमि है। हमने 32 साल हो गए वेट करते हुए, और ये PM पैकेज, ये उनको वहां पे रिहेबिलिट करने के लिए गए या मारने के लिए? 32 साल का लड़का है राहुल भट्ट, 4 साल की बेटी है, कौन से बाप की है? SDM है वहां पे, न्यायालय है वहां पे, उसके ऑफिस के प्रीमिसेस में कैसे गान बहना गए? कल भी मेरे को बताओ, रोड पे तो नहीं है।
अगर आप ही गए तो बाहर कैसे निकले? हमको इस बात का जवाब बताओ। अगर हमारे जो बंदे वहाँ पे स्वीकार नहीं है तो हम क्या करने जाएंगे वहाँ पे? हम पढ़े लिखे बंदे वहाँ क्या करेंगे? अगर हमारे भाइयों को मारेंगे वो हैं, हम क्या करेंगे? हमारी फैमिली के बंदे वहाँ पे, हम किसको पूछेंगे वहाँ पे जाके? कोई जवाब देने का है कोई? बताओ हमको। एक सरकारी दफ्तर के अंदर सिक्योरिटी के होने के बावजूद भी हमारे भाई को गोली मारते हैं और हमारे भाई को मार के बाहर निकलते, कैसे निकले? इस बात का जवाब बताओ, वो बाहर निकले कैसे?
जवाब जो है वो ये लोग चाहते हैं। लोग काफी ज्यादा गुस्से में हैं, यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं, और लगातार पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन आप देख रहे हैं। पाकिस्तानी झंडा जो है उसको भी ये लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, पाकिस्तानी झंडे को यहाँ पर जलाया जा रहा है। रोष ये लोग यहाँ पर प्रकट कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तानी झंडे को जलाकर, क्योंकि लगातार पाकिस्तान और उसके समर्थक आतंकवादी जो हैं वो यहाँ पर जम्मू कश्मीर में हालात जो हैं वो खराब करना चाहते हैं। और कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय देखिए आप कितना जो नाराज है वो है, कितना आक्रोश इस कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय में है, गुस्सा है पाकिस्तान को लेकर, क्योंकि लगातार पाकिस्तान और उसके समर्थक आतंकी जो हैं वो कश्मीर में आम लोगों की हत्या कर रहे हैं। कश्मीरी पंडित को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि वो लोग जो है पाकिस्तान के विरोध की बात करते हैं, भारत के हित की बात जो है वो ये लोग करते हैं, और यही चीज़ कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान और उसके आतंकियों को खलती है। लेकिन आज जम्मू कश्मीर में लोग जो हैं वो सड़कों पर हैं, लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो किया जा रहा है। कोशिश ये है कि एक संदेश पाकिस्तान तक भी पहुंचाया जाए कि कश्मीर के लोग जो हैं वो अब नहीं सहेंगे पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लगातार जो आतंकवाद हो। और कहीं ना कहीं सवाल सुरक्षा एजेंसियों पर भी उठ रहा है कि कहाँ कोताही जो है वो बरती गई कल, क्योंकि SDM जो तहसीलदार दफ्तर है वहाँ पर आकर अगर आतंकी जो है उन्हें मारते हैं, आतंकी इतने बेखौफ हैं, तो आखिरकार सुरक्षा में कहाँ चूक हुई, वो भी एक बड़ा सवाल जो है। लेकिन इस वक्त आप बिल्कुल साफ देखिए, पाकिस्तान जो है पाकिस्तानी झंडे को यहाँ पर इन लोगों की तरफ से जलाया जा रहा है। विरोध प्रदर्शन लगातार इन लोगों की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। पाकिस्तान के झंडे को जलाकर विरोध प्रदर्शन आप कर रहे हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
जय पाकिस्तान का झंडा हमने इसलिए जय कि जितना भी आतंकवाद है जय पाकिस्तान के द्वारा फैलाया हुआ है, और जय हमारे कश्मीर कश्मीरी मिनॉरिटी जितने भी हिंदू लोग हैं इनको वहाँ पर टारगेट किया जा रहा है। और एक एक करके आज कश्मीरी पंडित लड़का हमारा राहुल भट्ट था, कल कोई और होगा। हम चाहते हैं ये चीज़ बंद होनी चाहिए, ये चीज़ बिल्कुल ख़त्म होनी चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। ये एक एक करके हमारे हिंदू कश्मीरी भाइयों को मार रहे हैं। हम ये इसको कंडेम करते हैं और हम पाकिस्तान को मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि आप बाज आ जाओ, नहीं तो ऐसा ना हो आपके भी टुकड़े टुकड़े हो जाएंगे। ये दिन दूर नहीं है, आप हमारे घर में आग लगाओगे, आपके घर में 10 गुना ज़्यादा तेजी से आग लगेगी।
तो ये जो है कश्मीरी पंडितों का कहना है कि लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि हालात जो हैं वो जम्मू कश्मीर में ख़राब किए जाएं। लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन जम्मू में जो है वो किया जा रहा है कश्मीरी पंडितों की तरफ से। लोकल जो जम्मू के लोग हैं उनकी तरफ से भी लगातार यहाँ विरोध प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है।
All right, so as you can see, of course, these protests are taking place in Jammu. There are demands that are being made. Now, Gursimran, if I could come back to you, there is obviously considerable anger, but what in terms of concrete measures or, if you were to put it, flat out in terms of what are the immediate demands that these protesters are making?
देखिए, ये लगातार एक ही मांग कर रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान को सबक सिखाया जाए और कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए एक ऐसा माहौल बनाया जाए ताकि वो कश्मीर में दोबारा जा सके और ये वापसी जो है वो सकुशल हो और पूरी सुरक्षित हो। पाकिस्तान को लेकर ये लोग काफ़ी ज़्यादा गुस्सा हैं क्योंकि पाकिस्तान और उसके समर्थक आतंकी हैं जो लगातार जम्मू कश्मीर में जो आतंकवाद है उसको बढ़ाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अब देखिए, ये जम्मू के लोग हैं, कश्मीरी पंडित भी इनके साथ हैं, सभी मिलजुल कर एक संदेश भी देना चाहते हैं कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरा देश जो है वो पूरी एकता अखंडता से यहाँ पर खड़ा है। और लगातार ये लोग मांग भी कर रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान को जो है पुरजोर तौर पर सबक सिखाया जाए। लगातार पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ आप विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्या चाहते हैं?
सर, ये वहीं से भेजे हुए हैं आतंकवादी सारे, उनके खिलाफ भी विरोध प्रदर्शन करेगा। कब से कर रहे हैं ये लोग? 1990 के ये 86 से शुरू हुआ किया ना काम, आज 35 साल से ऊपर हुआ। ये हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर के ऊपर ये इनका हर दिन का नया नया षड्यंत्र रचा जाता है। कभी हिंदू को मारा जाता है, कश्मीरी हिंदू को मारा जाता है, कभी जम्मू के डोगरा को मारा जाता है, कभी बिहार से काम करने वाले मजदूर को मारा जाता है। हर बार एक हिंदू ही क्यों पिसता है? क्या वहाँ पे मुस्लिम नहीं है? मुस्लिम क्यों नहीं मरता है? जब मुस्लिम मरता है वो मिल्टन मरता है, तब वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट, वहाँ के नेता फारूक अब्दुल्ला, उमर अब्दुल्ला, महबूबा मुफ्ती कहती है भटके हुए लोग हैं। ये भटके हुए लोग वही भटके हुए लोग हैं जिन्होंने संसद के ऊपर हमला किया, जिन्होंने मुंबई के ऊपर हमला किया।
लोग जो हैं वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा गुस्से में हैं। सर, आप क्या कहना?
आप देखिए सर, ये जो अब साफ जाहिर हो रहा है पिछले कई सालों से कि ये जो टेररिज्म आ रहा है ये पाकिस्तान बैक्ड स्पॉन्सर टेररिज्म है। अब हिंदुस्तान को ये जान लेना चाहिए कि जो इसकी अगर रीढ़ की हड्डी तोड़नी है तो उसको पाकिस्तान से बाहर करना चाहिए ताकि एक ही बार में ये पाकिस्तान का जो वहाँ से ये टेररिज्म शुरू हो रहा है, वहाँ से जो टेररिस्ट भेजते हैं और वो चुनकर अगर किसी पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी, हिंदू कम्युनिटी को मार देते हैं, इनको ये बंद करना चाहिए था। हम ये अपील करते हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से, हमें आज के डेट में ये जानने का अपील उनसे ये आश्वासन चाहते हैं कि वो पाकिस्तान को एक बार नाबूद करे, ताकि उनको एक ही बार अटैक करे ताकि कश्मीर में जो अंदर वाले हालात है वो ठीक हो जाए। और तब तक उनकी लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो भी लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उनके साथ काम कर रही है। ये कल का हादसा आपने देखा होगा कि एक कश्मीरी पंडित अंदर ऑफिस में जाके उसको मार गिराया है। इससे साफ दर्शाया जाएगा कि उनकी लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बिल्कुल उनके साथ
पाकिस्तान पर वार करना चाहिए। ये जो है कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के लोगों का कहना है कि यही एकलौता सॉल्यूशन है जो अब लग रहा है कि अगर शांति जो है वो स्थापित करनी है उसके लिए कश्मीर घाटी में। जी।
All right, Gursimran, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest from these protest sites. So, people extremely upset. You can see on your screens visuals of Pakistani flags being burnt. Also, what we understand is, of course, that these protesters are demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt, I beg your pardon. Now, if I could come back to you, Gursimran, what are the local administrations saying now? What is the police saying in terms of investigations? Have they been able to pinpoint as to who was behind this killing? We do know that broadly it is expected to be terrorists belonging to the Jaish.
Yes, possibly two terrorists who have been identified as Aqib and Latif are possibly behind this gruesome act that has taken place. The people here, they have blocked the roads. We'll try to speak to them. आप मुझे बताइए, लगातार जो है कश्मीर घाटी में किलिंग्स हो रही हैं, माइनॉरिटीज़ को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, किस तरह देखते हैं? वो कह रहे हैं कि सुरक्षित हालात ही नहीं है, ऐसा लग रहा है।
सबसे बुरे टाइम ये हम देख रहे हैं, ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। पहले हम देखते थे आर्मी सीआरपीएफ वालों पे अटैक होते थे, जो बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, लेकिन पिछले 2 सालों से इनोसेंट किलिंग हो रही है, सिलेक्टिव किलिंग हो रही है, उन सिविलियंस को मारा जा रहा है, जिससे कुछ जिनका कोई जो आराम और शांतिपूर्वक रह रहे थे, चाहे बिंद्रू साहब की बात करें, चाहे हमारा टीचर जो मरा उनकी बात करें, और चाहे हमारा भाई जो कल मरा उनकी बात करें। क्या कर रहे थे वो? कल तो वो दफ्तर में जाके, सरकारी दफ्तर में जाके उसका नाम पूछ के उसके ऊपर गोलियां चलाई हैं। तो सरकार क्या कर रही है? सरकार सो रही है। यही समय है कि जब सरकार को जिम्मेदारी लेनी पड़ेगी। कौन करेगा? पाकिस्तान के पास जाएंगे कि अब जाओ और बोलो कि हमें ऐसा करो? ये हिंदुस्तानी सरकार की, ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, जो भारत के लोग हैं उनको प्रोटेक्ट करे, उनकी जिम्मेदारी ले। ऐसा नहीं चलेगा।
तो लगातार जो है लोग कह रहे हैं कि सरकार की जिम्मेवारी है। कश्मीरी पंडित आप देखिए, यहाँ पर सड़क जाम करके लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो किया जा रहा है, ताकि एक संदेश जो है वो दिया जा सके कि कश्मीरी पंडित जो हैं वो डरेंगे नहीं। और लगातार महबूबा मुफ्ती, उमर अब्दुल्ला, फारूक अब्दुल्ला के खिलाफ भी ये लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, ताकि जिस तरह से राजनेता जो हैं, राजनेताओं के खिलाफ भी विरोध प्रदर्शन ये लोग यहाँ पर जम्मू में कर रहे हैं, और ये चाहते हैं कि इंसाफ मिले और ऐसे हालात बनाए जाएं ताकि कश्मीरी पंडित शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सुरक्षा के बीच वहाँ पे रह सकें।
क्यों मारोगे उसको? गवर्नमेंट कश्मीरी पंडित आज ना किसी झंडे के नीचे आया है, ना कभी आएगा। ये ना मैं बीजेपी, अगर कोई भी यहाँ पे बीजेपी की बात करेगा, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात करेगा, हम उसको तोड़ देंगे। इधर ही कोई पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करेगा।
चल नीचे
जो आपके साथ खड़ी है, हम पागल जो आपके साथ खड़ी है। कौन सी बात होगी? कश्मीरी का आएंगे सिर्फ, कश्मीरी हमारे भाई नहीं है क्या? वो जो मरे हमारे भाई नहीं है, सब भाई यहाँ पे डोगरे पागल है। आवाज दो,
सो द पीपल, जो लोग यहाँ पर हैं ये लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इनका कहना है कि इंसाफ जो है वो राहुल भट्ट को मिले और उसके साथ पाकिस्तान को जो है सबक सिखाया जाए, क्योंकि लगातार आप देखिए पाकिस्तान की तरफ से कोशिश की जा रही है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में हालात जो हैं वो खराब किए जाए। न सिर्फ कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं, बल्कि जम्मू के डोगरा लोग जो हैं वो भी यहाँ पर इकट्ठे हुए हैं, और लगातार सारे जो हैं एक ही भाषा में ये बात कह रहे हैं कि हम जो है पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान की दहशतगर्दाना हरकतों को पूरे तौर पर विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हैं। राजनीतिक लाइन से उठकर ये लोग एक बात कह रहे हैं कि विरोध प्रदर्शन लगातार हम करते हैं, और कहीं ना कहीं अब ज़रूरत है कि सबक सिखाया जाए, क्योंकि ये वो कश्मीरी पंडित हैं, ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने कश्मीर को जो है कश्मीर में अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर किया। सर, लगातार एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की नाकामी की बात भी सामने आ रही है।
मैं बार बार ये चीज कहता हूँ, जब तक न भारत सरकार खुद कोई ठोस कदम उठाएगा, कब तक आप दूसरे देशों के सहारे पर जियोगे? कब तक आप दूसरे देशों को बताओगे? आज के डेट में भी आज हमारा फौज है वहां पर, रहा हमारा CID, इतनी सारी जो एजेंसीज हमारी है, उसके बाद यदि ऐसा कोई गंद आता है, ये आ कहां से रहा? मजबूरी है कि इसको पहले पता करने की, क्योंकि कब तक आप जो है कश्मीरी पंडित को जो बलि का बकरा बनाओगे? कितने देर तक आप इस कश्मीरी पंडित के ऊपर खाली आप सियासत करोगे? आज मैं बीजेपी से पूछना चाहता हूँ, आपके वर्कर कहाँ है? बीजेपी है कहाँ पर? आज वो सड़कों पर क्यों नहीं है? जब उसने 32 साल से हमने उनको साथ दिया, आज क्यों नहीं वो साथ दीजिए?
तो लगातार ये लोग देखिए विरोध प्रदर्शन यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं और इनका कहना है कि हम जो है ये विरोध प्रदर्शन लगातार यहाँ पर जारी रखेंगे। जम्मू के विभिन्न जगहों पर कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय की तरफ से विरोध प्रदर्शन आज किया जाएगा।
Yeah, we are seeing protests from Jammu as well as from parts of Budgam where this gruesome killing actually took place. Now, a host of these protesters demanding different things from the government. Now, Gursimran, if I could come back to you on this, in terms of the support that has been offered by the administration, what are you hearing from the administration in Budgam where this took place?
By the security forces, and the forces are on to nab them. But what the Kashmiri Pandits are demanding, that with the end of these two terrorists who was responsible for the killing of Rahul, but his killing won't be avenged. His killing will be avenged when the last terrorist on the land of Kashmir will be neutralized, and there should be a policy for that. The government should come out with a total all-out policy so that not only the terrorists but the terror manufacturer Pakistan can also be taught a lesson. These people, they are really very agitated with Pakistan desperately trying to vitiate the peace process, targeting the minority communities, the Kashmiri Hindus in the Kashmir Valley, and that's why they want a foolproof solution to this, that the Pakistan be taught the lesson, a final prahar on Pakistan so that the terror factory can be decimated.
Oh yes, absolutely. So as Gursimran is pointing out, a host of demands being laid out by the people over there, also asking essentially for more security for Kashmiri Pandits who live and work in the valley. Now that has of course been a demand that has been made on several occasions by the Kashmiri Pandit associations as well. Now Gursimran, if I can come back to you on that one. Now this is not the first time that more security is being demanded for Kashmiri Pandits who still live and work in the valley, and for those who are hoping to make a comeback to the valley. So in those terms, is the government looking perhaps at that demand?
See, the government is certainly looking into it, but the government has time and again has made it very clear that it won't be possible to provide the security to each and every Kashmiri Pandits. But on the other hand, what the Kashmiri Pandits are saying, they are saying that it's a high time to make the atmosphere like this, that there is a secure environment without even providing the security. And the solution to that and the way to that is to decimate the terror infrastructure that is being manufactured in Pakistan, because the terrorists are being pushed from the Pakistan. The youth in the Kashmir Valley are being radicalized by the Pakistan and their proxies. So if there is an end to the Pakistan terror manufacturing factory, there will be an end to the hostile situation and the situation of terrorism in Kashmir Valley, and then it will be all prosper in Kashmir Valley. So this is what the Kashmiri Pandits want, and the security forces no doubt are trying hellbent to bring out the atmosphere like that only. But yes, the Pakistan and their proxies, which are though numbered in Kashmir but are mounting trouble again and again, is somewhat which has now instilled a sense of fear among the Kashmiri Pandits, because this was a plot of Pakistan. They wanted that the Kashmiri Pandits feel that there is fear in Kashmir. They leave the Kashmir, these nationalist voices go out of Kashmir, and then there is a free land for Pakistan and their terror proxies. But that is what the government don't want to happen, and that's why the adequate security arrangements are also being made.
All right, let's listen into reactions that we are getting to from some of those supporters.
पहली बार हुआ है मेरे ख्याल में हिस्ट्री में, पहली बार कि मतलब एक मिलिटेंट ऑफिस में जाकर उसको कुर्सी पर बैठा हुआ था बेचारा, उसने कौन सा गुनाह किया, उसको टारगेट किया गया वहाँ। हाइट ये है कि मतलब तहसील ऑफिस है, तहसील ऑफिस में इतनी सिक्योरिटी होती है, इतना आना जाना होता है लोगों का, मगर किसी ने उसको ना पकड़ने की कोशिश की, ना देखना है क्या नहीं, किस तरह से हो गया।
माइनॉरिटीज़ को आज से 1989 से ही इन्होंने टारगेट करना शुरू कर दिया। पहले हमारे 3000 लोगों को इन्होंने मौत के घाट वहाँ पर उठाया, 89 से शुरू कर दिया, टिकलाल टुबलू से शुरू कर दिया, बाद में प्रेमनाथ भट्ट को मार दिया गया, उसके बाद में जितने लीडर्स हमको उनको मार गया। नीलकोट गंजू हमारे जज उसको मार दिया गया, सरला गंजू उसको मार दिया गया, आर से चेरा गया, और उसके बाद में हमारा पलायन हो गया, 5 लाख लोगों का वहाँ से पलायन हो गया। उसकी जिम्मेवार भी यही है, वहाँ के पॉलिटिशियन जिम्मेवार है। वहाँ के पॉलिटिशियनों ने इनको अपना सहारा दे दिया। वहाँ के सरकारी जो गाड़ियाँ थी उनमें उन्होंने आर्म्स।
All right, so those are voices that we are hearing from the valley of Hundreds of Kashmiri Pandits hitting the streets after the killing of a migrant government employee Rahul Bhatt inside the Revenue Department office in Budgam. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours this morning at about 1:50 in the morning. Now, a total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under control. The fire raged on for several hours at a bag manufacturing and furniture fabrication factory. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 are said to be in critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh in Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident took place. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in the Congress's 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out the party's leadership's strategy and the roadmap for the future. Several people have been injured in stone pelting incident during a clash between 2 groups at the Chandai Eco Village in Maharashtra's Jalna over naming of a newly constructed gate in the village. A youth was reportedly injured in police firing during the clash. According to police officials, they had fired several rounds in the air and lobbed tear gas shells to disperse people. A terrorist shot and injured a policeman near his residence in Gadura in Pulwama. It was learned that the policeman who was posted in Pulwama was on leave and was attacked by terrorists. Now, addressing a gathering in Gujarat's Bharuch, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was seen getting emotional while interacting with a visually challenged man and his daughter.
While virtually addressing a gathering, Utkarsh Samharoh in Gujarat's Bharuch yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was seen getting emotional while interacting with a visually challenged man and his daughter. Ayub Patel, one of the beneficiaries of government schemes in Gujarat, shared with the Prime Minister how his eyesight got affected with glaucoma, which had no solution now.
मैं सऊदी अरब गया था, वहाँ आंखों का ड्रॉप डाला था तो उसका मुझे असर हो गया, उसकी वजह से विजन लो हो गया.
अभी डॉक्टर क्या कहते हैं?
अभी उसका कोई उपाय नहीं है, ग्लूकोमा हो गया है, तो अभी जो थोड़ा कुछ बचा है 5% तो वो टिका रहा है.
When PM Modi asked about his daughters, Patel shared that one of them aspired to become a doctor.
और आपके बेटियों को पढ़ाते हो?
हाँ, बेटियां पढ़ती है, एक 12 कक्षा में, एक 8वीं कक्षा में, एक पहली कक्षा में. और जो पहली कक्षा में जो लड़की अगले साल मैंने उसका भर्ती किया है, तो आरती के अनुसार उसका सिलेक्शन हो गया, तो उसका 1 से 8 साल तक सरकार उसको पढ़ाई कराएंगे.
अरे वाह.
As PM asked Patel's daughter why she wanted to become a doctor, the girl broke down into tears and cited her father's condition behind the same.
तो इन बेटियों ने क्या सोचा है, क्या पढ़ करके क्या करना चाहती है?
ये बड़ी लड़की का अभी रिजल्ट आया है, अभी 10 बजे वो 80% आया है और डॉक्टर बनना चाहती है.
डॉक्टर बनना चाहती है?
हाँ जी.
है क्या वहाँ? आपके साथ बैठी है क्या?
आप हमारे साथ में बैठी है.
कौन है बताओ बेटा, क्या नाम है?
आप उनको आशीर्वाद दीजिए सर जी.
अरे मेरे आशीर्वाद है. क्या नाम बेटा?
आलिया.
अच्छा बेटा बताइए, डॉक्टर बनने का मन विचार आया?
पापा की प्रॉब्लम को देखकर.
उससे नहीं बोला जाएगा, वो थोड़ा भावुक हो गई है.
Following which, PM Modi too was seen getting emotional.
ऐसा है, बेटी को
Your compassion is your strength, said the Prime Minister to the girl after moments of silence.
बेटी तुम्हारी जो संवेदना है ना, वही तुम्हारी ताकत है.
Later, Prime Minister Modi extended his support to the man and his family for any help to fulfill the dream of his daughters.
देखिए, ये बेटियों का सपना पूरा करना।
हाँ जी सर जी।
हाँ, और कुछ कठिनाई हो तो मुझे भी बताना।
ठीक है सर जी, ठीक है।
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV, and on the other side, massive protest over the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt. India asks how many more targeted killings.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Yesterday, the 70-odd-year-old congressman Shashi Tharoor, who despite all his years, despite his 7 decades, refuses to accept a Hindu genocide in Kashmir, that same Tharoor celebrated the ban on a film that showed the reality about the targeted killing of Hindus in the Kashmir Valley. And today, a Hindu Kashmiri Pandit, less than half of Tharoor's age, was killed inside a government office by Lashkar terrorists. Honestly, viewers, these pictures on your screen, while Rahul Bhatt was being taken in, I'll play them again, of Rahul Bhatt fighting to live. In his last moments, those pictures where he traveled 18 kilometers fighting for his life to be brought to the Srinagar hospital. The pictures of Rahul fighting to live there. And then the pictures of his body being brought out in a stretcher 1 hour later. I hope these pictures will make people like Tharoor and Mehbooba Mufti realize that the people of India, tired of the Owaisi, Tharoor, Mehbooba type of hypocrisy, are in no mood to listen to their rubbish anymore. For Rahul Bhatt died serving the country. And people like Tharoor and Mehbooba don't even have the guts or honesty to accept what the Hindus of Kashmir have gone through. That what the Hindus of Kashmir have suffered is reality and not fiction. Ask them. Ask these hypocrites tonight why they won't call the killers of Kashmiri Pandits cowards. Ask them, viewers. Ask them everywhere. Ask them in every forum you can. Ask Tharoor why he won't accept that there was a Hindu genocide. And in fact, if I can be more direct, whether Sunanda Pushkar, his wife who died in very mysterious circumstances, a Kashmiri Pandit herself felt as strongly about the Hindu genocide as I do or you do, ladies and gentlemen. Ask Mehbooba, ask her. Why out of the 6 or 7 people in the office where Rahul Bhatt was working today, only one, and that is Rahul Bhatt, a Hindu. Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit Hindu, was killed. And ask Omar, the dynast who carries government and taxpayer paid security shamelessly wherever he goes, and yet who questions the same security forces. Ask that Omar Abdullah who deserved security more. I ask you Omar, who deserved security more, you, Mehbooba, or Rahul Bhatt? And ask that Omar whether Rahul was killed because he was a Hindu. Let Omar and Mehbooba and Tharoor and Owaisi all tweet today, yes, Rahul Bhatt was killed because he was a Hindu. And yet some people ask me, why does Republic talk about Hindu phobia? What is Hindu phobia?
Viewers, we're getting you some unfortunate developments from Pulwama, where a Kashmir police has just confirmed that a terrorist had fired upon the police constable Riaz Ahmed Tokar at his residence in Gudru in Pulwama. And unfortunately, viewers, we're just learning that he has lost his life and has attained martyrdom. He had, remember, been shot upon by the miscreants, and they had in fact injured him as well, very seriously, after which he had been shifted to the hospital as well for further treatment. And he had now, we are learning, succumbed to his injuries that he had sustained with respect to this miscreant who had in fact attacked him as well. The SPO in fact had been off duty when this entire attack had also taken place, is what we're learning. And the SPO had been shot at by these people, and we are learning that an investigation is also being carried out as well. And for more on this, let me go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Zeenat, tell us more about this unfortunate news that we're learning out of Pulwama, where the SPO who had been shot upon has unfortunately lost his life.
As far as the constable is concerned, Constable Riaz Ahmed Thakur is concerned, he lost his life in a terror attack, although he was injured earlier when he was standing just outside his home. The terrorists came nearby and they fired upon him from a close distance. He was shifted to Pulwama hospital, where from he was referred to the military-based hospital, and he has succumbed to the injuries. Constable Riaz is from Gadura of Pulwama, and as the visuals we are beaming in are from his residence, where we can see the women as well, the family members are weeping and wailing, because this is just a terror act that has come after Rahul Bhatt's killing. Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit who lost his life in terror attack in Chadura yesterday, and Kashmir is witnessing protests as far as the Rahul killing goes, not only in Budgam but other parts of the Kashmir Valley. Pandits have actually blocked the roads, and this terror attack, as far as the Riaz Thakur is concerned, he was a constable working with Jammu and Kashmir police, but he was on leave, and the terrorists fired upon him outside his residence. He lost his life in a terror attack in Pulwama.
Well, absolutely, Zeenat. We had been learning about this terror attack as well, and now we're learning that the police officer, in fact, who was off duty, had been shot upon. He had been left injured and then had, of course, been shifted to the hospital. And now we're learning, Zeenat, as was pointing out the details of which, that he has, in fact, lost his life and attained martyrdom in this entire attack. Zeenat, for the moment, thank you. And we are getting some more details of what really the investigation really will look like. And Zeenat continues to stay with us. Zeenat, of course, this is a very unfortunate incident that is coming to light. But what is happening with respect to the investigation that will be carried out by the local authorities? Who were these people? Have they been taken into custody? What really was the entire conspiracy?
Have blocked the roads. They are here since yesterday, the moment they came to know about Rahul's death. As my VJ is showing the visuals from the Sheikhpura Budgam, where from we are beaming these visuals, and they are demanding justice to the family of Rahul. But they want that the job should be given to the wife. She should be accommodated in the administration. Similarly, the education of her daughter should be taken care by the government, and also the Kashmiri Pandits who are working in the Kashmir under Prime Minister's package should be immediately shifted to Jammu region. Meanwhile, as far as the investigation in the case is there, the Jammu and Kashmir police have identified two locals of Budgam who are from the Lashkar-e-Toiba. They have been identified who have carried this gruesome act. Although we are seeing the cordon search operations and multiple places, teams have been constituted, and also the searches are taking place at number of places to nab or to neutralize them, as has also been assured by the Kashmir police chief that they will be neutralized soon and justice will be delivered. But here the Kashmiri Pandits are demanding that the LG Manoj Sinha should come to the place. They should listen to the Kashmiri Pandits, their grievances and the demands, as the people are on the road since yesterday. They did not move from their places. They want that LG Manoj Sinha should come and assure them, because they have been demanding since yesterday that fine, this killing has taken place, but assure that there will not be any further killing of Kashmiri Pandits. I'm joined by one of the Kashmiri Pandit here. Sir, आप बताइए, कल से आप लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए, तो क्या कुछ अभी तक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से कोई आश्वासन मिला है, कोई हेल्प मिली है?
नहीं, अभी तक हमें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से कोई आश्वासन या कोई हेल्प नहीं मिली। हम रात भर इधर बैठे थे, कोई पूरी रात पूरी 24 आवर्स हम यहाँ पर धरना पे बैठे। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फेलियर है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का फेलियर है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का फेलियर है। न कोई, हमने कल भी एक यहाँ पर हमारे स्टेट के टॉप हेड ऑफिशियल आए थे, ड्यूकाम साहब, तो उन्होंने कल हमने उनको बोला था कि 11 बजे से पहले हमें एलजी साहब से मुलाकात होनी चाहिए, एलजी साहब यहाँ आने चाहिए। एलजी साहब दरख्शन अंद्राबी के घर में ईद की दावत खा सकते हैं, बट यहाँ पर एक बंदा, एक हमारा कलीग जो मारा गया, उसमें नहीं आ सकते। ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का फेलियर है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का फेलियर है। तो और दूसरी डिमांड हमारी यही है कि ये यूटी अब बनी है। अब कितनी यूटियाँ इंडिया में, एक फौजी का भी, एक जो वेपन वाला पर्सन भी, उसका एक टेन्योर होता किसी जगह काम करने का, 3 साल का, 3.5 साल का। हमने यहाँ पर 10-10 साल दिए। अब हमें यहाँ पर सेफ नहीं लग रहा, हमें बाकी यूटी में भेजा जाए, हम उधर सर्विस करेंगे, और उनके लोगों को इधर भेजा जाए, वो यहाँ पर सर्विस करें। तो हमारी डिमांड ये है कि वन कॉल शॉर्टकट, हमारा जब तक आप एक फुल प्रूफ सिक्योरिटी लेके आएंगे, क्या रोड मैप है आप हमारी कम्युनिटी के लिए, हम तब तक ये धरना कंटिन्यू करेंगे।
आप बताइए, आप काफ़ी वोकल है, कल से मैं देख रही हूँ इस प्रोटेस्ट से रिलेटेड। आप ये बताइए कि यहाँ डिमांड है कि एलजी साहब आने चाहिए, अगर एलजी साहब नहीं आते।
Viewers, we're cutting across.
That is coming in now from Udaipur, where the Rajya Sabha member of the parliament, Kirori Lal Meena, has now claimed a shocking claim that he has made.
That he was in fact detained in a late night action that was taken by the Gyanvapi cops as Rahul Gandhi paradrops in Udaipur. Remember, there is an entire Chintan Shibir that is being organized of the Congress there in Udaipur right now. And in the backdrop of that, these are shocking allegations that are coming in from the BJP Rajya Sabha MP Kirori Lal Meena, who has now stated that he was in fact detained by the police officials, by Ashok Gehlot's police officials in the state, as Rahul Gandhi is in the city in Udaipur, since the entire Chintan Shibir is being organized in the city. And now we see in the backdrop of that, these shocking allegations are coming in from Rajya Sabha MP Kirori Lal Meena. And we are getting you those visuals of this very crucial Chintan Shibir that is being organized in Udaipur right now, viewers. And in the midst of that, we see that because Rahul Gandhi was there, because all of the top leaders of the Congress party were there, these are the allegations of Kirori Lal Meena, that because this was happening is why he has been detained by Ashok Gehlot's police officials since Rahul Gandhi is in the city of Udaipur. These are the allegations that are now coming in from Kirori Lal Meena, remember, who is the Rajya Sabha member of parliament for the BJP. And since it is the Congress's government there in Rajasthan, these are the allegations that are coming in from Kirori Lal Meena, who is now stating that it is on Ashok Gehlot's say-so, and it is because Rahul Gandhi is in Udaipur is why he had been detained late night by the police officials, by Rajasthan police itself. And we are waiting to find out where exactly Kirori Lal Meena now is, to find out where exactly he is making these allegations from as well, to understand what's really happening in Udaipur, since there is a Chintan Shibir that is currently underway there of the Congress party, where Rahul Gandhi, Ashok Gehlot, several of the top leaders of the Congress party and the state leadership as well will be sitting to discuss the election strategy in the upcoming states elections, as well as the general elections that are due soon as well. So these are the political strategies that were being talked about in the Chintan Shibir. But in the backdrop of that, these are the allegations that are coming in from the BJP MP Kirori Lal Meena, who has stated that he had in fact been detained late last night by the Rajasthan police, and this is happening because it was Rahul Gandhi, because the Congress leaders in fact had been in the state, in the city of Udaipur in Rajasthan. And we are tracking the latest for you. We will find out where Kirori Lal Meena is right now. But these are the visuals on your screens right now of, in fact, the Chintan Shibir that was being organized by the Congress party. And these are two set visuals that we're putting out for you right now, viewers. One is of Rahul Gandhi arriving in Udaipur right now. You can see how he is making his way towards the Chintan Shibir as well. And there is, of course, the clashes as well that had taken place in Rajasthan. Remember how we had been tracking that story very, very closely, the kind of Ram Navami violence that had broken out in the state of Rajasthan as well. The BJP had carried out a massive protest around that area as well. And now we are seeing that the Chintan Shibir, in fact, of the Congress party is underway. And in the midst of that, we are learning that Kirori Lal Meena is stating that because the Congress party's Chintan Shibir was underway, because the creme de la creme of the Congress party were in Udaipur, is why he had been detained.
Kashmiri Pandit was killed inside a government office by Lashkar terrorists. Rahul Bhatt died serving the country. And people like Tharoor and Mehbooba don't even have the guts or honesty to accept what the Hindus of Kashmir have gone through is reality and not fiction. Ask these hypocrites why they won't call the killers of Kashmiri Pandits cowards. Ask them why out of the 6 or 7 people in the office where Rahul Bhatt was working, only one, and that is Rahul Bhatt, a Hindu, a Kashmiri Pandit, was killed. And yet some people ask me, why does Republic talk about Hindu phobia? Because we have the guts to talk about Hindu phobia. And because Hindu phobia manifests itself in many forms every single day. The death of Rahul Bhatt should wake us all up. The real enemies of the nation are those who tell you that there has been no Hindu genocide. They are the real enemies of the nation.
We are tracking all that is happening with respect to the loudspeaker controversy that seems to be getting only bigger now. We are learning that the Southern Owaisi, the AIMIM chief, in fact, has commented on the entire loudspeaker. Akbaruddin Owaisi, I beg your pardon, Akbaruddin Owaisi, in fact, has commented on the entire loudspeaker debate now. We had seen how the entire controversy had gotten bigger right there from Mumbai, where Raj Thackeray had started talking about loudspeakers and had stated that masjids should not have loudspeakers or else they will be playing the Hanuman Chalisa on a loudspeaker outside masjids. And since then, we have seen how this had become only bigger, where Navneet Rana, in fact, had also gotten involved, where the entire controversy had erupted. And now we see the AIMIM chief as well as now Akbaruddin Owaisi, in fact, has also commented on the entire loudspeaker debate. Let's listen into what he had to say.
जो भी गरीब का जैसा भी भोगता है भोगने दो, कुत्तों का काम भोगने, शेरों का काम खामोश चला जाना है। बस भोगने दो, जरूरत नहीं है। वक्त और हालात की नजाकत को समझो, उनके जाल में फंसना नहीं, वो जाल बुन रहे हैं, तुमको फंसाना चाहते हैं, तुम फंसना नहीं, खामोश रहो, जो बोलता है बोलने दो, मुस्कुराओ और चले जाओ। अब जैसा मैं मुस्कुरा के जा रहा हूं, कितनी तकलीफ है इनको, इनको मालूम। अरे कुछ भी नहीं बोला, अरे टीआरपी नहीं मिलती, कुछ भी नहीं बोला। खामोश चला जाना है। बस होने दो, जरूरत नहीं है। वक्त और हालात की नजाकत को समझो, उनके जाल में फंसना नहीं। वो जाल बुन रहे हैं, तुमको फंसाना चाहते हैं, तुम फंसना नहीं। खामोश रहो, जो बोलता है बोलने दो, मुस्कुराओ और चले जाओ। अब जैसा मैं मुस्कुरा के जा रहा हूं, कितनी तकलीफ है इनको, इनको मालूम। अरे कुछ भी नहीं बोला, अरे टीआरपी नहीं मिलती, कुछ भी नहीं बोला, अरे व्यूअरशिप नहीं मिलेगी, कुछ भी नहीं बोला। ये मेरा अंदाज है हंसने का। ये ऐसा अंदाज लगाओ, क्या डर गए हो?
Well, there you have it, viewers. The AIMM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi, in fact, making a veiled attack, in fact, at Raj Thackeray, since it was the MNS leader who had started the entire controversy. And now he is making a veiled attack at Raj Thackeray, stating that what to listen to people who have been ousted by their own homes. This is an attack that he is taking at Raj Thackeray. And he has also made several other comments when it comes to the loudspeaker debate. And he has stated not to get involved in this entire thing. He has said that the work of a dog is to bark. These are the kind of statements that are coming in from Akbaruddin Owaisi. Now, this is interesting to note now, viewers, because Akbaruddin Owaisi, in fact, the AIMM leader, had been addressing this rally in Aurangabad in the central Maharashtra, and that's and in Maharashtra itself, in Aurangabad, where the MNS chief had also made several such statements about the loudspeakers. And now Akbaruddin Owaisi in Aurangabad addressing a rally and talking about how those are the people that are not to be listened to at all. And on that note, let me bring in Mr. Ram Kadam, the BJP leader who's joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Kadam, if I could come to you about Akbaruddin Owaisi's comments, and interesting to note that these are the comments that he's made in Aurangabad itself. And he has said that there is no credibility that Raj Thackeray has to talk about loudspeakers. Your thoughts, sir?
See, my first reaction is, if Maharashtra government, they had booked Rana family under the Sedition Act. So now, why they are not booking, why they are not putting this Sedition Act against Owaisi? Owaisi has given respect to Aurangzeb's Kabar. Who was Aurangzeb? Throughout his life, he demolished several Hindu temples. He put jizya tax on all the Hindus who were staying in this country. So actual sedition, these charges, Maharashtra government should book him under the sedition charges. This is what our demand is.
But what about Akbaruddin Owaisi, sir, now? Since he stated, yeah.
Who killed?
He stated that Raj Thackeray has no credibility.
No, see, we don't want to comment on that. The first point is he killed, Aurangzeb killed Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj, he tortured Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, he had arrested him and Sambhaji Maharaj. So these all things are against this nation. When he did not allow Hindus to stay in this country, he asked them to pay jizya tax. So that was all Aurangzeb's activities are against the nation. And if Owaisi has gone there to pay his respect to his kabar, then it is as good as it's a sedition. So Maharashtra government should book him under the Sedition Act. This is what our demand is. And whatever he had spoken about MNS leader, we can only say that MNS leader raised voice to abide honorable court's decision. What is the wrong in that? We are not against any religion, but at the same time, we should abide the orders of honorable court.
Right. Mr. Kalam, stay on with us. I also have Shehzad Poonawalla joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Poonawalla, if I could come to you about these comments that have been made by Akbaruddin Owaisi, and interesting to know that it's been made right in Aurangabad. And he's also talked about how the entire loudspeaker debate has been blown out of context and Raj Thackeray has no credibility. Your thoughts?
You see, both Owaisi brothers are the headmasters of the school of hate politics, and time and again they make such kinds of speeches and hate provocative speeches. But the question is that in Maharashtra, Akbaruddin Owaisi comes and visits the tomb of a terrorist called Aurangzeb, and Maharashtra government, which can file cases against those who chant Hanuman Chalisa, takes no action against this provocation. Maharashtra government can take no action against the provocative speeches made by Akbaruddin Owaisi. They can take no strong action against the speeches made by PFI's Mateen Shekhani. But if you chant Hanuman Chalisa, immediately action is taken. I demand to know from Mr. Uddhav Thackeray ji, what action will you take against this hate monger who goes and pays obeisance to the tomb of a terrorist like Aurangzeb? Or has Shiv Sena come under such pressure of vote bank ki dukaan that they can't act against this bhadkao bhaijan?
Right. But what about these statements that he's making? Because, Mr. Poonawalla, we are seeing that this entire controversy is getting only bigger. We have seen how there have been several statements that have been made about the loudspeakers. But we have to move on to some other news. I want to thank both Mr. Kadam and Shehzad Poonawalla for joining us on the broadcast. We move on to some other stories. I'm now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, the details of how it's a mega crackdown on the D-Gang network. Brothers-in-law of Chota Shakil arrested by the NIA. Stay tuned for details.
Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके, इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके। इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होने चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because the water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके। इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होने चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is cremated after he was shot dead by Lashkar terrorists. Massive protests over the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt. India asks how many more targeted killings.
We should call spade a spade. न ये पैसे का खेल है, ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट।
Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is cremated in Jammu. Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution. After attack on Kashmiri Pandit, terror attack in Pulwama, Police Constable Riaz Ahmed is martyred in the attack. BJP Rajya Sabha MP makes a huge allegation, claims he was dragged out of Udaipur as Rahul Gandhi arrived there. It's a mega crackdown on the D-gang network. Brothers-in-law of Chota Shakila arrested by the NIA. Well, we are now just getting details that a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court demanding a ban on the survey that is to be conducted in the Gyanvapi mosque. The Supreme Court has refused to stay the survey for the time being, but could now be hearing the matter by next week. Now, do remember that court in Varanasi had yesterday, in fact, fixed May 17 as the deadline to wrap up the Gyanvapi mosque survey, while rejecting the Anjuman Intezamiya Masjid Committee's plea to replace the Advocate Commissioner appointed to oversee the exercise of the disputed site. Now, the court of the Varanasi civil judge had actually ordered for the survey in response to a petition filed by 5 women who were seeking the right to unhindered daily worship of the Shringar Gauri. Ananya and Madhurima are joining us on this broadcast for more on the breaking news story. Let me go across first to Ananya. Ananya, give us more details about what we are learning in terms of the petition that has been filed in the Supreme Court now.
Well, yes, one advocate today mentioned the matter before the Chief Justice of India with regards to the whole, in fact, the Gyanvapi mosque issue, and it was being sought that the orders that were passed by the Varanasi court shall be withdrawn, and the same were being challenged. In fact, remember that the Advocate Commissioner was upheld and the court said that the survey would continue. The petition is basically to stop the survey, but the Chief Justice of India said that...
Ananya, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit for more details on this. Let's cut across right now, live to a rally. Well, these pictures that you see on your screen right now are of the BJP chief who's visiting Himachal. He's currently at Dharamsala, and what we understand is that he will be addressing not just party workers but also be holding a rally over there. Now, do remember that JP Nadda is in Himachal Pradesh. He's visiting there, and he will be talking also to party workers across in Himachal Pradesh. These visuals that you are seeing on your screen are coming to you from Dharamshala, where JP Nadda will be addressing and speaking to party workers very, very shortly. Before the rally, what we understand is that there is likely to be a road show which will ultimately then culminate into a rally. JP Nadda is visiting Himachal Pradesh and is trying to get in, speak to a large number of BJP workers over there to get a ground sentiment. Well, now moving on to another big story that we've been tracking since this morning. There has been a large amount of anger in Jammu as well as Budgam after Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, was murdered yesterday. He was shot dead by Lashkar terrorists. Now, massive protests, of course, had broken out in various areas. Demands being made by the protesters, of course, include increased security for Kashmiri Pandits who are returning to the valley. All right, I think we are getting some more updates on the demands that are being made by Kashmiri Pandit associations in the valley. Let me go across, I think, to Zeenat, who's on the ground. She will give us more updates on this. But pictures on your screen right now are of the protests that are continuing to take place over the killing of this Kashmiri Pandit. Security, of course, has also been enhanced in this area to ensure that the situation does not go out of hand. There is, of course, massive anger and outrage over this killing that took place in Budgam. This killing, of course, is being seen as targeted because a large number of Kashmiri Pandits who we have spoken to seem to suggest that these two terrorists, of course, barged in to a government office and shot him. Let's go across to Zeenat. I think she's reporting live from Budgam. Zeenat, give us a sense of what you see around you.
See, as my VJ is showing the visuals of the Sheikhpura Badgam, where the Kashmiri Pandits are marching towards the airport road. They say that they will not stop. The Kashmiri Pandits, hundreds in numbers, are coming out. They are protesting against the killing of Rahul Pandit, who lost his life in a terror attack yesterday. My VJ is showing you the visuals of Sheikhpura Badgam road, where you can see the visuals that both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road between the Kashmiri Pandits, CRPF and the police. They are trying to stop them. But they are not listening to the police as well as the administration. In fact, J&K police is also accompanied by the women force, because protesters, women in number, are also part of this procession, because they are continuously demanding that the rehabilitation of the Rahul's family should be the utmost priority of this government. Both state administration should take care of the educational needs of the child, as well as the Rahul's wife should be accommodated in the government sector, and also the demands that are there from the Kashmiri Pandit is that they should be rehabilitated in a proper way. They should be given security, and also they have been demanding now that J should be shifted, transfer of migrant Prime Minister's package employees should be transferred to Jammu. These are the demands that they have been raising since yesterday. Now they are marching towards the airport, where we are also seeing that slogan shouting is going on. Rahul but Amar Rahe, BJP hi hi, and all other slogans that they are shouting. They want the LG administration. They want the LG Manoj Sinha to come here to assure them. They want LG Manoj Sinha to come here and assure them. Although divisional administration, police administration tried to reach them as far as the assurance from the LG is concerned, but they are not listening. In fact, yesterday they raised also the issue that Rahul Pandit's wife met DC of Badgam twice. Now my VJ is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. They don't want that it should take an ugly turn. So now they are using the smoke shells so that the protesters go back. One can see. Yes, one can see the visuals of the tear smoke shells now being used by the police as well as the CRPF so that protesters should go back. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
All right, as Zeenat is pointing out, of course, the situation in Badgam a little tense. We can see hundreds of those protesters.
सड़कों पर उतर आए और आज वापस चलो बरक सर गाइड मसला
All right, I think we've got Zeenat on the field over there. Zeenat, to begin with, is everything all right? You appear to be in a very tense situation there where protesters seem to be clashing with the police. So to begin with, are you okay? Is everybody around you, our crews okay there?
Yes, Nupur, we are all okay. In fact, the smoke shells have been used by the police to disperse the protesters. They are asking them to go back because this will create a law and order situation for the Budgam police, which really they don't want. They allowed these pundits to stay on road whole night, despite the people faced lot of inconvenience because the road was completely blocked. The traffic was halted. It was diverted, but they were allowed to sit on road, block the road. Now you can see, as my VJ, for those who showing you that what is happening on ground. जैसे आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से जो है प्रोटेस्टर्स कर रहे, नारेबाजी हो रही है, बीजेपी हाई हाई, एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हाई हाई, क्योंकि कल से ही इनकी डिमांड बनी हुई है कि एलजी मनोज सिन्हा खुद मौके पे आए, खुद मौके का जायजा ले और कश्मीरी
Well, Zeenat, we'd request you and our VJ over there to stay out of harm's way. The situation continues to remain tense. What we understand is that tear gas shells are being lobbed to ensure that these protesters are sent back to their homes. Now, as Zeenat was pointing out, of course, since yesterday, the situation in Budgam has been extremely tense, with several of those protesters making demands from the LG as well as the administration in Jammu and Kashmir. Our reporters are on the ground. They're trying to bring you the latest, but as you can see, there is continuous lobbing of tear gas shells to disperse these protesters who've hit the streets in Budgam. Zeenat, please confirm to us that all of you on the ground are all right. All right, Zeenat, we'd like a confirmation from you that our crews over there are all right. Please stay out of harm's way. Please make sure that you are safe. The situation over there in Budgam, quite out of hand, as we can see. The CRPF and the police forces in the area are trying to get a handle on the situation. There are hundreds of these protesters who are out on the streets in Budgam. And as Zeenat was earlier pointing out, they've been on the streets through the night. And this is the road that essentially goes to the airport where we are seeing these protests take place. The police as well as the administration over there bolstering their numbers. We are told that more men are being called in to ensure that this situation can be dealt with. Zeenat, I hope you and our VJ, who's reporting from the spot, are fine. Can you please confirm to us that both of you are all right and safe? Zeenat, can you hear me? All right, I think we're going to keep trying to get in touch with Zeenat over there to get a confirmation that our VJ as well as Zeenat are both fine. Even as she was speaking, of course, there was a tear gas shell that was lobbed in the area. Zeenat, if I'd like a confirmation once again from you that you are fine and our VJ is also fine. Zeenat, if you can hear me, please confirm to us that you are all right.
Fine, both my VJs are fine. They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police that not to march towards the road because this is going to lead law and order situation on ground. They were allowed to stay on road for whole night. They were not disturbed. Despite that, the administration and the police had to face a lot of issues as far as the movement of traffic on Airport Road and other adjoining stretches were concerned. But now they
All right, Zeenat, please do catch your breath. We understand that this is a very tense situation that you are going through right now. Catch your breath.
जो है कश्मीरी पंडित जो है वो आगे बढ़ने लगे और उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने काफ़ी मिन्नतें भी की कि आगे मत बढ़िए क्योंकि इससे जो है काफ़ी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाएगी जो मुश्किल हो जाएगा डील करने के लिए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी इन लोगों ने नहीं सुना और बैरिकेड जो बाबर वायर लगा हुआ था सड़कों पे उसके ऊपर से छलांगे मार के जो है कश्मीरी पंडित्स ने रोड मार्च किया और जिसकी वजह से वो मजबूर हो गए कि पुलिस जो है टीयर स्मोक शेल का इस्तेमाल कर सके। हालांकि अभी कुछ पंडित्स को इन्होंने डिटेन भी किया है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो ग्राउंड पे देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी सारा रिस्ट्रेंट जो है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरह के प्रोटेस्टर्स हो रहे हैं, स्लोगन रेजिंग हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से J&K पुलिस को काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स जो है वो डील करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है वो इससे बढ़ सकता है, जिसे हो सकता है कि काफ़ी कोई इंजरी हो, या तो काफ़ी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। तो कोशिश कर रही है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और साथ साथ CRPF मिलकर के किसी को चोट ना लगे, कोई जख्मी ना हो, या किसी केस में कोई किसी की डेथ ना हो जाए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी देख रहे हैं कि जो प्रोटेस्टर्स है वो अभी भी टस से मस नहीं हो रहे, स्लोगन शाउटिंग जो है कंटिन्यूसली हो रही है। जी नुपुर।
All right, Zeenat, as you're pointing out, of course, this situation continuing to remain very tense. Now, Zeenat, give us a sense of whether security forces' numbers have been bolstered over there. As you yourself pointed out, this is a stressful situation, and security forces are trying their hardest to make sure that, something untoward doesn't happen.
Oh, absolutely, Nupur. That is the main reason that they were quite soft since yesterday on these protesters. They allowed them to stay on road because this is one of the important tubes that connects you to different areas. But they blocked the complete road since yesterday. The ambulance movement was stopped. People were not allowed to move. The vehicles were stopped. So police and the administration tolerated almost everything because they said, okay, they are on the road, they are grieving, so let them allow them to grieve. But now we are seeing that also we are, as my Vijay is showing you, the scuffle between a Kashmiri Pandit boy as well as a police official here they are entering into a verbal brawl. See now yes, since this protest is taking a rather ugly turn. It is taking an ugly turn. They are asking them to move back, which they are not listening. In fact, SSP Badgam himself is on the spot monitoring the situation. He also requested them to turn back. They didn't learn, they didn't listen. So with the result that this SOG Badgam had to use tear smoke shells to disperse these protesters.
All right. Now, you are, of course, continuing to move with those security forces as they move forward to try and make sure that these people go back to their homes. Now, also, Zeenat, tell us about what their demands essentially are, because this is taking, as you said, quite an ugly turn with protesters clashing with security forces who've been put in place over there to maintain and, make sure that everybody is safe as well.
See, Nupur, we have been seeing since yesterday the utmost demand that is coming from the Kashmiri Pandits is that they want LG to be here. They want presence of LG on ground. They want LG to speak to them directly, not through their LG's administration. Yesterday, we witnessed Divisional Commissioner Kashmir, Divisional Head of Kashmir, visiting this spot and sympathizing with them and assured that the demands that they have raised will be taken care of. Right now, they are demanding that the Rahul Bhatt's family should be compensated, the wife should be given a government job, the education of the kid should be taken care by the administration. They are demanding that all the employees, the Kashmiri Pandit employees who are working under Prime Minister's package since 2010 should be immediately shifted to Jammu. If the administration cannot help them, then better is they accept the mass resignation of all Kashmiri Pandits. They're saying Kashmir is not safe at all for anybody. So they are demanding, they're raising their pitch for the LG administration to come forward and listen to the pleas.
All right, as you're seeing, of course, the security forces over there trying to clear out that area. Now, Zeenat, of course, has been telling us how important this arterial route is and how it connects different parts of Kashmir, and hence it is very important for security forces to clear this area. Zeenat, now explain to us, as these protesters are pushed back, what, in a sense, is the security forces trying to do over there? We can continuously see them moving and pushing back those forces. These protesters.
BJP, hi. Modi government, hi. We are not scapegoats. Please excuse us. We want to live peacefully with our family. Let us live. We do have right to life.
क्या डिमांड्स है आप एलजी को कह रहे हैं?
या तो हमें वेपन दे दीजिए ताकि हम अपना सेल्फ डिफेंस खुद कर पाए, नहीं दे सकते हम लोगों को जम्मू ट्रांसफर कर दीजिए।
तो अभी तक तो जो कल डिविजनल कमिश्नर कश्मीर आए थे उन्होंने भी एक आश्वासन दिया था।
आश्वासन सिर्फ आश्वासन दिया जाता है मैम, ग्राउंड रियलिटी कुछ नहीं है। 2010 में पैकेज इंप्लीमेंट हुआ था, उसका जो क्रक्स था वो ये था कि वी हैव टू रिहैबिलिटेट कश्मीरी पंडित इन द वैली। आज तक हम 12-12, 15-15 हज़ार रुपये किराया दे रहे हैं। किनका पेट पाल रहे हैं? इन्हीं लोगों का। टूरिस्ट आता है, इन्हीं लोगों का पेट पालता है। हम लोग कभी डिमांड नहीं करते, हम लोग सिर्फ आज रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमारा भी कुछ एक चारा कीजिए।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता है आप लोग कल से यहाँ रोड बन के जिसकी वजह से पूरे श्रीनगर सिटी में ट्रैफिक का प्रॉब्लम हो गया है, बच्चे स्कूल भी नहीं, यहाँ स्कूल्स भी बंद हैं।
मैम अगर ये भी नहीं होगा ना, हमारी बात कभी नहीं सुनेंगे। 1990 से लेके आज तक मैम किसी ने हमारा 1 इंच एक हालचाल नहीं पूछा कि तुम लोग ठीक हो क्या।
प्रॉब्लम इज
तो आपको लगता है, डू यू बिलीव दैट
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से। लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम। ये कितने साल हो गए यहाँ पे, हमारी फैमिली भी ऐसे ही निकली, टेंटों में रहे, हमें सांपों ने काटा हमारी फैमिली को। चलो हमने कहा कोई बात नहीं, हम पढ़ेंगे, कुछ नहीं होता, देखा जाएगा। जीरो से
मेरी मदर डिप्रेशन पेशेंट है। जब से उसने ये राहुल भट्ट का इंसिडेंट सुना है ना, शी कंटिन्यूअसली वीपिंग लाइक हेल।
So what is the present demand? Assurances had already come.
First of all, just provide us weapons. If you are not able to provide us security, otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
Don't you think that center is pushing hard for the rehabilitation of Kashmiri Pandit?
Migrated in 1990, our family, our parents, and अब हम फिर से माइग्रेट हुए क्योंकि हम जम्मू में सेटल थे, हम चंडीगढ़ में सेटल थे, हम फिर से यहाँ पे आए, फिर से माइग्रेट हुए इनके लिए कि चलो ठीक है, क्या पता चीजें बदल जाए। कुछ नहीं बदल रहा है। मोदी जी सोए हुए हैं, उनने सिर्फ कश्मीर फाइल्स बना दी उन्होंने कि देखो जी अब कश्मीर फाइल पार्ट 2 बनता है ना, सीरीज का 2 भी बनेगा और उसमें अब 2022 दिखाएंगे। अब देख के लीजिए मुझसे ये बात।
Madam, this is really pathetic. This is really pathetic. At least government should feel ashamed of us people. ठीक है, हम लोग, हमारी गलती ये है कि हम लोग भारतीय हैं, हम लोग भारतीय संस्कृति को मतलब परंपरा को फॉलो करते हैं, ये हमारी गलती है। क्या इसने हमें गोली मारी जा रही है हर जगह? क्या हम लोग मतलब जी नहीं सकते? यह हमारा फॉल्ट है क्या? 1990 कितनी बार एक्सपोर्ट करवाएंगे, इनको शर्म भी नहीं आती क्या? 7 एक्सपोर्ट हिंदुओं के हो चुके हैं, कश्मीरी पंडितों के फ्रॉम द वैली। नाउ दिस विल बी द 8th एक्सपोर्ट एंड आई मीन इट।
यहाँ पे सलमान खान को खांसी आ जाएगी ना, पूरा मीडिया आ जाता है, पूरे पॉलिटिक्स उनको ट्विटर पे हाल पूछते हैं। हमारा तो किसी ने नहीं पूछा, जो मर गया उसका तो किसी ने नहीं पूछा, उसकी बीवी का क्या करना है, उसने क्या करना है जिंदगी भर। 12 साल ही वाज सर्विंग, 12 साल मैम। और एंड में उस पे ये एक तो मारा और दब्बा ये लगाया कि ये लेता था रिश्वत। यहाँ पे एक बंदे से पूछ लीजिए जिससे सैलरी रिलीज करने के लिए रिश्वत नहीं ली है इन लोगों ने।
हम लोगों की पोस्टिंग के लिए पैसे मांगे जाते हैं कि दे दो इतना पैसा दो तो आपकी पोस्टिंग होगी।
तो आप कह रहे हो कि डिविजनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में करप्शन है, आप करप्शन के चार्जेस लगा रहे हैं।
110% ईच एंड एवरी इंडिविजुअल इज करप्ट। क्लर्क से लेके पीएन से लेके टीचर से लेके हर कोई करप्ट है। अब ये हिंदू था बेचारा, इसलिए इसको एलिगेशन लगाया गया। मैम शर्म आनी चाहिए इनको। जस्ट पैथेटिक।
So the Kashmiri Pandits allege that the situation on ground is pathetic. The administration is only into corruption. They don't listen to the pleas that are coming from the Kashmiri Pandits. They have been raising demands. They're also saying what will happen to the wife of Rahul Pandit. His wife, will government take care of the family, and how long they have to see more and more such killings. Today the Kashmiri Pandits are asking the answers not only from the divisional administration but also from the central government, which is ruled by Bharatiya Janata Party. This time they are saying that all the promises that were promised, all the promises turned hawks, completely hawks. The BJP and the central government is looking only for the photo opportunity when nothing on ground is being delivered. Though administration giving all assurance since yesterday, the demands will be taken care of. Please go back to your homes. The family of Rahul but will be accommodated. Whatever government can do as per the rules, that is what the Divisional Commissioner Kashmir, P.K. Pole, yesterday assured. We were all here present. The assurance had come from the police department. Kashmir Police Chief was here. He assured the family that whosoever committed this crime, he will be dealt with severe punishment. He will be neutralized, though JKP has already identified 2 local boys of LET involved in the killing. This is a pistol-born terrorist who committed this crime. And I tell you, Nipur, it's really difficult when you carry a pistol and then forces are able to locate who the person is carrying the weapon. The small weapon is becoming a bigger challenge for the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the administration. We are seeing crackdown on terror. We are seeing that the hybrid terrorists being arrested, terrorists being neutralized. very less collateral damage. So yesterday also IGP Kashmir visited the spot himself. He sent his DIG Central Kashmir. He sent his other people. We are also seeing SSP Badgam since yesterday. He's camping here. He didn't go to his office. So everybody is here present. But they are there. But we are seeing that they want that LG should come. They are waiting for the LG Manoj Sinha to come and listen to them. They only want assurance from him or from Home Minister Amit Shah. Yesterday they were quite blunt and open and asking the Divisional Commissioner that why don't you give a media bite, say that the situation has turned ugly.
Now Zeenat, for our viewers...
I'll try.
All right.
Can you?
इस टाइम पे हमारी कुछ डिमांड्स है कि जो शहीद राहुल भट्ट है
क्या हाँ फर्दर कोई रिस्पांस नहीं है अभी तक फिलहाल कोई रिस्पांस नहीं है अभी आगे गए थे आप आगे से वापस आ रहे हैं आप खुद देख रहे हैं कैसा माहौल चल रहा है इस टाइम पे यहाँ पे पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट को ये एग्रेसिव बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आप सो आगे अब देखते हैं आगे क्या होता है
All right, so as Zeenat is pointing out over there, those protesters
not saying that they were trying to march towards the... They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Badgam still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Zeenat, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Mr. Pandit on the phone line with me. Mr. Sushil Pandit, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Pandit, there seems to be considerable anger in the valley, particularly in Badgam, which of course was the site of that gruesome killing yesterday. A large list of demands has been laid out. Now, according to you, what must the administration do to control this?
Detained.
4 people of Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. That is what they are saying here.
तो serious हो गए, hospitalized, vomiting हो गई है, tear gas से. Ladies. JK पुलिस ने जाती की है. JK पुलिस ने जाती की है.
हमें बंदे हमें वापस चाहिए और हमें मास रिजिग्नेशन चाहिए और हमें इंसाफ चाहिए मास रिजिग्नेशन चाहिए हमें कोई बात
प्लीज
compensation, the government jobs, and this has come already.
राहुल जी की फैमिली के लिए कंपनसेशन उनकी मैडम को जॉब मिलना चाहिए और वो भी जम्मू में श्रीनगर में नहीं क्योंकि राहुल जी ऑलरेडी सफर हो चुके हैं वो आपने देख लिया ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों का मारोगे अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट है एंटी इंडियन है लेकिन इतना अगेंस्ट हमारे साथ क्यों इतना अगेंस्ट हमारे साथ
4 persons are still detained in the jail for peaceful protest. हमने कोई पत्थर नहीं उठाया कोई डंडे नहीं उठाए कोई बंदूक नहीं उठाया और हमारे पे टेयर गैस चलाए गए वाटर शेल चलाए गए लेडीज में लाठी चार्ज किया गया क्या हमने पत्थर उठाए स्टॉल बैटलिंग की हम तो पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं
क्या बेटे जो भी हमारे साथ हो रहा है वो गलत हो रहा है हम यहाँ नौकरी कर रहे थे अच्छे से प्यार से मारना हमें पसंद नहीं है कोई भी मरे हमें पसंद नहीं है bloodshed is not accepted
Bloodshed is not accepted. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. That is what these people here are telling us. Administration have to come forward. They have to diffuse the tension. They are demanding the LG to come here. What we are picking that LG is on its way to North Kashmir to deal with LG is on its way to North Kashmir to have some official appointments there to meet
at
people.
This moment, what we understand is there is not just anger, but there are a huge list of demands that these people are making. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Mr. Ashok Pandit as well as Mr. Sushil Pandit, both of them on the phone line with us. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Mr. Sushil Pandit, if I could come to you first, I had to interrupt you earlier. There are a host of demands that are being made, but on the ground, there seems to be considerable amount of anger. What, according to you, must the administration do to quell this?
I think first and foremost, all Kashmiri Pandits should be given an opportunity to go back home in Jammu. They are sitting ducks in Srinagar. their job conditions are like that of a bonded labor. They don't even have rights to seek transfers, which their employees, other colleagues have. Their service conditions are inhuman. They are in a slavery-like job condition, and this is humiliation. This is adding insult to injury. Their service conditions should be at par with their colleagues. What if they are PM package employees? They are government employees. They are serving the same government. Why should there be discriminatory service conditions just because they are Hindus? In fact, because they are Hindus and they have suffered exodus, they have suffered a genocide, these conditions should be more lenient.
राइट
उसका बर्थडे था।
चला उसके बाद आपने किनसे संपर्क किया? क्या
नहीं ये वो भी डीसी ऑफिस में ही जॉब करते हैं भैया। मैं उन्हीं के साथ गई, हम एक गाड़ी में बैठे, हमें पता ही नहीं चला, उसी को फोन आया। मैं उन्हीं के घर में बैठी थी, उसकी बेटी का बर्थडे था, उसी वक्त गई थी। मैंने 10 मिनट पहले उससे बात की थी, 10 मिनट पहले। मुझे बोलता है किसी का नहीं खाना, ये तूने जो धुलवाए हैं इसको पैसे बराबर देना, जितना मांगेंगे उतना देना, एक गरीब है इनको दे देना। बस 10 मिनट भैया, 10 मिनट की बात हुई। 10 मिनट के बाद मुझे नहीं पता था उसको गोली मार देंगे। मुझे पहले ही थार उठ गई थी, जब उसको गोली मारी मुझे थार उठ गई थी। मैंने यूं ही साहिल को फोन आया, मुझे पता था ये इसी को कुछ हो गया, इसको ही कुछ हो गया। वो मुझे वहां तक बोला इसको कंधे में गोली मारी है। मैंने बोला चलो बाजू चली जाएगी, कोई बात नहीं, मैं कर लूंगी। मैंने टांग भी चली जाती, मैं कर लेती कुछ ना कुछ, मगर भैया उन्होंने मुझे उसी को ले लिया। मुझे उसी से
एहतजाज चल रहे हैं हर जगह पे, आपको प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है इसका? आपको लग रहा है सारे आपके साथ हैं, आप अकेले नहीं हो?
अकेली तो भैया मैं रह ही गई हूँ, मेरे साथ ही सबसे कोई नहीं है, कोई नहीं है, मेरा वही था बस।
आप जो उनकी वाइफ है
मैडम, एक मिनट भाभी साहब, हमारे साथ उनकी वाइफ मौजूद है।
क्योंकि कश्मीरी पंडित निकला, डंडे मार रहे हैं, इन्हीं पे मारो। जो पत्थर चलाते उनको क्या करते? कल वो सिक्योरिटी के सामने गोलियां मार के चले गए, उसको क्या किया इन्होंने? डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिस में मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने गोलियां मार के चले गए, उनके खिलाफ तो कोई डंडा कोई गोली नहीं चली।
बोला गया था कि 11 बजे तक आप अजय, हमें कल बोला गया था कि कल एलजी साहब आएंगे इस मसले पे, हम पूरा पीसफुली किया, लेकिन 12 बज गए, अभी तक कोई नहीं आ रहे हैं। क्या करेंगे हम? वो आज जाते हैं तो पीसफुली कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें टायर गैस फेंक रहे हैं
और डंडे मार।
क्या चाहते हैं? ये चाहते हैं क्या कि मर जाए हम?
लेडीज को उठाया इन लोगों ने।
तो अभी आप क्या चाहते हैं? हमने हमारी मांगे जो थी वो क्लियर करती पहले राहुल जी के लिए कि उनको कंपनसेशन दिया जाए 1 करोड़ रुपए का, और उनकी वाइफ को जम्मू में ही जॉब दिया जाए, और उनकी जो बेटी है उनको जब तक वो पढ़ना चाहे तब तक उनको फ्री एजुकेशन हो। ये तो राहुल जी की बात थी। और एंटायर एवर में हमें जम्मू डिवीजन में पोस्टिंग किया जाए। हम जम्मू डिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं कह रहे, जम्मू डिवीजन। हम यहाँ से नहीं उठेंगे। इस बार कश्मीरी पंडित जा गया और जा गया है। अब और राहुल बद कोई नहीं मरेगा, और कोई बलि नहीं चढ़ेगी, और कोई बलि नहीं चढ़ेगी।
बहुत हो गया।
आपका नाम? मेरा नाम विकास है। देखिए, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के दावे बिल्कुल ये है कि हालात यहाँ पे ठीक है। अगर हालात ठीक है तो हमारी लाशों का ढेर का ग्राफ क्यों बढ़ रहा है? हालात ठीक नहीं है हमारे लिए कम से कम। तो हमारी यहाँ पे 3 स्पष्ट डिमांड्स है। पहली डिमांड है कि जस्टिस, हमारे जो विक्टिम है उनकी फैमिली को प्रॉपर जस्टिस दिया जाए। और दूसरी डिमांड है, हमारे से एक ड्रैकोनियन बॉन्ड लिखाया गया है जो कि एक अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, उसको फौरन तौर रिवोक किया जाए। और तीसरी हमारी डिमांड है, जो कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया हमें राइट टू लिव की गारंटी देता है, हमारे लिए जहां हमें सेफ और सिक्योर फील होता है, हमारी पोस्टिंग हमारी मर्जी से वहां पे की जाए। ये हमारी स्पष्ट 3 डिमांड्स हैं। आज हमने एक प्रोटेस्ट, पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट निकालने की कोशिश की, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट बडगाम की पुलिस है उनकी तरफ से टीयर गैस लाठीचार्ज हमारे ऊपर किया गया। हालांकि पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट था, ये पता नहीं चल रहा हमें क्यों इसमें लाठीचार्ज इनको क्यों करना पड़ा और उसके लिए उनको टीयर गैस क्यों उठाना पड़ा। ये कंप्लीट दिखाई दे रहा है कि एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन लेवल भी है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो हमारे मसले को सॉल्व नहीं करनी चाहती। प्रोटेस्ट तब तक कंटिन्यू नहीं रहेगा जब तक हमारी डिमांड्स फुलफिल नहीं होगी।
That is the family of Rahul Pandit. That's his wife, inconsolable after his death. Let me go back to Zeenat, who's reporting from the ground where these protests are taking place. Zeenat, the demands that are being made range from transfer of all these officials back to the Jammu district to compensation and jobs for the family.
See, Nupur, as far as the compensation to the family is concerned, a rehabilitation to Rahul Bhatt's family is concerned, Divisional Commissioner Kashmir has already said yesterday he will, wife will be accommodated in government sector as per the government rules. The education of the child will be taken care. Similarly, other demands that they have raised since yesterday, the government is looking into it. The Divisional Commissioner has given already an assurance, but we are seeing the situation going out of control, though police as well as other security forces are trying to diffuse the tension on ground. But Kashmiri Pandits, as my VJ Firdaus is showing you the visuals, that how the things are panning out here on ground, when on the one side we are seeing a verbal brawl between the police and some of the protesters, and the others, the women are staying on ground. They are raising slogans against the central government, the failure of the administration for not providing the security cover. But we need to understand that it's not possible for the police administration to provide security cover to each and every person. We know how it is difficult it is for the security forces to deal with the security of each person, though they have identified the few people who have really the security threats. They have been given safe accommodations, the police protection, the CRPF protection is there, but then giving a security to everybody is really a challenge for any force on ground. Now see, again they are raising the slogans. Slogan shouting is on where they are demanding that accept our mass resignation or depute us to Jammu region. The protesters say, I need to be able to tell my children that I did not stay silent. Very loud messages coming from the BJP against BJP government as well as the state administration here. The protesters are demanding that justice for Rahul Bhatt. Yes, justice for Rahul Bhatt. That is the demand of the Pandits who are staying here on ground since yesterday after they got the news about the Rahul's death. So we are seeing that, see, one of the Kashmiri Pandit lady, she's here again, she's holding this placard demanding that accept the resignation, the mass resignation that they have said yesterday, or they depute, the administration depute all the employees under Prime Minister package to Jammu division because they don't feel secure in Kashmir. They want to move out because they are not being given the security and nothing is being done by the divisional administration to these people. Ma'am, आप बात करेंगी? आप बताइए आपकी क्या डिमांड्स है? आप कल से यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं।
हमारी डिमांड ये है कि हमें मास रेजिग्नेशन हमें यहाँ से ट्रांसफ़र किया जाए जम्मू। वी डोंट वांट टू स्टे हियर क्योंकि इस तरह से आज एक की टर्न है, कल दूसरे की भी हो सकती है, परसों तीसरे की भी हो सकती है। इट इज़ अवर रिक्वेस्ट टू रिस्पेक्टेड एलजी साहब कि वी हैव टू ट्रांसफ़र टू जम्मू। वी डोंट वांट टू स्टे हियर।
तो कल जो डिविजनल कमिश्नर यहाँ आए थे उन्होंने भी अश्योरेंस दी थी यहाँ।
मैम ये अश्योरेंस तो कई बार दे चुके हैं लेकिन वो क्या हुआ अभी तक?
पे कुछ नहीं हुआ।
नहीं, आप मुझे बताओ, सरदारनी स्पिंदर कौर मैम को मारा, कुछ हुआ? उसके क्रिमिनल्स को पकड़ा गया, उसके बाद वो दूसरे जो मारे थे विजय को उनको कुछ हुआ? तो आज इस बेचारे ने क्या किया था? किसी के साथ किसी की दुश्मनी नहीं थी, ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है? हमें कुछ नहीं, किसी से कोई गिला नहीं है। वी वांट ट्रांसफर। Yes, ma'am. It's our request.
Is it only for those who are serving under Prime Minister's package that they are demanding their transfer from this region to Jammu region?
Yes, ma'am. So others will also. I don't know about others, but VM package employees want our transfer to Jammu.
So demand is coming quite loud and clear. Ma'am, आप बताइए, आप भी यहाँ बैठी हुई है कल से?
जी मैम, हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं, हमें जम्मू भेजा, हम मास एजुटेशन पे बैठे हैं इस वक्त। हमें यहाँ जॉब नहीं करनी। हमें यहाँ क्या मिला जॉब करके? क्या मिला हमें यहाँ जॉब करके?
यहाँ पे हमारे माँ बाप ने अपनी ज़मीनों से खोई हमारे लिए। अब हम फिर यहाँ से आए कश्मीर को अपनाने के लिए। अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं। हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं। फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है और हम क्यों बलि का बकरा बने? गवर्नमेंट को जो करना है करे, लेकिन हमें गरीब मजदूर रोटी कमाता किस लिए? ताकि सुख शांति से अपने परिवार को खाना खिला सके। क्या आप ही बताइए, मैं सुख शांति से अपने परिवार को खाना खिला सकती हूँ? मेरा बेटा मुझे कह रहा मम्मा प्लीज आप मत जाओ बाहर, क्योंकि मैं 9th में पढ़ता हूँ, मैं क्या करूँगा, अभी छोटा हूँ, मैं अभी जॉब नहीं करता, मम्मा आपको भी मार देंगे।
मैम आपको लगता है ये पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी को टारगेट किया जाए? लेकिन आज देखिए पुलवामा में भी एक कांस्टेबल जो घर पे था, लीव पे था, घर के बाहर उसको गोली मार दी और वो भी मर गया।
मैम मैं उसका तो नहीं जानती, लेकिन मैं अपनी बात करती हूँ। हमारा इतना बड़ा घर था यहाँ पे, मेरे माँ बाप ने वो छोड़ दिया। हम लोग यहाँ से जाने के बाद टेंट में हम रहे हैं। मेरे माँ बाप उन्होंने हमें टेंट में पढ़ाया। अपने सारे ऐसो आराम छोड़ के हम वहाँ पे गए इतनी गर्मी में रहने के लिए। अब फिर से यहाँ आए, मेरे बच्चे की क्या सिक्योरिटी है? क्यों? अब आप मुझे ये बताइए कैसा देश है ये? कैसा देश है कि जहाँ हमें बॉर्डर्स पे आर्मी वालों को रखते हैं ताकि हम आराम से सो सके? अब यहाँ कैसे सोएंगे हम आराम से, बताइए?
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal, and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades, but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now accept the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have 2 more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके। इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal, and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades, but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now accept the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have 2 more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
Well, there is grief, despair and anger on the streets in Budgam. This is the main arterial road that leads out of Budgam, and Zeenat is bringing us the latest on there. Zeenat, there appears to be some sort of a situation there. Can you take us through what's happening?
Nupur, I'll ask my VJ to show you the visuals. We are seeing the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the SSP Budgam on spot, trying to speak to the protesters, giving assurance. But the demand from the protesters is that police has detained some 4 protesters in this, in the clashes between the police and the protesters. So they are demanding that first they should be released immediately. We are seeing that the J&K police is trying to diffuse the tension on ground. The clashes broke out between the police as well as the protesters. They were marching towards the airport road, but police didn't allow. The police had to use tear smoke shells to disperse the protesters. But what the Kashmiri Pandits are demanding, Kashmiri Pandits की जो सबसे एक ही गुहार है, जो डिमांड कल से करे और अभी भी कई कश्मीरी पंडित औरतों से मैंने यहाँ बात की है जो कह रहे हैं कि भाई हम यहाँ पढ़ाने के लिए आ रहे हैं, हम लोगों को एजुकेशन दे। मैम आप बताइए क्या हुआ?
पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे हम, उसमें भी इन लोगों ने टायर गैस के बच्चों की आंखें इस टाइम डैमेज हुई है, जो अरेस्ट किया हुआ है और उनको मारा है अंदर। ये कोई इंसाफ हुआ? हम लोग क्यों इतना सफर कर रहे हैं? हमें समझिए हमारा कसूर क्या है, हमें बताइए हमारा कसूर क्या है। एक तो इनको पढ़ा रहे हैं, लिखा रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं और हम लोगों पे ही लाठियां बरस रही है। इनकी मार भी खा रहे हैं, वहां से भी मार खा रहे हैं। इसलिए क्या किया हम लोगों ने? ऐसा गुनाह किया कुछ?
इनको बोलिए लेडीज ने क्या किया था? ये किस लिए अंदर आ गए? हमने कोई पत्थर उठाया क्या? लेडीज को मार रहे हैं ये। अरे हिंदुस्तान में रह के हम हिंदुस्तानियों को मार रहे हैं, फिर क्या इनसे क्या वापस था हमारा? इनसे क्या हम रोक सकते हैं?
मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं अपने होम मंत्री जो गृह मंत्री है अमित शाह, उनसे एलजी सरकार से, जो खासकर यहाँ है जो पुलिस का आया है होम का ये प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी गोयल साहब, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि ये जो पुलिस इंस्पेक्टर है और बाकी जेकेपी वाले हैं, इनका एक प्रोब करें कि उन 4 बंदों को डिटेन किया है जिनमें एक लेडीज़ है और 4 बंदों को जख्मी किया जो कि हॉस्पिटलाइज है और 4 अभी अबस्कॉन्डिंग है। इसलिए रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं दिलबाग जी से जो डीजीपी पुलिस है J&K यूटी के, कि तुरंत इसमें प्रोब करें कि जो इंस्पेक्टर पुलिस का है और एसपी एसएसपी बडगाम है, इसको तुरंत प्रोब करें कि हमने कोई स्टोन पेल्टिंग नहीं की है, हमको क्यों मारा है और लाठीचार्ज किया है और टायर गैस शले लगाए हैं और डिटेन किए हैं।
दिस इज लेटेस्ट न्यूज। they are trying to divert this protection, this march। ये हमें एडिशनल डीजी साहब बोल रहे हैं इनको हटा दीजिए यहाँ से, तब आपको यहाँ से उनको छोड़ेंगे। मैंने इनको कहा लाठी बरसाइए हमारे ऊपर, गोली बरसाइए हमारे ऊपर, हम यहाँ से तब तक नहीं उठेंगे जब तक एलजी साहब यहाँ नहीं आएंगे। हमारे सीनियर सिटीजन के ऊपर 70 साल के बूढ़े के ऊपर लाठी बरसाई और 4 आदमी को बंद रखा। क्यों रखा बंद? ये मैं मोदी साहब से कहना चाहता हूँ। क्या यही सरकार है? क्या यही एलजी की सरकार है यहाँ पर? क्या कश्मीरी पंडित के लिए यही सरकार आपने बनाई है? अगर पीएम पैकेज बनाई है तो इनके लिए क्या सोचा है आपने? यही सोचा है इनको लाठी बरसाओ, इनको गोली बरसाओ। और मैं डीजीपी साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि अपने पुलिस फोर्स को नज़्म ज़ब्त में रखिए, अननेसेसरली इनको तंग मत करिए। वी आर पीसफुली हियर, हम प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, हम मातम पर बैठे हैं, हमें कोई शौक नहीं है यहाँ पर हम इस वक्त हम मातम पर बैठे हैं।
So back to the studios, the protesters here demanding that they will not leave this place till the
Right.
MG Manoj Sinha is here, and they want to continue with the protest because they are demanding the answer to the queries that they have been raising since
Absolutely.
yesterday.
Zeenat,
They
as
want
you're
the
pointing
demands
out
should
now,
be
you were
fulfilled
talking to those
earlier.
protesters, and several of their demands about releasing protesters are from the time where you were reporting on the altercation that broke out between the protesters and the police forces over there. We're going to play out that report that Zeenat had filed earlier.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police that not to come towards not to march towards the road because this is going to lead law and order situation on ground. They were allowed to stay on road for whole night. They were not disturbed. Despite that, the administration and the police had to face a lot of issues as far as the movement of traffic on airport road and other adjoining stretches were concerned. Barriers को break करते करते जो है कश्मीरी पंडित जो है वो आगे बढ़ने लगे, और उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने काफ़ी मिन्नतें भी की कि आगे मत बढ़िए क्योंकि इससे जो है काफ़ी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाएगी जो मुश्किल हो जाएगा डील करने के लिए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी इन लोगों ने नहीं सुना और बैरिकेड जो बाबर वायर लगा हुआ था सड़कों पे उसके ऊपर से छलांगे मार के जो है कश्मीरी पंडित्स ने रोड मार्च किया, और जिसकी वजह से वो मजबूर हो गए कि पुलिस जो है टीयर स्मोक शेल का इस्तेमाल कर सके। हालांकि अभी कुछ पंडित्स को इन्होंने डिटेन भी किया है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो ग्राउंड पे देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी सारा रिस्ट्रेंट जो है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरह के प्रोटेस्टर्स हो रहे हैं, स्लोगन रेजिंग हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से जे.एंड.के पुलिस को काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स जो है वो डील करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है वो इससे बढ़ सकता है, जिसे हो सकता है कि काफ़ी कोई इंजरी हो या तो काफ़ी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। तो कोशिश कर रही है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और साथ साथ CRPF मिलकर के किसी को चोट ना लगे, कोई जख्मी ना हो या किसी की इसमें कोई किसी की डेथ ना हो जाए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी देख रहे हैं कि जो प्रोटेस्टर्स है वो स्लोगन शाउटिंग जो है कंटिन्यूसली हो रही है। That is the main reason that they were quite soft since yesterday on these protesters. They allowed them to stay on road because this is one of the important tubes that connects you to different areas, but they blocked the complete road since yesterday. The ambulance
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now accept the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके। इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal, and
The security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades, but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे.
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now access the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके. इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो.
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है.
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
Scapegoat, please excuse us. We want to live with peacefully with our family. Let us live. We do have right to life.
ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसा मैडम. ये कितने साल हो गए यहाँ पे, हमारी फैमिली भी ऐसी निकली, टेंटों में रहे, हमें सांपों ने काटा हमारी फैमिली को. चलो हमने कहा कोई बात नहीं, हम पढ़ेंगे, कुछ नहीं होता, देखा जाएगा. जीरो से
मेरी मदर डिप्रेशन पेशेंट है. जब से उसने ये राहुल भट्ट का इंसिडेंट सुना है ना, शी कंटिन्यूअसली वीपिंग.
हमें बंदे हमें वापस चाहिए और हमें मास रिजिग्नेशन चाहिए और हमें इंसान.
हम वी आर नॉट स्केपगोट. प्लीज एक्सक्यूज अस. We want to live with peacefully with our family. Let us live. We do have right to life.
ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Yesterday, the 70-odd-year-old Congressman Shashi Tharoor, who despite all his years, despite his 7 decades, refuses to accept a Hindu genocide in Kashmir, that same Tharoor celebrated the ban on a film that showed the reality about the targeted killing of Hindus in the Kashmir Valley. And today, a Hindu Kashmiri Pandit, less than half of Tharoor's age, was killed inside a government office by Lashkar terrorists. Honestly, viewers, these pictures on your screen, while Rahul Bhatt was being taken in, I'll play them again, of Rahul Bhatt fighting to live. In his last moments, those pictures where he traveled 18 kilometers fighting for his life to be brought to the Srinagar hospital, the pictures of Rahul fighting to live there. And then the pictures of his body being brought out in a stretcher 1 hour later. I hope these pictures will make people like Tharoor and Mehbooba Mufti realize that the people of India, tired of the Owaisi, Tharoor, Mehbooba type of hypocrisy, are in no mood to listen to their rubbish anymore. For Rahul Bhatt died serving the country. And people like Tharoor and Mehbooba don't even have the guts or honesty to accept what the Hindus of Kashmir have gone through. That what the Hindus of Kashmir have suffered is reality and not fiction. Ask them. Ask these hypocrites tonight why they won't call the killers of Kashmiri Pandits cowards. Ask them, viewers. Ask them everywhere. Ask them in every forum you can. Ask Tharoor why he won't accept that there was a Hindu genocide. And in fact, if I can be more direct, whether Sunanda Pushkar, his wife who died in very mysterious circumstances, a Kashmiri Pandit herself felt as strongly about the Hindu genocide as I do or you do, ladies and gentlemen. Ask Mehbooba, ask her. Why out of the 6 or 7 people in the office where Rahul Bhatt was working today, only one, and that is Rahul Bhatt, a Hindu. Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit Hindu, was killed. And ask Omar, the dynast who carries government and taxpayer paid security shamelessly wherever he goes, and yet who questions the same security forces. Ask that Omar Abdullah who deserved security more. I ask you Omar, who deserved security more, you, Mehbooba, or Rahul Bhatt? And ask that Omar whether Rahul.
And here are the top stories. Massive anger on the street of Jammu and Kashmir. India asked how many more targeted killings will it take? Tear gas fired near Republic Crew as Kashmiri Hindus staged protest on the streets of Budgam. As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu, Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution. And family members and friends of Rahul Bhatt distraught, and several protests also break out. And there were Pakistan flags that had been burned as well. There was anger against the Pakistan and its stooges. Well, viewers, we're tracking all that's happening in Budgam, where we have been seeing how there were massive protests that are unraveling. There were several civilians, in fact, who had been detained as well. 4 of whom we are learning had been detained by the police officials there on the ground in Budgam. Remember, Rahul Bhatt, in fact, had been shot at by terrorists at a short range as well in a government office itself, is what we had seen. And now there were several protests that were breaking out there in Budgam itself. And our colleague Zeenat continues to report for us from the ground. She had been at the site where the protests had been breaking out. She's been getting us all the updates. Zeenat, over to you. Tell us what's the update now. What's the situation on the ground now?
See, situation is quite normal at present, although the protesters are demanding that the LG should come here, or that LG should invite them for talks, because right now we are not seeing that the slogan shouting, but yes, they are holding those placards in their hands and demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt's family. And also the demands of the protesters is that either accept the mass resignation or shift us to the Jammu division, because we cannot be here like this where there is no job security for the Kashmiri Pandits, the women and all people are here since yesterday. They are demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt's family. They want the compensation, that the family should be compensated. The education of the child should be taken care by the government, and all the demands. One of the lady who was speaking to me said that she's a teacher. She's here and she is teaching Kashmiri kids what is their fault, just that they are here to serve the Jammu and Kashmir, to provide education to the kids. But what they are getting in return? They are only getting in return insecurity. They are only getting in return insecurity, because when they leave in the morning, they don't know whether they will return in the evening or not, because the kind of assurances that have been coming from the LG administration in previous times also have not helped, because the assurance were given when the Sikh principal teacher lost his life in a terror attack, when Deepa Kashmiri Pandit teacher lost his life, or we talk about the killing of Makhanlal Bindru, who lost his life in a terror attack. The terrorist barged into his shop in Magarmal Bagh, and there he was killed in a cold-blooded murder. So now they are again saying that we have heard assurances in past also, but no assurance had been delivered, and no in letter and spirit the orders that the divisional commissioner has issued as far as for the migrant Kashmiri Pandits. But those orders were never implemented on ground. They have been posted in the far-flung areas, so which makes it difficult for them to travel to and fro when they have to cover a distance of 50 to 60 kilometers. So this time they are demanding answer from LG Manoj Sinha. What I am picking from the sources, that the LG administration or the LG Manoj Sinha may call the protesters either to the Raj Bhavan or the Secretariat. They may listen to the pleas, and some kind of assurance and some help will come from Manoj Sinha. That is what I am picking from the sources, that LG will call them either to the Civil Secretariat or Raj Bhavan. Yes, they may be meeting LG after he returns from North Kashmir. He is right now in North Kashmir, Sopur. Sir,
के साथ और रहेंगे, और हम इनको यकीन दिलाते हैं कि ये जो बड़ी है हम बचाना है, और
Well, Zinat, we'll come back to you. We have some audio issues in your line and connecting with you, but we are seeing how all the protests had been breaking out there in Budgam. Viewers, let's take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague before as well, when the protest had been breaking out. Let's take a look.
they have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police that not to march towards the road, because this is going to lead law and order situation on ground. They were allowed to stay on road for whole night. They were not disturbed. Despite that, the administration and the police had to face a lot of issues as far as the movement of traffic on Airport Road and other adjoining stretches were concerned. Barriers को break करते करते जो है कश्मीरी पंडित जो है वो आगे बढ़ने लगे, और उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने काफ़ी मिन्नतें भी की कि आगे मत बढ़िए, क्योंकि इससे जो है काफ़ी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाएगी, जो मुश्किल हो जाएगा डील करने के लिए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी इन लोगों ने नहीं सुना, और बैरिकेड जो बाबर वायर लगा हुआ था सड़कों पे, उसके ऊपर से छलांगे मार के जो है कश्मीरी पंडित्स ने रोड मार्च किया, और जिसकी वजह से वो मजबूर हो गए कि पुलिस जो है टीयर स्मोक शेल का इस्तेमाल कर सके। हालांकि अभी कुछ पंडित्स को इन्होंने डिटेन भी किया है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो ग्राउंड पे देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी सारा रिस्ट्रेंट जो है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरह के प्रोटेस्टर्स हो रहे हैं, स्लोगन रेजिंग हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से JNK पुलिस को काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स जो है वो डील करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है वो इससे बढ़ सकता है, जिसे हो सकता है कि काफ़ी कोई इंजरी हो, या तो काफ़ी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। तो कोशिश कर रही है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और साथ साथ CRPF मिलकर कि किसी को चोट ना लगे, कोई जख्मी ना हो, या किसी की इसमें कोई किसी की डेथ ना हो जाए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी देख रहे हैं कि जो प्रोटेस्टर्स है वो अभी भी टस से मस नहीं हो रहे, स्लोगन शाउटिंग जो है कंटिन्यूसली हो रही है. That is the main reason that they were quite soft since yesterday on these protesters. They allowed them to stay on road because this is one of the important tubes that connects you to different areas. But they blocked the complete road since yesterday. The ambulance movement was stopped. People were not allowed to move. The vehicles were stopped. So police and the administration tolerated almost everything because they said, okay, they are on the road, they are grieving, so let them allow them to grieve. But now we are seeing that also we are, as my Vijay is showing you, the scuffle between a Kashmiri Pandit boy as well as a police official here who's they are entering into a verbal brawl. See now yes, since this protest is taking a rather ugly turn. It is taking an ugly turn. They are asking them to move back, which they are not listening. In fact, SSP Badgam himself is on the spot monitoring the situation. He also requested them to turn back. They didn't learn, they didn't listen. So with the result that this SOG Badgam had to use tear smoke shells to disperse these protesters. We have been seeing since yesterday the utmost demand that is coming from the Kashmiri Pandits is that they want LG to be here. They want presence of LG on ground. They want LG to speak to them directly, not through their LG's administration. Yesterday we witnessed Divisional Commissioner Kashmir, Divisional Head of Kashmir visiting this spot and sympathizing with them and assured that the demands that they have raised will be taken care of. Right now they are demanding that the Rahul Bhatt's family should be compensated. The wife should be given a government job. The education of the kid should be taken care by the administration. They are demanding that all the employees, the Kashmiri Pandit employees who are working under Prime Minister's package since 2010 should be immediately shifted to Jammu. If the administration cannot help them, then better is they accept the mass resignation of all Kashmiri Pandits. They're saying Kashmir is not safe at all for anybody. So they are demanding, they're raising their pitch for the LG administration to come forward and listen to the pleas.
Well, viewers, we have seen how the entire situation on the ground has unraveled, but we have also spoken to the family members of Rahul Bhatt as well. Let's listen into this heartbreaking conversation with his mother earlier that my colleague Gursimran had with her.
रास्ते भी जाता था तो सारे उसको सलाम करते थे, बोलते थे तेरे बगैर बड़गाम अधूरा ही लगता है, तो चाडुरा क्यों गया? आपकी बिटिया का बर्थडे भी था कल? नहीं वो इनकी फ्रेंड की बेटी था, उसका बर्थडे था। उसके बाद आपने इनसे संपर्क किया तो ये वो भी डीसी ऑफिस में ही जॉब करते हैं भैया। मैं उन्हीं के साथ गई, हम एक गाड़ी में बैठे, हमें पता ही नहीं चला, उसी को फोन आया। मैं उन्हीं के घर में बैठी थी, उसकी बेटी का बर्थडे था, उसी वक्त गई थी। मैंने 10 मिनट पहले उससे बात की थी। 10 मिनट पहले मुझे बोलता है किसी का नहीं खाना, ये तूने जो धुलवाए हैं इसको पैसे बराबर देना, जितना मांगेंगे उतना देना, ये गरीब है इनको दे देना। बस 10 मिनट भैया, 10 मिनट की बात हुई। 10 मिनट के बाद मुझे नहीं पता था उसको गोली मार देंगे। मुझे पहले थार उड़ गई थी, जब उसको गोली मारी मुझे थार उड़ गई थी। मैंने यूं ही साइड पे फोन आया, मुझे पता था ये इसी को कुछ हो गया, इसको ही कुछ हो गया। वो मुझे वहाँ तक बोला इसको कंधे में गोली मारी है। मैंने बोला चलो बाजू चली जाएगी, कोई बात नहीं, मैं कर लूंगी। मैंने टांग भी चली जाती, मैं कर लेती कुछ ना कुछ, मगर भैया उन्होंने मुझे वो ले लिया, मुझे उसी क्या चल रहे हैं हर जगह पे आपको मिल रहा है इसका? आपको लगता है सारे आपके साथ हैं, आप अकेले नहीं हो? अकेली तो भैया मैं रह ही गई हूँ, मेरे साथ ही सब कोई नहीं है, मेरा वही था बस। कुछ नहीं बोला, आप लोग नहीं इसको आप इसने बोला उसको कहाँ हमारी गोली मेरे को भी मार दे, मुझे बोला एक गोली पड़ी, फिर बोला 3 गोली हमारी, उसको 5 बार गोली।
Well, we are viewers cutting across to some big breaking update that we're getting from the Apex Court now, where the Supreme Court has refused to stay the NEET PG 2022 examination. And the Supreme Court in its observations have also stated that because the stay has been given, because they can't cause hardships to the ones preparing for it for long. The NEET PG examination, remember, had been in the epicenter of the controversy and had also been approached to the apex court where a petition had been filed as well, and on that petition a stay has been given by the Supreme Court. In fact, refused to be given a stay to that petition as well, and the Supreme Court has said that they cannot cause hardships to the ones that have been preparing for the NEET PG examination of 2022 for long. Now, this is the primary breaking update that we're getting from the apex court, and we are going to get the copy of the order as well to understand what exactly the observations of the bench have been in this entire matter of NEET PG 2022 examination as well. And tracking this story very closely is our colleague Ananya, who's joining us on the broadcast. Ananya, tell us more about this refusal of granting stay on this petition and what really was the matter. Take our viewers through this entire case.
Well, yes, clearly the Supreme Court was hearing various petitions challenging the NEET PG 2022 examination, and a bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud clearly dismissed the matter, saying that a lot of students have been preparing for this whole examination for a long time, and postponing the exams would in fact cause a chaos and uncertainty in the minds of those who were preparing for it, and hence the postponement cannot happen for a small category of students. If you remember, the petitions were basically filed because the NEET PG counselling of 2021 and the NEET PG 2022 was clashing in between, and hence a petition was filed to postpone the NEET PG 2022 examination, which is scheduled for May 21. But now the bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud had clearly given a go-ahead, and there would be no postponement of the examination, and the students will have to appear before the court before the examination and take up this examination. In fact, back to the studios.
Well, that's right, Ananya. We had seen how there were several protests as well that had broken out in the national capital and across the country as well. And of course, this petition had been seeking for the postponement of the NEET examination, and now the stay has not been granted by the Supreme Court, and they have cited that this will not be unfair for the people who have been preparing for this examination for a long time, and that is the grounds for which the stay has not been granted by the apex court. Remember, the petition had been filed to postpone the NEET 2022 examination as well, and we had seen several protests that were fronted by the students themselves on the streets in the national capital as well. And now we have Dr. Shyam Jaiswal joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Jaiswal, if I could come to you about the Supreme Court's order that has just now come in, where it has refused to grant the stay on this entire petition and refused to, in fact, postpone the NEET examinations as well. Your thoughts, sir? And we have seen, viewers, how this entire Supreme Court, in fact, has refused to grant the stay on the postponement of the NEET 22 examinations. And we again have Dr. Shyam Jaiswal, who is coming on our broadcast. Dr. Jaiswal, if I could come to you, if you can hear me. We have seen how the Supreme Court has refused to postpone the NEET 22 examination, saying that it will not be fair to the people who've been preparing for it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. The exam has been not been postponed now, as the Supreme Court has denied the plea which was being filed by the aspirants, seeking on that 2 lakh of people. There are very chunk of people are also there, of lakhs of students who've been preparing for the exam for since 1 year, and it will dismantle their preparation. So they have left out the amount of students that were being seeking for the postponement, as they were ineligible and the counseling and the exam was been going together. So they wanted to streamline this thing, and they wanted to fix it, the delay that has been happened due to COVID, and they have started it. So they said further, if they postpone the exam, there will be less number of doctors, and the delay which has been happened due to COVID will be not rectified. So they have started, they said by denying it, no further postponement will be there, and it was already once postponed in the month of March. So it's really disheartening for the students that were really fighting for the postponement.
Right, that was Dr. Sham Jaiswal, an aspirant doctor, talking to us with respect to this order that has come out, viewers, of the Apex Court, which has denied for the postponement of the NEET 22 examination. And let's take a quick check of the stories across the country. In short, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to launch the Madhya Pradesh startup policy and interact with those of the startup sector. Commending the MP government for making the state a hub for enterprise, he urged those from the ecosystem to join the program in Madhya Pradesh in the evening. India has recorded 2,841 new COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours across the country, while the total number of active cases spilled down to 18,604 from the previous day's record of 19,000 cases in the previous day. Now, this meant that the active cases stood at 0.04%. India's High Commission has categorically denied that it or any of the Indian consulates general or the Assistant High Commission of India in Sri Lanka have stopped issuing visas. It says that in the past few days, there were operational difficulties due to the inability of the visa wing staff, most of whom were Sri Lankan nationals, to attend the office. And now India's High Commission has said that it is striving to return functioning in Sri Lanka to the normal level soon. Now, ITBP personnel deployed for security and streamlining darshan in Kedarnath Temple, Uttarakhand, after a huge influx of pilgrims took place there. Now, the ITBP has also alerted its disaster management teams in the area. Medical teams with 2 cylinders have been deployed at different places. Well, up next, viewers, we're cutting across to some mega breaking update that we're getting with respect to the entire Gyanvapi mosque controversy, where just yesterday we had seen the mega order that had come out from the court itself, and now the survey which had been allowed yesterday by the court will take place tomorrow early morning is what we're learning. By about 8 a.m. is what we are being given to understand is when the entire survey taking exercise will really take place tomorrow at 8 p.m. itself. 8 a.m. I beg your pardon itself at the Gyanvapi Mosque, where the team that has been assigned for the task will be going there. Videography of the entire mosque will also be done. Remember, the order has given permission to the authorities to carry out the entire survey to make sure that the videography is also done, and not just of the part near the barricading, but also inside of the basement as well, where the entire bone of contention really had lied. And just yesterday, we have seen that the order has come out and it has in fact given permission for the survey to take place. And that said survey, the entire process for which will start tomorrow itself at 8 a.m. is what we are learning now, viewers. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, BJP Rajya Sabha MP makes a big allegation, claims that he was dragged out of Udaipur as Rahul Gandhi arrived. Also that it's a mega crackdown on the D-Gang network. Brothers-in-law of Chota Shakil arrested by the NIA. Stay tuned for more details.
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal, and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades, but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके, इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hostel here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company
Welcome back, viewers. Let's take a look at news in brief from the war-torn country of Ukraine. A massive explosion was seen at the Azovstal steel plant in Ukraine's last stronghold in the city of Mariupol, where more than 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers, including hundreds of wounded, remain, according to the Ukrainian government. A bridge which was destroyed over the Irpin River in Stoyanka in the beginning of the war on February 25th is now being restored by the Ukrainians. The bridge was destroyed to prevent Russian troops from attacking Kiev. Deputy head of the office of the president has announced that the bridge will open on May 29th. Missile trails were visible in the sky as Russian forces continued their offensive in areas surrounding the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut. According to the Ukrainian military, Russian forces were storming the two villages near the city, from which columns of smoke could be seen rising to the east. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings will it take? And Kashmiri Pandit killed, wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Stay tuned for more details on all the stories.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे।
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republic has now accessed the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके, इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because the water cannons are being used.
सर्वे 17 तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है और सर्वे के लिए डेट जो है अजय कुमार मिश्रा और विशाल सिंह तय करेंगे.
The district administration has been given clear instructions from the side of the court to support the entire survey and take serious action against whosoever is trying to create any hindrance in the particular matter.
Republicans now access the Gyanvapi court order. The inspection still goes on. Second, the survey report has to be submitted by the 17th. Third, you have two more commissioners who would be joining the team.
प्रॉपर निरीक्षण हो करके सारी वस्तु स्थिति न्यायालय के समक्ष आए और न्यायालय यह उसको देख करके न्यायपूर्ण आदेश पारित करे.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके. इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो.
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट
Top headlines at 12:30. Massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings. Tear gas fired near Republic Crew as Kashmiri Hindus staged protests on the streets of Budgam.
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu, Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution.
वो ले लिया मुझे उसी
Kashmiri Pandit killed wife inconsolable demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Anger against Pakistan and their stooges. Will Mehbooba speak up now? After Uttar Pradesh, MP and Haryana government now bat for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. Supreme Court refuses to stay the NEET exam for postgraduate students. Welcome viewers, thanks for tuning in. It's 12:30, tracking the big story coming in right now. This one from Haryana, where the Haryana minister has now quoted a controversy. In fact, the remark that has been made by the Haryana minister, where he has batted for national anthem in madrasas in the state. So there's a fresh row that has erupted over national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas, wading into the ongoing controversy. So now we have the Haryana minister who has batted for the national anthem in madrasas. Listen in to what he had to say.
नेशनल एंथम पे मेरा ख्याल का कुछ ऐसा है नहीं. अगर वहाँ कुछ प्रकार की समस्या रही होगी तो मेरा ख्याल का यहाँ कोई इतनी समस्या है नहीं. अगर ऐसी बात होगी तो करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं. नेशनल एंथम तो हर जगह गाया ही जाना चाहिए. उसमें क्या था, चाहे मदरसा है चाहे स्कूल है, सब जगह गाने में क्या सकते हैं.
जनगणमन होना चाहिए, सब जगह होना चाहिए, अच्छी चीज़। मध्य प्रदेश में सभी जगह होना चाहिए, राष्ट्र का गीत है, इसलिए सब जगह हो, हम भी चाहते हैं सब जगह हो। विचारणीय बिंदु है, विचार किया जा सकता है।
So we have the Haryana minister there. He has batted for national anthem in madrasas. There's a fresh controversy now that has erupted over national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. We have Amandeep as well on the same. Amandeep, if you could give us more details, because now we have the Haryana minister who is saying that national anthem is likely to be made compulsory in the madrasas.
Absolutely, Samiksha. The point is that this minister is education minister of state, and in fact, when we asked the question about the national anthem in the madrasas, he stated that there is no such problem. But still, the state government will verify either they are singing the national anthem in madrasas or not. If they are not, it will make mandatory by the state of Haryana as well. And meanwhile, he has also quoted that either in schools or madrasas, national anthem should be played everywhere. There is nothing bad in playing national anthem, and he will take stock of the situation in the madrasas, just because there is a certain pocket in Haryana that is dominated by the Muslims, and in fact madrasas are very much there. So now Haryana government will take stock of the situation from the madrasas. If they are not singing the national anthem, then government ensure that it will make mandatory in madrasas for singing the national anthems. Yes.
So these details. So there we have the fresh controversy that has erupted over national anthem that is likely to be made mandatory in madrasas. And now we have the Haryana minister who has said that the national anthem will be made mandatory in the madrasas. And here's a quick wrap of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in the Kirti Nagar industrial area in the national capital this morning. A total of 12 fire tenders were also rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing, furniture and fabrication factories. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh area of Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital, and the police believed that the driver who fled the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. 7 Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out party's leadership issue and roadmap for the future, but not a word on the Jodhpur clashes. Several people were injured in a stone pelting incident between 2 groups at the Chandai Eco village in Maharashtra's Jalna over naming of a new constructed gate in the village. A youth was reportedly injured in police firing during the clash. Also, according to police officials, they had fired several rounds in the air and also fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd. A terrorist shot and injured a policeman near his residence in Gadura, Pulwama. It was learned that the policeman who was posted in Pulwama was on leave and was attacked by the terrorists. Back-to-back news breaks coming in. We are now getting to know that Ali Shan, son of former BSP MLC mining tycoon Haji Iqbal, has been arrested by Saharanpur Crime Branch and the Mirzapur police from Lajpat Nagar area of the national capital. What you're told is that many cases have been registered against the family of former MLC Haji Iqbal in land fraud and many other cases. So the latest what you're learning is that son of former BSP MLC mining tycoon Haji Iqbal has now been arrested by the Saharanpur Crime Branch and the Mirzapur police from the Lajpat Nagar area of the national capital. We will be going across to Piyush as well to get us more details on this case, but that's the latest of what we're learning. Former MLC's son has been arrested in land fraud case. He is the son of former BSP MLC who has been arrested. And we have Piyush on the phone line for more details. Piyush, over to you. What more can you tell us?
Well, that's a big development which we are right now getting, is that Ali Shan, and who is also son of former BSP MLC mining tycoon Haji Iqbal, has now been arrested by Saharanpur Crime Branch and Mirzapur police, and this has happened. This arrest has taken place from Lajpat Nagar area of Delhi. He was hiding there for the last many days. In fact, the Saharanpur crime branch was looking for this person for the last many days, because there are multiple cases registered against the family of former MLC Haji Iqbal in land fraud and other cases also. Now he has been arrested by Saharanpur crime branch. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation of police is further going to take place, but it is now being seen as a big catch by the Saharanpur crime branch. We'll have to wait and watch what more things the police is going to focus on, how it is going to probe the case further. If there are other people also involved in this case, the crime branch was looking for this person for the last...
Sure, we'll have to leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you as you get more details on this case. Moving on to a quick wrap of all that's making news from across the globe. A day after North Korea acknowledged a COVID outbreak, the country has said that 6 people have died and hundreds of thousands of others had fallen ill amid an explosive spread of fever across the nation. According to experts, the scale of COVID-19 outbreak in North Korea is still unclear, as North Korea has not found why the fever happened. Thousands of activists marched in Buenos Aires demanding more work and better income. Activists demanded that the government should renegotiate the national debt with the International Monetary Fund. Currently, Argentina is coping with acute poverty and accelerated inflation, which has increased by over 23%. Hundreds of teachers from the Peru National Teachers Union marched demanding better working conditions and called for the resignation of president as well. Handwritten signs by teachers also remarked that Castillo should abide by the presidential campaign promises. Teachers are demanding a pay rise to cope with the soaring inflation, as well as demanded better tools in classrooms. US Secretary of Defense Austin welcomed Thailand's Prime Minister and Defense Minister to the Pentagon. The meeting centered on close cooperation between the two countries, reflecting what they said was a friendship that stretches back more than 200 years. Ukrainian President Zelensky said that Russian forces had damaged schools in overnight shelling off the Chernihiv region. The president said Russian commanders were simply sick if they were willing to target the Ukrainians. And getting in exclusive visuals of a VVIP brat losing his cool on tape. And what we are getting to know right now is that Tripura Deputy Chief Minister's son has been caught on tape misbehaving with parliamentary panel in Agartala. And Pratik Kishore Deborama is his name. The son of Tripura Deputy Chief Minister, in a drunken state, indulged in a brawl at a hotel on Wednesday night. The visuals on your screens of the son, the VVIP son, and his this whole act that has been captured on camera. So, though the MP raised the issue at the highest level and police came to the scene, no action was taken against the Tripura Deputy Chief Minister's son. We have Shravan from National Capital giving us all those details. Shravan, what more can you tell us? Because on tape we can see Tripura Deputy Chief Minister's VVIP on camera.
Well, in fact, Samisha, these are exclusive CCTV images that have been accessed by Republic Media Network. Let me just take our viewers to the latest details that we are picking up. What you see on your screen is the son of a top minister in Tripura. He's getting into a brawl with an IAS officer. In fact, we're being told that he was at that luxury hotel along with his friend when he went to the bar. In an inebriated state, he got into a scuffle with an IAS officer. Thereafter, remember, what's very important to point out here is that a parliamentary delegation was actually staying in this very hotel. In fact, when this brawl actually took place, we're given to understand that the parliamentary committee members, including the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh and various other, and also former UP Chief Minister was also present there as part of that parliamentary committee. They were actually having a meeting when what one can see from these videos is that this minister's son thereafter decided to go and accost one of the ministers there who was actually present in the hotel, and thereafter the security staff of the former Madhya Pradesh chief minister had to basically intervene and to ensure he was to be taken away from that very place. The hotel staff thereafter had to call the police to bring down the tempers, and what we are being told right now is that within the Bharatiya Janata Party also in Tripura, they've also condemned this kind of act, because this is nothing but a clear-cut case of VVIP racism. This brat that you have actually seen or caught on camera right now, these are exclusive CCTV footage of that luxury hotel where this incident actually took place. So you are looking at a situation where you have several senior ministers, part of a parliamentary delegation, a standing committee, a parliamentary committee was present there. Members of that committee, they were present there when this brawl took place. So it all started with the minister's son, who had entered the pub and thereafter had a couple of drinks along with his friend. And we do not know exactly the reason why he got into a scuffle with one of the IAS officers, the bureaucrats of the Tripura administration. But what we can confirm to our viewers right now from the visuals that have been accessed by Republic Media Network, these are CCTV footage where one can clearly see the minister's son who's present there. We haven't really heard right now from the minister at this point in time, or whether at all the party is going to take some sort of an action. That is still not very clear at this point in time. But these CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic Media Network once again goes on to indicate how perhaps the minister's son thought that he could get away by this kind of a crass behavior. And especially given the fact that you've had senior members of the parliament who were present in that very hotel when this brawl actually took place. And there was also a need for a police intervention only to try and ensure that things do not go out of hand.
Yes. Well, Shravan, if it's too early, I don't know if there's any reaction that you are learning from across the political spectrum, or any word from the Tripura Deputy CM himself about his son misbehaving on tape that we have shown to our viewers?
Well, in fact, we'll have to wait for an on-record reaction really coming in from the party itself. But I have spoken to some of the officers there in Tripura, and especially senior officers who are aware of the situation. They certainly say that the top brass within the Bharatiya Janata Party have already condemned what has really happened, and perhaps the Chief Minister has also taken cognizance of what's really transpired, because at the end of the day, it is an embarrassment for the party at this point in time, because this is going to be raised. We have already seen a lot of questions being raised about the conduct of the minister's son and whether at all some sort of an action will be taken, because at the end of the day, he's got into a brawl with a government servant. You're talking about one of the top bureaucrats in Tripura who's been accosted by the minister's son. So, of course, it basically attracts some sort of a penalty.
Well, Shravan, just interrupting you there, what we are getting to know right now is that the Tripura Deputy CM has told to Republic that he has no clue of the tape. So even as we are playing that tape on our screens right now, we have the Tripura Deputy CM clearly denying the facts, and he's saying he has no clue whatsoever of the incident that happened.
Well, this incident has actually happened in front of not one person, but multiple people who were present in the hotel. In fact, this includes parliamentary committee members who were present when this incident actually took place. So much so, the information that we have is that one of the former chief ministers who were actually present there, his staff members also had to intervene. Security members had to be called in to try and resolve this entire issue, because this was certainly going out of hand, number one. And secondly, this is also a situation where you have an serving IS officer who's been accosted.
Shravan, I'm very sorry, I have to interrupt you there. We have to take a very short break, but that's a developing story. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. On the other side, anger against Pakistan and their stooges. Will Mehbooba speak up now? And after Uttar Pradesh, MP and Haryana government backed for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirti Nagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress' 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out the party's leadership issue and roadmap going ahead.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests for
These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Oh, shit. Oh, Firdaus.
Now we have PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti finally breaking a silence on the killing of Rahul Bhatt, but giving it a communal twist. saying that the BJP government in fact is creating divide between Hindus and Muslims, and that the BJP is not supporting Kashmiri Pandits. So big allegation there being levelled by Mehbooba Mufti, saying that the BJP is accusing the BJP of divisive politics. We have the soundbite of Mehbooba Mufti as well. Let's listen in.
मुल्क में हालात बद से बदतर होते जा रहे हैं, जहां मरकजी सरकार अपनी नाकामियां छुपाने के लिए हिंदू मुसलमानों को आपस में लड़ाने का खेल खेल रही है और हिंदुओं को मुसलमानों को और मुसलमानों को हिंदुओं का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन बना के पेश कर रही है। वहां जम्मू कश्मीर वाहिद एक ऐसी रियासत है जहां अभी भी हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, बौद्ध हो, आपस में मिलके रह रहे हैं। ऐसे में तमाम जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों पे ये फर्ज आयद होता है कि हम जो हमारे बीच में रहने वाले, चाहे वो कश्मीरी पंडित हो, चाहे हमारे सरदार भाई हो, उनके साथ न सिर्फ खड़े रहें बल्कि 1947 में जिस तरह से हमने उनके मालो जान की हिफाजत की थी और गांधी जी को उस वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर से एक उम्मीद की किरण नजर आई थी, उसी तरह से हमें चाहिए आज हम अपने माइनॉरिटीज के साथ यहाँ खड़े रहें। इसलिए मैं अपने तमाम लोगों से इल्तिजा करती हूं कि आज जुम्मे के दिन तमाम मस्जिदों में हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे की हिफाजत की पुरजोर वकालत की जाए और साथ ही में जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो भाईचारा है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो इतिहास रहा है, जो हिस्ट्री रही है कि हम इकट्ठे रहने वाले लोग हैं, एक सेक्युलर स्टेट है, पूरे मुल्क को मैसेज दे ताकि मुल्क में जो इस वक्त सरकार है उनको मुसलमानों को बदनाम करने का मौका ना मिले।
So, Mehbooba Mufti there accusing the BJP of divisive politics, saying that the BJP is trying to create a divide between the Hindus and Muslims. Finally breaking a silence over Rahul Bhatt's death, but making it a communal issue and saying that the BJP in fact is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide in the region. And this even as protests continue across the valley and the protesters there demanding justice for the Kashmiri Pandits. We will come back to the same story as protests continue to take place across the valley, where the Kashmiri Pandits now demand action and justice for the Pandits.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver, who fled on the spot, probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress 3-day Chintan Shivar to chalk out the party's leadership issue and roadmap going ahead.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters
And let's take a quick check of the top stories here at 1 p.m. Massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings will it take? Tear gas fired near Republic True as Kashmiri Hindus stage protests on the streets of Vadgaon.
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
A Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, is laid to rest in Jammu. Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution.
वो ले लिया मुझे उसी क्या चल रहे हैं हर जगह.
Kashmiri Pandit killed, wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Anger against Pakistan and their stooges over the death of Rahul Bhatt. Mehbooba gives justice for Rahul campaign a communal spin and says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide. Now, after Uttar Pradesh, MP and Haryana government bat for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. Supreme Court refuses to stay on the NEET exam for postgraduate examinations. Well, viewers, we're coming across to some massive breaking updates that we're getting from the city of Pune now. The Pune railway station, in fact, was evacuated after the news of gelatin sticks were being found at premises itself. The movement of the trains were also stopped for some hours. Now, according to the police officials, situation is now under control, but the station was barricaded for an hour. Moreover, the Pune PDDS clarifies that the suspected object was not an explosive material. Proper SOPs were followed and there was in fact nothing to panic as well. We are seeing a situation of panic that has unraveled in the Pune railway stations. Let's listen in to what the Pune railway commissioner in fact had to also say. Let's listen in to the authorities first and then we'll get you all the breaking updates.
ते आपला सस्पिशियस ऑब्जेक्ट भेटलेला आहे. फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन अशी आहेत की ते जिलेटिन नाही, पण आपले लोक BDDS टीम सगळे चेक करतायत आणि पुढील तपास आपला चालू आहे.
सर ते कुठे नेण्यात आलेत आता?
नाही, आता हे सगळं डिस्पोज केल्यानंतर आपण सांगू तुम्हाला. ठीक आहे
सर. 8 दिवसांपूर्वी इथं धमकी देखील देण्यात आली होती की अशा पद्धतीने आम्ही रेल्वे स्टेशनवर करणार आहोत, बॉम्ब ठेवणार आहोत.
नाही, आमच्याकडे तसं काही
कंट्रोलला कॉल देखील होता सर.
Well, there you have the visuals of the material that had been seized by the authorities. Remember earlier it was thought to be of gelatin sticks that were found at the Pune railway station, after which the entire railway station had to be evacuated. The movement of the trains had to be stopped for several hours and the entire combing had been done of the railway station itself. And now we heard the officials as well clarifying that there is nothing to be panicked about and the proper SOPs in fact had been followed as well. Seems like a false alarm that has unraveled at the Pune railway station where there had been material found that looked like gelatin sticks, but the officials have confirmed that this is not explosive material. But even then, we had seen, viewers, how for several hours the entire railway station had been cordoned off as well. And for more details on this entire situation, let me go across to my colleague Alisha, who's been tracking the story very, very closely for us. Alisha, tell us more about this entire explosive devices that were assumed to be gelatin sticks earlier had been seized by the local authorities. What is the investigation that is being done now?
Well, Priyanka, today morning when in the Pune railway station, when the railway authorities has found 3 gelatin sticks, but that is not an explosion, is what been told by Mumbai Commissioner of Police Amitabh Gupta, who already took a recce of the situation. But yes, the time it was reported, the entire railway station was evacuated, and also the trains were stopped for some hours, it has been said, and also the police has been investigating into the matter. BDDS are already to the spot. They have already barricaded the railway station, and importantly now the police has started the investigation, because there was like a week ago where there was a phone call in the control room of some explosion threat that was given in the control room, and after that the Pune police has already taken into the consideration, and they've been looking into it. And after this incident happened, where the police has been saying that it was not an explosion, and of course the BDTS squad had also confirmed that they have clarified that it is not an explosion material. The SOP has been followed and nothing to panic about. Even police is looking into the matter now. They are going to check the CCTVs, and they are going to scrutinize all those things of who has done this and who has kept this, because it is very important, because a week back when they have already received a threat call in the control
Alisha,
room, and
they're breaking down some very important details of this very important story that is really coming out from Pune, where of course gelatin sticks were thought to have been found at the Pune railway stations, but now authorities have clarified that this was not an explosive material and everything is under control. Well, viewers, we're cutting across to some more breaking updates when it comes to the Rahul Bhatt killing that has taken place in Badgam and the subsequent protests that have also broken out. And now we see a political color that is now being given by Mehbooba Mufti, the PDP chief, who has now broken her silence on the killing of Rahul Bhatt and has also given it a communal twist. The entire tragedy of Rahul Bhatt being murdered as well. Let's listen into what Mehbooba Mufti had to say, and then we'll bring you all the breaking updates with our reporters on the ground.
मुल्क में हालात बद से बदतर होते जा रहे हैं, जहां मरकजी सरकार अपनी नाकामियां छुपाने के लिए हिंदू मुसलमानों को आपस में लड़ाने का खेल खेल रही है और हिंदुओं को मुसलमानों को और मुसलमानों को हिंदुओं का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन बना के पेश कर रही है। वहां जम्मू कश्मीर वाहिद एक ऐसी रियासत है जहां अभी भी हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, बौद्ध हो, आपस में मिलके रह रहे हैं। ऐसे में तमाम जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों पे ये फर्ज आयद होता है कि हम जो हमारे बीच में रहने वाले, चाहे वो कश्मीरी पंडित हो, चाहे हमारे सरदार भाई हो, उनके साथ न सिर्फ खड़े रहें, बल्कि 1947 में जिस तरह से हमने उनके मालो जान की हिफाजत की थी और गांधी जी को उस वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर से एक उम्मीद की किरण नजर आई थी, उसी तरह से हमें चाहिए आज हम अपने माइनॉरिटीज के साथ यहां खड़े रहें। इसलिए मैं अपने तमाम लोगों से इल्तिजा करती हूं कि आज जुम्मे के दिन तमाम मस्जिदों में हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे की हिफाजत की पुरजोर वकालत की जाए, और साथ ही में जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो भाईचारा है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो इतिहास रहा है, जो हिस्ट्री रही है कि हम इकट्ठे रहने वाले लोग, एक सेक्युलर स्टेट है, पूरे मुल्क को मैसेज दे ताकि मुल्क में जो इस वक्त सरकार है उनको मुसलमानों को बदनाम करने का मौका न मिले।
Well, we have seen, viewers, how there have been reactions that are pouring in, including now Mehbooba Mufti, who has broken her silence, but not just that, but also given it a communal color to this entire tragedy of Rahul Bhatt being targeted and killed as well by terrorists inside of a government building itself. And now there are several demands that have been put forth by the next of kin of Rahul Bhatt. And for more details on this, Gursimran, my colleague, joins us from the ground. Gursimran, you have been tracking the story very closely. We have seen the repercussions of Rahul Bhatt's murder as well in form of protests that are breaking out in Badgam. What more can you tell us with respect to the investigation that is being carried out and the situation on the ground?
See, the investigation is still underway. The police has identified 2 terrorists, Aqib and Latif, who were part of this module who carried out the killing of Rahul Bhatt. And the police teams, along with the army and the CRPF, they are carrying out round-the-clock search operations to neutralize these 2 terrorists. But Mehbooba Mufti has done what she is known for. What she can do better is to communalize this thing. She has given a statement, again trying to communalize this, because there was nothing to be communalized about. But what Mehbooba did, she chose not to question those terrorists, not to question Pakistan, but to question the Union
stay
government.
on with us. Gursimran, stay on with us. Dr. Nirmal Singh also joins us on the broadcast. Dr. Nirmal Singh, if you can get me, we have seen how the entire repercussions of this brutal killing of Rahul Bhatt is breaking out in Budgam. But even in the midst of that, we see politicians like Mehbooba Mufti completely politicizing and communalizing this issue of Rahul Bhatt. What do you think?
Let Mehbooba Mufti explain to the people whether Rahul Bhatt has been killed by a terrorist or a person who's Muslim. If they say that he is a terrorist, then how we are criminalizing the situation? Actually, Mehbooba Mufti, he finds chance and always tries to divide society on communal lines, Hindu-Muslim. Whatever they are in the courts, whether it's Vapi Masjid or Taj Mahal or Qutub Minar, where such issues they are being discussed under law, this court is taking its course. She's criminalizing. She's doing. There's a Hindu-Muslim. She's criminalizing the things. Then she's instigating the people, especially from Jammu and Kashmir, the Kashmiri youth, to come on the streets and resort to this patharbaji and all those things. This is part of the toolkit. Whatever this Pakistan is saying, Umar Abdullah is saying, Farooq is saying, Mehbooba is saying, they are saying speaking the same language. They are on the same page.
Right. Dr. Nirmal Singh, stay on with us. Dr. Nirmal Singh, I request you to stay on with us. Nalan Kohli of the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Nalan Kohli, your thoughts on this entire matter that is now unraveling. Let's put this into perspective. We have seen how this brutal killing of Rahul Bhatt takes place. And then we have protests that are breaking out. There are people who are enraged over this entire brutal killing. And then we have Mehbooba Mufti completely communalizing the entire issue. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, Mehbooba Muftiji's brand of politics is getting exposed day by day. Her only agenda seems to be communalized politics. Perhaps the only time she could not pursue a communal agenda was when the BJP and she were incumbent, and the BJP, keeping a national perspective in mind in those circumstances, had entered into a government and prevented this kind of agenda. The fact of the matter is, there are a set of people used by Pakistan who's inimical to India and the existence of India, using the excuse of Jammu and Kashmir, misusing Islam to create a brand of people who will misuse Islam to become terrorists and kill innocent people, as we've seen this case. Not one word Mehbooba Mufti would ever say against such people. On the contrary, she will look at them sympathetically. She will go to the extent of hoping that India talks to Pakistan and say, hum jaise phase hue hain. Because of the problem is Pakistan, which does not relieve its agenda of pursuing terrorism as a state policy and calling them non-state actors. But Mehbooba Muftiji's show me one statement where she has criticized Pakistan openly, bluntly, clearly, unequivocally, spoken for India and its interests clearly, unequivocally, attacked Pakistan and these terrorist organizations clearly, unequivocally, in specific terms? No. But what she'll do is blame the BJP. So this is becoming like a joke. Perhaps if somebody has a headache, she'll say the cause of the headache is also the BJP or the RSS. So her brand of politics is getting exposed. It perhaps reflects her political frustration.
That being said, Nalan Kohli, that being said, we have seen how the entire communal prism that Mehbooba Mufti seems to be wanting to look at this entire situation with. Because we had been talking about Rahul Bhatt and how he had been brutally killed, and there were family members who had been demanding for justice. In the midst of that, she talks about Hindu-Muslim as well. So where did this prism really come from? And isn't this another attempt at divisive politics in Jammu and Kashmir?
The question to ask her is how many times she has visited the Kashmiri Pandits who have been thrown out of their houses from Jammu and Kashmir. How many such families she has personally gone, met and asked them to come back. Said that my cadre, that is her party's cadre, the PDP will help them settle down. What steps she has taken? So these are hollow words, as if she's speaking for the Kashmiri Pandits. The Kashmiri Pandits would see her also as one of the possible causes. Her brand of politics is one of the possible causes that has led to them not living in their homes and having been ousted from their homes. So she's following a rank political agenda of communal politics. That gets exposed in today's day. And I think it exposes her political frustration of not being in power. And therefore, she's trying to communalize the situation to somehow hope that people will support her on some way or the other.
Right. Thank you, Nalan Kohli, for talking to us on the broadcast on that very important issue that is now developing out of Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, viewers, Rahul Bhatt, in fact, had been brutally murdered by terrorists inside of a government building as well. Earlier, we had seen that there were the last riots of Rahul Bhatt that were also being performed, and there were heartbreaking eulogies also that were coming in. Let's listen in to several people who paid their respects to Rahul Bhatt.
We should call spade a spade. न ये पैसे का खेल है, ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूँगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस। मेरा छोटा भाई था, क्यों एक हिंदू, क्या उसका कसूर था? क्या उसने आर्मी की यूनिफॉर्म पहनी थी? क्या उसने किसी का बच्चा मारा था? एक सिविलियन अपने ऑफिस में अपना काम कर रहा है, उसको चुन के, अगर 50 वहाँ एम्प्लॉइज थे, खाली एक हिंदू को वहाँ चुन के मारा गया, उसके पीछे क्या रीज़न है? और मैं आप मीडिया से भी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप इसको पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट होकर न्यूज़ ना दिखाएं। दिस इज़ अगेंस्ट ए हिंदू, दिस इज़ अ टारगेटेड हिंदू किलिंग, जो कि 1989 से स्टार्ट हुई, उससे पहले भी हुई है, बट आई विल नॉट गो इनटू हिस्ट्री। बट एज रिसेंट एज जो हमने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, 1990 में 5 लाख लोग गए, अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये। दिस इज बेसिस रिलीजन, दिस इज नॉट, आई विल नॉट होल्ड एनीथिंग एल्स अकाउंटेबल और पाकिस्तान, दिस इज प्योरली रिलीजन बेस्ड। वो एक हिंदू है, ये पाकिस्तान को थोड़ी पता था उस ऑफिस में वो हिंदू काम करता है, जब तक उसके साथ वालों ने, उसके पड़ोसियों ने उसकी न्यूज ना दी हो कि ये हिंदू यहाँ अकेला काम कर रहा है। और मैं आपको डेयर करता हूं कि आप इसको पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट होकर इसको ना चलाएं।
आप जो कह रहे हैं पॉलिटिकल साइलेंस भी हमने देखा, क्रिमिनल साइलेंस कुछ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की तरफ से, क्या आप मानते हैं कि वो भी कहीं ना कहीं जिम्मेवार है इस सब के?
पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज एज वेल एज मीडिया आई होल्ड अकाउंटेबल। आई एम सॉरी, अब मुझे मालूम है आप ये काटोगे, बट इसमें कहीं ना कहीं मीडिया का भी दोष है कि आप सही न्यूज़ नहीं दिखाते। उसका कोई किसी से बैर नहीं था, उस पर किसी का बैर नहीं था, उसने किसी का बच्चा नहीं मारना, वो पुलिस में नहीं था, आर्मी में नहीं था, एक सिविलियन था। सिविलियन यूनिफॉर्म रह के हम कर्म हिंदू धर्म कर्म पे विश्वास करते हैं।
लगातार ये देखिए, हम लगातार ये दिखा रहे हैं कि माइनॉरिटीज को लगातार कश्मीर में मारा जा रहा है, हिंदूज कश्मीरी हिंदूज को मारा जा रहा है। लेट्स नॉट मिन्स वर्ड्स, और वो नहीं कर रहे हैं।
लेट्स बी वेरी क्लियर, आई विल नॉट कॉल माइनॉरिटीज, वी आर नॉट बुद्धिस्ट, देयर आर नो any other minorities, there are only Kashmiri Pandits, and they have a problem with, they have had the problem and they still have the problem with Kashmiri Hindus. So it's a pure ethnic religious cleansing of Hindus.
आपको लगता है कि रीजन है कि नेशनलिस्ट वॉइसेस हैं आप लोग, इसलिए आपको वहां से बाहर निकालना चाह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, भारत का झंडा वहां, महबूबा मुफ्ती ने बोला था कि यहाँ भारत का झंडा कोई नहीं उठाएगा 370 के बाद। हम माइनॉरिटी जो हिंदूज हैं, उन्होंने भारत का झंडा वहां खड़ा रखा है, और इस पे वी आर प्राउड ऑफ इट। बट उसी का खामियाजा ये भुगतना पड़ रहा है कि हमारे बच्चे एक एक करके चुन के मारे जा रहे हैं। आज ये हुआ, 2 महीने पहले कुछ और था, और दिस विल नॉट बी द लास्ट, एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट दीज पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हु हैव कम हियर, विल दे गिव एश्योरेंस दैट दिस इज द लास्ट हिंदू किलिंग इन कश्मीर? विल दे गिव इट इन राइटिंग? लिप सर्विस नहीं चलेगी।
हम वी आर नॉट स्केपगोट्स, प्लीज एक्सक्यूज अस, वी वांट टू लिव विद पीसफुली विद आवर फैमिली, लेट अस लिव, वी डू हैव राइट टू लाइफ।
ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम, ये कितने साल हो गए यहाँ पे, हमारी फैमिली भी ऐसे ही निकली, टेंटों में रहे, हमें सांपों ने काटा हमारी फैमिली को, चलो हमने कहा कोई बात नहीं, हम पढ़ेंगे, कुछ नहीं होता, देखा जाएगा। जीरो से
मेरी मदर डिप्रेशन पेशेंट है, जब से उसने ये राहुल भट्ट का इंसिडेंट सुना है ना, शी कंटिन्यूअसली वीपिंग।
हमें बंदे, हमें वापस चाहिए, और हमें मास रिजिग्नेशन चाहिए, और हमें इंसाफ चाहिए, मास रिजिग्नेशन चाहिए हमें।
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट है, एंटी इंडियन है, लेकिन इतना अगेंस्ट हमारे साथ क्यों?
4 persons are still detained in the jail for peaceful protest.
हमने कोई पत्थर नहीं उठाया, कोई डंडे नहीं उठाए, कोई बंदूक नहीं उठाया और हमारे पे टेयर गैस चलाए गए, वाटर शेल चलाए गए, लेडीज में लाठीचार्ज किया गया।
MP and Haryana, government backs for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. Getting you details on the other side of that.
And also how Supreme Court refuses to stay the NEET exam for postgraduate students. Stay tuned for updates.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup which derailed the country's democratic rule. US Secretary of State and King Abdullah II met with their delegations in Washington, D.C. The United States Secretary of State brought up Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the recent escalation of violence in East Jerusalem as important topics to discuss. Iran abruptly raised prices as much as 300% for a variety of staples such as cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk. Scores of alarmed Iranians waited in long lines to snatch up bundles of food and emptied supermarket shelves across the country the hours before the price hike took effect. A roadside bombing targeted a van carrying Pakistani security forces in the southern port city of Karachi, killing a passerby and wounding 13 people. Deputy Inspector General Shajil Kharal of the Sindh Police said that the explosives had been planted on a bicycle. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomed the Thailand's top diplomat Don Pramudwinai to the State Department for talks as leaders from 8 ASEAN nations gathered for a 2-day summit in Washington. Don is Thailand's Deputy Prime Minister in addition to serving as its top diplomat. Top diplomats from group of 7 wealthy nations met in northern Germany to discuss Russia's war against Ukraine and its global impact, particularly on food and energy prices. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, who is hosting the meeting, said that the conflict had already become a global crisis because shipments of staple crops from Ukraine are stuck in the country.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके, इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होना चाहिए और राष्ट्रगान हर चीज के लिए अनिवार्य है।
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4.
Viewers, we're getting you some very important breaking developments as far as Rahul Bhatt's brutalized grilling is really concerned. We see now another Pakistan-based group, in fact, targeting the Kashmiri Pandits, migrants there in Jammu and Kashmir, and also sharing the proof of the targeted killings of the Kashmiri Pandits, how there have been several Kashmiri Pandits that have been attacked on several occasions as well, the latest being that of Rahul Bhatt. And for more details on this, let me bring in my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us on the broadcast. Zeenat, tell us more about this latest statement that we have gotten of Kashmir fight, where now this Pakistan-backed group is targeting Kashmiri Pandits, migrants, as well as targeted killings of Kashmiri Pandits are taking place in the area.
See, as far as Kashmir fight goes, this is an online website. They deal with the online stuff. It's a blogger known as Sajad Gul who hails from HMT of Srinagar, which is a part of outskirts of Srinagar, and he has been recently designated as a categorized terrorist. It is he on the behest of which these kind of posters are being issued, although this TRF group was also involved in the killing of a known journalist Shujat Bukhari in 2018, and they have been also claiming the responsibility on the behest of TRF as far as the locals, non-locals, the policemen, non-local laborers, and also the Kashmiri Pandits. Now they have issued another threat to the people serving in the Kashmir, whether they have categorized and they have given the reasons why they are targeting, whether they talk about the Kashmiri Pandits, the laborers working, or the police station and the particular police station that is working in a particular area, and the people who are working in that police station. Although in recent past also we have seen that many of the raids were conducted at Sajad Gul's residence, and also his network was also decimated in the Kashmir Valley. But despite that, we see that he issues threat warnings to the Kashmiri Pandits, the people working with the police department, the locals, the non-locals, even the businessmen. They and TRF has been claiming the responsibility as far as their attacks against the non-locals or the commoners, that those who are without any defense, they are not carrying any weapon, so they target these people. So if we talk about yesterday's Rahul Pandit killing, Rahul Bhatt's killing, since then we are seeing the protests on ground, the Kashmiri Pandits demanding that the complete rehabilitation of the family, and also demanding that the Prime Minister's package for the Kashmiri Pandits have completely failed. They are demanding that either the LG should come personally to talk to them, he should listen to them, or they will go for the mass resignation, because that is the only way they can save their lives. Or they also are demanding that employees working under the Prime Minister package should be moved from Kashmir to Jammu, where the situation is better, because in Kashmir they could not provide even the security to the Kashmiri Pandits who have been brought in under Prime Minister's package that was launched in 2010 by the Congress government. So we are seeing a lot of action on ground as far as the Kashmiri Pandits here are concerned. They are not ready to move any inch, and then the administration is appealing that you have blocked the road, because of which the 10 schools in this area have been closed together, because there has been no traffic movement. And
that's right, Zeenat there getting us the details of what's really unraveling on the ground there, viewers, because we have seen there massive protests that have unraveled in Budgam, and there was a law and order situation also at the hand of the authorities as well. We will keep coming back to you, Zeenat, for the moment. Thank you. Taking a quick break now, viewers, and getting you details of how there is a massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings is it going to take? Stay tuned for more details on the same.
The terrorists, they have targeted the Kashmiri Pandit who was working in the revenue department. He has been fired from a very close range. He has received the gunshot injuries, some 4 in number, and from Central Kashmir's Chadora Tehsil, he was shifted to SMHS Hospital here in Srinagar.
Will Mehbooba Mufti and company, Omar Abdullah, admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
The Congress workers are protesting in Bhopal, and the security very tight as well. As you can see, protesters trying to jump over barricades, but very unsuccessful because of water cannons are being used.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilising 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirti Nagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress' 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out the party's leadership. Massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings.
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu and Kashmir, Hindus demand a one-time solution.
उन्होंने मुझे वो ले लिया, मुझे उसी
Kashmiri Pandit killed wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Mehbooba gives justice for Rahul campaign a religious colour, says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide. After Rahul Bhatt's killing, another police officer martyred in terror attack in Pulwama. After Uttar Pradesh MP and Haryana government bat for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. Hello and welcome. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. The top story at this hour, PM Package Employees Forum are preparing to submit their resignation as they say this is the only option left for them to save their lives. Now this is the big story that we're tracking here. Now this has happened after the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt. And what we can tell you right now is the latest is that the PM Package Employees Forum are right now preparing to submit their resignation as they say this is the only option to save their lives. So earlier we saw protests across Jammu and Kashmir over Rahul Bhatt's killing, and angry reactions had continued to pour in from the country, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, where you can see those visuals there of the PM Package employees sitting and protesting, saying that there's no option left for us, saying that they have to protect their families, saying that they have to feed their children, and right now that they are demanding that we want to resign because our lives are in danger because of the sensitive situation there in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember that this has come after the brutal killing of Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit who was working as a clerk, and he was attacked by a group of terrorists who fired bullets at him from very close proximity. So you can see there that the employees forum there trying and saying that our lives are also in danger. I would like to go back to Gursimran, who's joining me. Gursimran, now we are seeing that the employees there are also putting very forward that they do not feel safe at all, and they also want to tender their resignation in mass. Gursimran.
Yes, and mass resignation is what the employees forum, the PM package employees forum are planning to. They haven't even have written that letter, which is in possession of Republic TV, and they are writing it to the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, the copy of which will be shared by the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office. Pertinent to mention that they have been forced to do so after the killing of Rahul Bhatt. The way terrorists barge inside a government office, a Tehsil office in the Badgam district, the Chadura area, and what has happened post that, there have been regular threat to the Kashmiri Pandit community by the TRF and their associates group. So this has forced them to think on this, to reconsider the en masse resignations plan. And if this happens, this is going to be a major setback to the rehabilitation policy of the union government, because the union government through this means was planning that for the first instance some employees will go back in Kashmir, followed by their families, and then eventually all Kashmiri Pandits will return back to their motherland, which has been one of the key demands since exodus that took place in 1990s. But with this taking place, if the plan goes, if they consider this and they do an en masse resignation and move back to Jammu region, then this is going to be one of the biggest setback till date to the union government's plan to rehabilitate Kashmiri Pandits to the Kashmir Valley, because if this happens, then all the Kashmiri Pandit employees who are in Kashmir, they will be back to Jammu, and there will be no Kashmiri Pandit in the Kashmir Valley. So this is going to be really very setback. But what the sources are telling us, that the J&K administration is too following it up. They are ensuring that the adequate security is provided to all the employees who are deployed there under the PM package, PM relief package, and so that they don't consider this option of going on for an en masse resignation.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for getting us all those details. Gursimran getting us those details as employees there demanding safety and saying that we want to resign because we want to protect our lives. Let's go ahead and look at the report that my colleague has got us from Bargam. She was there and there were protests happening, and she got us this live report. Listen in.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police that not to march towards the road, because this is going to lead law and order situation on ground. They were allowed to stay on road for whole night. They were not disturbed. Despite that, the administration and the police had to face a lot of issues as far as the movement of traffic on Airport Road and other adjoining stretches were concerned. Barriers को break करते करते जो है कश्मीरी पंडित जो है वो आगे बढ़ने लगे, और उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने काफ़ी मिन्नतें भी की कि आगे मत बढ़िए, क्योंकि इससे जो है काफ़ी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाएगी, जो मुश्किल हो जाएगा डील करने के लिए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी इन लोगों ने नहीं सुना और बैरिकेड।
All right, going across to Varanasi now, where Yogi Adityanath is there in Varanasi. Those visuals there coming there on your screen of Yogi Adityanath in Varanasi today to review the development projects ahead of PM Modi's proposed visit. And you can see those visuals there coming in. The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is going to review the progress of development projects in PM Modi's parliamentary constituency ahead of PM Modi's visit, which will happen later on. It could happen this month, or it could also happen in June. And he has a very packed schedule. Yogi Adityanath in Varanasi will have a very packed schedule. He will be visiting a couple of places. He will meet with public representatives as well. He'll visit the Gyanvapi Mutt as well, and later on he's expected to visit the Kashi Vishwanath temple, and he will also likely offer prayers at the temple. So right now you're seeing that the UP CM Yogi Adityanath there in Varanasi. It's looking very decked up there. You can see it's all decorated, and we'll be tracking this story, of course, as the UP CM, visits and he conducts his public events. Much more stories now. Let's move on to the top national updates at this moment. All right, we will go to that. I want to go straight back to Varanasi there. You can see those visuals on the screen. Now you can see the UP CM reviewing the development projects ahead of PM's visit. Right now he's offering prayers as we speak.
शिव विश्वैकपालाय मङ्गलम् विश्वेशजाताय विश्वादिबीजाय श्रीविश्ववन्द्याय मङ्गलम् शिव विश्वैकपालाय मङ्गलम् चरवृन्दवन्द्याय मङ्गलम् भरचरणीतिबोधाय मङ्गलम् गुरुरूपधाराय गुरुरादिराजाय हरिबोधदेहाय मङ्गलम् शिव विश्वैकपालाय मङ्गलम् भवमूलभङ्गाय मङ्गलम् शिव शिवलिङ्गसङ्गाय मङ्गलम् भवमङ्गलाङ्गाय शिवपिङ्गजोडाय कवितुङ्गसेव्याय मङ्गलम् शिव विश्वैकपालाय मङ्गलम् काशीपुरेशाय मङ्गलम् कविकाशीनाथेशाय मङ्गलम् क्लेशापहाराय पाशप्रबोधाय श्रीशान्तिमान्याय मङ्गलम् शिव विश्वैकपालाय मङ्गलम् श्रीविश्वराध्याय मङ्गलम् शिव विश्वैकपालाय गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म श्री गुरुवे नमः। थोड़ा दूर रहे ना प्रभु घर में शिव हर हर महादेव। तो मंच पे जाना भगवान आप बने जी महाराज हमको बटन में आओ भैया उज्जैन वाले हैं।
All right, CM Yogi Adityanath there at a temple there in Varanasi. I would like to get on Piyush. Piyush, now we can see the UP CM in Varanasi. What is on his agenda today? We know that he's also there to review the development projects ahead of PM Modi's visit later on.
Well, absolutely right. As you're speaking, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath is there at the Gyanvapi Mutt. He is taking part in the program which has been organized by the Mutt. We can see the rituals also being performed there according to Hindu tradition, and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is taking part in that event which has been organized by Gyanvapi Mutt in Varanasi. At around 2 p.m. what we are learning is that he is also going to hold a meeting there with the top officers of Varanasi. That meeting is basically on the developmental work here in the district, and this meet is going to basically focus on not only development but also law and order situation in the district. After today he is going to, after that particular meeting, he is going to hold some other meetings. As of now, the details of those meetings.
All right, we're getting some visuals there. This time, these are coming from Himachal Pradesh. They're coming from Kulu in Himachal Pradesh, where JP Nadda will be holding a road show. JP Nadda will be holding a road show. Huge crowd gathering there. The BJP National President JP Nadda is on his tour to Himachal, his third visit in just over a month, and visuals coming there of high anticipation before JP Nadda holding that road show. And remember that he has earlier visited Shimla from April 9 to 12, and now he is going to hold a road show as well. All right, we'll be tracking the story very, very closely. Let's have a look at what else is happening from across the nation. PM Modi to launch Madhya Pradesh startup policy and interact with those from the startup sector, commending the MP government for making the state a hub for enterprise. He urged those from the ecosystem to join the program in Madhya Pradesh in the evening. India has recorded 2,841 new COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours across the country, while the total number of active cases slipped down to 18,604 from the previous day's record of 19,067 the previous day. This meant that the active cases stood at 0.04%. India's High Commission has categorically denied that it or the Indian Consulates General or the Assistant High Commissioner of India in Sri Lanka have stopped issuing visas. It said that in the past few days there were operational difficulties due to the inability of our visa wing staff, most of whom were Sri Lankan nationals, to attend office. India's High Commission said that it is striving to return functioning in Sri Lanka to the normal level soon. ITBP personnel deployed for security and streamlining darshan at Kedarnath Temple, Uttarakhand, after a huge influx of pilgrims. ITBP has also alerted its disaster management teams in the area. Medical teams with 2 cylinders have been deployed at different places. And taking a dig at Congress's Chintan Shivar program, Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra claimed that Rahul Gandhi was worried about saving the party and becoming the president again, as the party is slipping away from his hands. Here's more on that.
As Congress leader, Rahul Gandhi holds a 3-day Chintan Shivir program in Udaipur in Rajasthan to discuss key issues including strengthening of the party ahead of elections in the state. The BJP was quick to target the Congress program, stating that Rahul Gandhi was more worried about saving the party and becoming the president.
चिंतन शिविर नहीं, वो चिंता शिविर है और पार्टी को बचाने के लिए चिंता, आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनाने की चिंता, इन सब विषयों पर वहां पर चिंता होगी। किसको और कैसे कांग्रेस की खिसकती हुई जमीन को रोका जाए, और मैं मानता हूं कि एक परिवार की स्तुति के लिए वो चिंतन शिविर है।
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
ज्ञान की परंपरा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। अभी आपने देखा होगा इस मठ से जुड़े हुए हमारे जितने भी आचार्य हैं, जगत गुरु हैं, कितने मजबूती के साथ भारत और भारतीयता के प्रति वे पूरी मजबूती के साथ लगे हुए हैं। धर्म के प्रचार के साथ साथ वीर
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirti Nagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver, who fled on the spot, probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress' 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out the party's leadership issue and roadmap going ahead.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup, which derailed the country's democratic rule. US Secretary of State and King Abdullah II met with their delegations in Washington, D.C. The United States Secretary of State brought up Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the recent escalation of violence in East Jerusalem as important topics to discuss. Iran abruptly raised prices as much as 300% for a variety of staples such as cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk. Scores of alarmed Iranians waited in long lines to snatch up bundles of food and emptied supermarket shelves across the country the hours before the price hike took effect. A roadside bombing targeted a van carrying Pakistani security forces in the southern port.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट है, एंटी इंडियन है।
All right, getting you some big development coming in. The ED has raided 4 premises in Bhopal and Goa belonging to Sanjay Vijay Shinde, who had interest in a British Virgin Island-based offshore entity in whose Singapore account more than 31 crore rupees were deposited by various offshore entities. Their name came in the Panama Papers also. So look at the views, of course, getting you those visuals also. I would like to go straight across to Shavan. Shavan, now this is a big raid. After the ED crackdown on Pooja Singhal, we are seeing more crackdowns by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, in fact, these are 2 different links.
All right, beginning, Shavan, if you can hear me, tell us more on this breaking development coming in. All right, we're getting some trouble getting to Shavan Sen, but we will get him back. We can tell you that right now the ED is conducting raids in locations in Goa and in MP, and this is in regard with Sanjay Vijay Singh, whose name had also figured in the Panama Papers. And also the authorities had been probing whether Shinde had actually invested money abroad or had created shell companies to evade taxes. We believe Shavan is back. Shavan, if you can hear me, get us the latest on this breaking development.
Well, in fact, there are 4 places where these searches are being basically carried out. In fact, this comes after the Income Tax Department had also carried out searches at Sanjay Vijay Singh Shinde's premises. In fact, the searches were carried out in Bhopal by the Income Tax Department. This was after offshore investments they had basically parked funds in banks abroad. Now, his name also figures in the Panama Papers. In fact, not just the Income Tax Department, but also the Enforcement Directorate is essentially probing whether Shinde had actually invested money abroad or he had just merely created a shell company to evade taxes. Now, it's important to point out here is that these tax havens are essentially used to evade taxes, and they can be floated with just minimal investment. And that is the reason why you see several of Indian businessmen whose names have figured in the Panama Papers. And keeping that in mind, after these names had figured in the Panama Papers, the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Income Tax Department had basically started an independent investigation. Now, just to put this into perspective, who exactly is Shinde? He's an Iron Ore Commission agent, and he's essentially into the import-export business. And he's a well-known figure in the mining business altogether, and he provides consultancy to iron ore.
Right, Shaman. Okay, Shaman, thank you for getting us all those details. Let's move on to the other big story that we are tracking here on Republic TV. Now, State Investigation Agency carried out raids at 9 locations in Jammu Kashmir in connection with the Babu Singh Hawala racket case. Now, in fact, investigators along with Jammu and Kashmir police carried out raids in the Union territory, including Srinagar and Jammu. Here's more on that.
Special Investigation Agency has carried out raids at 9 locations in Jammu and Kashmir pertaining to the Hawala nexus. Pertinent to mention that this Hawala nexus came into being with the arrest of Mohammad Sharif on 31st of March, followed by the arrest of former Congress leader Babu Singh, who was on the run for 10 days and was arrested on April 9, and after that there were many more evidences with the police that emerges his hand in this Hawala nexus, and also his links with the soft separatist and Jamaat-e-Islami has also emerged, with Jammu and Kashmir police carrying out raids at 2 locations during which the MBBS education forms, examination forms of the Pakistani universities have also come into being, now bringing out the major nexus that was being run by the separatist, this Congress leader and many more in Pakistan, those who were minting money for fueling separatism and terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे, मैडम।
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
And we're getting those visuals there of the Pulwama martyr there, the last final salute to Riaz Ahmed. Much more coming up on the other side of the shot.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup, which derailed the country's democratic rule. US Secretary of State and King Abdullah II met with their delegations in Washington, D.C. The United States Secretary of State brought up Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the recent escalation of violence in East Jerusalem as important topics to discuss. Iran abruptly raised prices as much as 300% for a variety of staples such as cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk. Scores of alarmed Iranians waited in long lines to snatch up bundles of food and emptied supermarket shelves across the country the hours before the price hike took effect. A roadside bombing targeted a van carrying Pakistani security forces in the southern port city of Karachi, killing a passerby and wounding 13 people. Deputy Inspector General Shajil Kharal of the Sindh Police said that the explosives had been planted on a bicycle. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomed the Thailand's top diplomat Don Pramudwinai to the State Department for talks as leaders from 8 ASEAN nations gathered for a 2-day summit in Washington. Don is Thailand's Deputy Prime Minister in addition to serving as its top diplomat. Top diplomats from group of 7 wealthy nations met in northern Germany to discuss Russia's war against Ukraine and its global impact, particularly on food and energy prices. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, who is hosting the meeting, said that the conflict had already become a global crisis because shipments of staple crops from Ukraine are stuck in the country.
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस तरह का निर्णय किया है कि मदरसों में जो विद्यार्थी पढ़ रहे हैं वो विद्यार्थी भी राष्ट्र की एकता अखंडता के लिए तैयार हो सके, इसके लिए राष्ट्रगान हो।
देश का कोई भी संस्थान हो, प्राइवेट हो या गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ भी राष्ट्रगान होने।
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings.
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu, Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution.
उन्होंने मुझे उसी को ले लिया, मुझे उसी
Kashmiri Pandit killed, wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Mehbooba gives justice for Rahul campaign a religious color, says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide. After Rahul Bhatt's killing, another police officer martyred in terror attack in Pulwama. After Uttar Pradesh, MP and Haryana government now bat for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. And cutting across straight away to the wreath-laying ceremony that is underway of the policeman who was shot dead by terrorists at his residence in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. Constable Riaz Ahmed Thokar was, remember, shot at the Gudura area in the district this morning. The injured cop was rushed to the Army's 92 base hospital in the city but succumbed to his injuries. So the visuals there of the final salute to the martyred Jawan. Let's take a look. Also joining us on the phone line, sir, thanks for speaking to us. How do you read into the back-to-back terror attacks which are taking place in J&K and the message that is trying to be put across by the Pakistan-backed terrorists in wake of these terror attacks? Colonel J.K. Singh, if you can hear us, how do you read into the back-to-back terror attacks which are taking place in J&K and the message that that is being trying to put across by these back-to-back terror attacks by these Pakistan-backed terrorists?
What I can see is an effort, a courageous effort by the Pakistanis to diminish the efforts put in by the security forces, and I personally feel that such attempts will go in vain because our spirit is higher than a bullet. We may lose bodies, but the spirit will never go down. And especially, as I can say about SPO Riaz, that जो खाके हिंद पर खाक होने का जज्बा रखते हैं वही खाकी पहनते हैं. There is no question of getting tied down with such small efforts. We may lose body, but the spirit shall continue to remain and continue to enlighten us and continue to hold numbers behind them. Brave people, the brave citizens of nations will continue to move in the same line as SPO Riaz continued with his dedication in line of duty. We salute Riaz for his selfless service, for his courageous feat, and also his daughter for being through this. And I personally feel that such attempts by Pakistan and Pakistan-aided terrorists will not affect us at all. We will continue to move ahead with more energy, more vigor, and we shall take on terrorism by its forelock.
Well, absolutely, Colonel. And you know, while we speak, those are some very heart-wrenching scenes coming from J&K, where we can see that the Jawans are paying the final tributes to the slain cop who was martyred in this terror attack which happened in Pulwama earlier today.
I totally agree with you. Hello?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
You can, what I can say that such attempts have been done in past, but with every such attempt, our vigor, our attempts have increased multifold. It is, the Pakistan must understand that such attempts will not diminish our efforts, will not decrease the spirit with which we will continue to fight. And terrorism can never challenge us. Such attempts will go in vain. They should, if at all they want to come in, they should come forward, join hands, and work for the peace and tranquility of the area. If they think that they will threaten us and will get threatened, history is replete with examples. We have never bowed our head to terrorism, and we know how to tackle terrorism. So it is better that if at all they want to come, they should come through the corridor of peace, and we shall move ahead only in the line of peace and tranquility of the area.
Yes. Well, thank you, Colonel J.K. Singh. Thanks for speaking to us. Let's once again take a look at those the wreath-laying ceremony which is currently underway as the final salute is being paid to SPO Riaz Ahmed.
Moving on to more news breaks coming in, a scathing observation by the Kerala High Court. The court has called PFI an extremist organization. The Kerala High Court has said that PFI has been indulging in serious acts of violence and are not banned organizations. So we have some scathing observations by the Kerala High Court calling the PFI an extremist organization. The Kerala High Court even saying that the PFI has been indulging in serious acts of violence and are not banned organizations. We have Ashwin joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, how do you read into these scathing observations by the Kerala High Court on the PFI?
It's a very important observation because this is an observation that has been made by the judiciary. It is not an observation that is made by the legislation or the executive, but by the judiciary, which essentially means that where the judiciary has come forward to say that the PFI and SDPI is an extremist organization. So it is on record, and that has come from none other than the Kerala High Court. Kerala High Court is also was the first High Court which had talked about love jihad as well. Now, when you consider this particular statement, this has come on the basis of the family of RSS worker Sanjit had filed a case asking for CBI investigation into the death of her husband. And although the court has rejected the case has to be given to the CBI, the court definitely made this statement. It is in context of this statement. When we access this record, the paragraph number 26 very clearly states where the court says that it is no doubt, it's a matter that it is no doubt that PFI and SDPI is an extremist organization and are indulging in violent activities. Now, this has come on record, and thus it makes a very important juncture at which where the court has said that nothing can be done because it is not a banned organization. So the question has been put forward by the judiciary. It has come on record. Now it needs to be seen whether the legislation or will take forward in banning the organization. That is up to the law people who ensure that the law has been made to ensure that PFI or SDPI is banned. But the judiciary has made this very scathing observation. Samisha.
Well, absolutely, Ashwin. And even as the Kerala High Court has made some very strong observations, please correct me if I'm wrong, the Kerala government, for that matter, has refrained from speaking out anything against PFI in all these months.
Samiksha, the thing is, the Kerala government, the left government, has taken a very soft stance. They have not really condemned PFI or its activities. Whenever they do condemn, they condemn it along with the RSS. They equate the RSS and PFI in the same level, and they say both these organizations are dangerous. They never have come forward with any kind of strong actions. We can see an observation in the last murder that took place. The police and the law enforcement has given on
Ashwin, just hold your thoughts there. I'll come back to you. We have the petitioner joining us, Senior Advocate S. Shri Kumar joins us on the broadcast. Sir, thanks for speaking to us. How do you read into the observations that have been made by the Kerala High Court calling the PFI an extremist group?
Actually, because the Kerala High Court has also strongly condemned the act of the police also, because they have not conducted the investigation properly, and they could not prevent the commission of the offence by this PFI, and also that they have got the militants, they have got the support from the other militants also. And necessarily that even though the High Court has found that the investigation was perfunctory and certain points has to be investigated by the crime branch or by the local police, but still the High Court has not forwarded to the CBI, because the petition has been filed to entrust the investigation with the Central Bureau of Investigation, saying that it has got international and interstate ramifications. But after having found that the heinous crime has been committed and it has got interstate and international ramifications, the High Court refused to grant the relief, against which we are proposed to file an appeal before the division bench.
Like my colleague Ashwin was also pointing out, the Kerala government, for that matter, has kept a very soft stand when it comes to the PFI group. How do you read into all of this?
No, because I cannot make any comment on that. Anyway, the state government are strongly opposing that entrustment of the investigation to the CBI. Because here, before the High Court also, they have been strongly opposing because they say that this is not a case in which that the CBI has to be investigated. This is a case in which that the police is sufficient for investigation. In that case also, 6 accused are still absconding. Even though they filed a final report, as second time they have made 21 persons as accused, but still 6 are absconding and they could not be arrested. And that is the nature of the investigation. Still, the state police has been opposing. And even though it was considered before the court that the larger, conspiracy has to be investigated by the CBI, but they doesn't want the investigation to be entrusted to the CBI.
Yes.
That is the stand taken by the state government before the High Court.
Well, absolutely. Thanks for speaking to us. So that was a petitioner, senior advocate S. Sri Kumar, who was speaking to us. Let me go back to Ashwin again, who's reporting live from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, if you could once again take us through the observations of the Kerala High Court and also highlight the role of PFI in the terror activities that have come to light time and again in the state of Kerala.
The observation was made in the context of the petition which was filed by the family of RSS worker Sanjit. Now, paragraph 26 of this observation, where the court has very clearly stated that it is a matter there is no doubt that PFI and SDPI are extremist organization. Remember, Samisha, this is an observation that has been made by the court, and why the petition was filed because Sanjit was murdered on November 15th, and 6 months later there has been no end. The actual culprits have still not been caught. So that is why the petitioner had asked for a CBI investigation, because the police had also stated that there is an interstate gang which is working.
Ashwin, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. We have Tom Varakan as well joining us on the broadcast. Sir, your first response to the strong observations made by the Kerala High Court on the PFI.
Hello?
Yes, sir, if you can hear us, your first thoughts on the...
Tom.
Yes,
So
please continue.
This is not Tom Vardekkan, this is Tuhin Sinha, so you need to, get your facts over here right. Tuhin Sinha.
Well, I'm so sorry, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so we support the ruling of the observations of the Kerala High Court right from the way in 2010 when Professor Joseph's hands were amputated and cut off. The PFI has been a very overt pro-terrorist organization. It has acted as a front recruitment agency for the ISIS in India. And it is known, it has presided over 200 plus political murders of RSS and BJP Karyakartas in Kerala over the last few years. So I think the Kerala High Court is spot on, and this should pave the way for banning the PFI all India.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us, and apologies for getting your name wrong there. So yes, very strong observations coming in by the Kerala High Court, saying that the PFI is indeed an extremist organization. If Ashwin is still with us, Ashwin, please continue. You were telling us about the involvement of PFI in several cases. Well, I'm told that Gaurav Bhatia is also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, your first reaction to the strong observations by the Kerala High Court on the PFI? Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Gaurav Bhatia. Let me go back to Ashwin again. Ashwin, you were telling us about the involvement of PFI in several cases. Please continue.
It's very important because in the last few murders that has taken place, the people who had committed the murder, they seem to have escaped to another state. And 5-6 months later, these culprits have not been able to be caught by the Kerala police. So that is the reason why many of these victims' family had approached the court stating that the Kerala police do not have ambit to investigate in another state, so the matter should be given to the CBI. And they also brought the petitioner had also brought out how there's an interstate nexus of this organization called as PFI and the SDPI. Now, based on all the merits and the of this particular petition, the court has made this observation that, of course, there is no doubt that PFI and SDPI are extremist organization. Now, this has been put on record. Now, which essentially means that this will stay for a long time. This will be used as a reference in the coming decades as well. Because remember, back in 2000, it was the Kerala High Court that brought the word love jihad on record.
Ashwin, sorry, just hold your thoughts there. We have Gaurav Bhatia joining us on the phone line. Sir, your first reaction to the strong statements made by the High Court, Kerala High Court, calling the PFI an extremist organization.
We are proud of our judiciary, and I think the time has come now when the BJP government at the center, even at the state level, the judiciary, the people of the country, all are exposing these extremist outfits. And let us remember how these extremist outfits like the PFI, SDPI were patronized by the Congress. When Karnataka assembly elections were taking place and Congress ruled the state, they had withdrawn terror cases on SDPI, PFI workers. And today the judiciary making this remark will strengthen our fight to eradicate and eliminate these extremist elements, and they will not be spared.
Well, absolutely. And you know, sir, important to note here, the soft stand that Kerala government has time and again taken when we talk about the PFI group.
See, absolutely. One can oppose in politics. One can criticize an ideology. But for the sake of petty vote bank politics, you cannot side with criminals and terrorists and stone pelters and people who have illegally entered our country. And these are all lessons for the Congress party, the left, the TMC, Samajwadi Party, Aam Aadmi Party, who indulge in appeasement politics at the cost of hurting our national integrity, which cannot be tolerated.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us and sharing your thoughts with us on the same. So, very strong observations by the Kerala High Court calling the PFI an extremist organization. And here's a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. A day after North Korea acknowledged a COVID outbreak, the country has said that 6 people have died and hundreds of thousands of others have fallen ill amid an explosive spread of fever across the nation. According to experts, the scale of COVID-19 outbreak in North Korea is still unclear, as North Korea has not found why the fever spread across the country. Thousands of activists marched in Argentina demanding more work and better income. Activists demanded that the government to renegotiate the national debt with the International Monetary Fund. Currently, Argentina is coping with acute poverty and accelerated inflation, which has increased by over 23%. Hundreds of teachers from the Peru National Teachers Union marched demanding better working conditions and called for the resignation of the president. Handwritten signs by teachers also remarked that Castillo should abide by the presidential campaign promises. Teachers are now demanding a pay rise to cope with the soaring inflation, as well as demanded better tools in classrooms. A very short break. On the other side, big controversy breaks out now with Akbaruddin's OAC's latest speech. Details after this very short break.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे. ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Just provide weapons if you are not able to provide security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है. किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते. हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है।
These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Shit. Oh. Firdaus.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress' 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out the party's leadership issue and roadmap going ahead.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup, which derailed the country's democratic rule.
These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Shit. Oh. Firdaus.
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi holds a 3-day Chintan Shivir program in Udaipur in Rajasthan to discuss key issues including strengthening of the party ahead of elections in the state. The BJP was quick to target the Congress program, stating that Rahul Gandhi was more worried about saving the party and becoming the president.
चिंतन शिविर नहीं, वो चिंता शिविर है और पार्टी को बचाने के लिए चिंता, आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी को अध्यक्ष बनाने की चिंता, इन सब विषयों पर वहां पर चिंता होगी। किसको और कैसे कांग्रेस की खिसकती हुई जमीन को रोका जाए। और मैं मानता हूं कि एक परिवार की स्तुति के लिए वो चिंतन सेवा है।
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
Slipping into a very short break, on the other side, big controversy breaks out over Akbaruddin's Owaisi's latest speech. Details after this very short break. And just stay with us, viewers. We have some big breaking coming in right now. And this is with respect to the Mohali attack, where the main accused has now been arrested. So a big breakthrough in the Mohali rocket attack, in the Mohali rocket attack, where the main accused has now been arrested. We will get you more details on that, but a big breakthrough coming in with respect to the Mohali rocket attack. The main accused has now been arrested by the police. So a big lead coming in for the Punjab cops there, as the accused has now been arrested. Remember, a rocket RPG attack happened at the police headquarters, Intel headquarters in Mohali. And now what we are getting to know is that the main accused has been arrested. What we are getting to know is that the accused has been identified as Jagdeep Singh. We have Amandeep as well joining us on the phone line. Amandeep, over to you. Give us more details.
Well, Samiksha, the point is that Punjab police was continuously carrying out the raids with connection to the intelligence headquarters rocket blast case. And in fact, now they have arrested a main accused identified as Jagdeep Singh and produced him before the Mohali court, and further he has sent to the 9 days of police custody. Just because it was a huge plot, and even Jagdeep Singh was the one who actually planned and carried out the attack. And before that,
Nishan Singh, who has already landed into the police net, and he is the one who provided the logistics. The point is that even the entire investigation was surrounded between the midline, and that is that rocket launcher from where that RPG came. Basically, that RPG came from the Pakistan through drone, and Nishan Singh was the one who has received the RPG. Further, Jagdeep Singh was the one who has been supplied that RPG to carry out the attack. This is the sequence of this entire incident, and so many people are involved, Samiksha. So many people are involved. And in fact, today evening by 4 o'clock, Punjab Police DGP VK Bhavra is going to address a press conference to reveal this entire nexus and how this attack was carried out, and even where the police investigation has been reached with regards to the development and with regards to the arrest also. But these two main characters of this entire episode, Nishan Singh and Jagdeep Singh, has already landed into the police net, from where they have identified a specific chain related to Harvinder Singh Rinda, who is presently sitting in Pakistan. Just because Harvinder Singh Rinda further directed to Nishan Singh, further hired Jagdeep Singh, and further hired so many people to carry out this attack. He supplied the weapons, he supplied the money, and he provided all kind of logistics through Nishan Singh and Jagdeep Singh regarding this attack, just because it is not one or two persons' handiwork. So many people are involved into this attack, just because it was a rocket launcher, it was a RPG that was fired at the intelligence office. And today by 4 p.m. Samiksha, everything would be on table. DGP VK Bhavra will reveal all the details of this case, all the details of the arrest, and further the development in the investigation, and how
Amandeep,
they are nailing
thanks
down.
for getting us all those details. Very important story there. A big breakthrough also coming in with respect to the Mohali attack, and all eyes will be on that presser which will be addressed by the Punjab Police at 4 p.m. But that's all we have for you for now. My colleague Shivangi will take it forward from here.
All right, Samiksha, let's get to the top headlines at this hour. Massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings. As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt's late arrest in Jammu, Kashmiri
बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है।
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu, Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution. Kashmiri Pandit killed wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Mehbooba gives justice for Rahul campaign. A religious scholar says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide. After Rahul Bhatt's killing, another police officer martyred in a terror attack in Pulwama. Kerala High Court makes a scathing observation on PFI and SDPI, calls them extremist organizations. Tripura Deputy CM son caught misbehaving on tape after as well. After UP, MP and Haryana government bat for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. All right, it's a big development coming in. ISRO successfully completed the static test of a human-rated solid rocket booster for the Gaganyaan program at the Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh today at 7:20 a.m. Now, this is the big breaking we are getting for you. A big step when it comes to space exploration. A big step for India as well. ISRO successfully completing the static test of a human-rated solid rocket booster for the Gaganyaan program at the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. So you can see those visuals there on your screen of the human-rated solid rocket booster. Very soon, my colleague will be joining us for more on this big development, which you can see there on your screens. Now, remember that when it comes to space exploration, ISRO has been making very long steps, taking leapfrog steps, and also making sure that India, when it comes to being on the map of space exploration, is one of the top countries there when it comes to space exploration. So this is a landmark achievement as well. The Indian Space Organization has successfully completed a static test of human-rated solid rocket booster at the Satish Dhawan Space Center. And this is a big achievement. It's a first step towards the unmanned space program as well. And ISRO had developed the first critical booster segment of the motor case with a diameter of 3.2 meter, 8.5 meter as well, in collaboration with the L&T, and it had flagged this off in November 13, 2020.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिंस माय वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस. मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
ये पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं. हमारे पास 15,000 यूथ अभी भी तैयार है जो कल के दिन कश्मीर जाएगा सर्व करने के लिए. हम अपनी मातृभूमि को छोड़ने वाले नहीं हैं.
The nation is enraged after Rahul Bhatt's killing. Now the Dogra front is staging a protest over Rahul Bhatt's killing as well. Now those are the visuals there that you can see on your screens. Dogra front staging a protest over Rahul's killing. This is a strong protest against the targeted killing of Kashmiri Pandits.
Pakistan! Pakistan! Ugravaadi! Ugravaadi! Pakistan! 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 पाकिस्तान हाय हाय 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 उग्रवादी हाय हाय उग्रवादी हाय हाय यासीन मलिक हाय हाय उग्रवादी 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 हाय हाय पाकिस्तान 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 हाय हाय पाकिस्तान.
Okay, joining me is Gursimran, who is just outside, viewers. He's just outside Rahul Bhatt's residence, who was killed in that brutal terror attack yesterday. Gursimran, we are seeing that anger is rising. We are seeing the chorus is growing for justice against the killing of a Kashmiri Pandit there, Rahul Bhatt.
Yes, indeed, the chorus is growing, and there is a state-wide, union territory-wide protest taking place, not only in Jammu Kashmir, but also in other parts, in the several districts of Jammu region as well. We have seen that the various groups are coming out. They are demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt, and what they are saying is that this needs to be at a stop. This needs to go at an end, because we have seen an unending cycle that has begun in the Kashmir Valley, where the Kashmiri Pandits are being targeted by the terrorists, and the reason being that the terrorists and the Pakistani proxies don't want these nationalist voices to be in Kashmir. They want them to be out of the Kashmir so that they can establish their so-called Kashmir Azadi. But these people, the Kashmiri Pandits, have been the staunch believer of India. They have always held the tricolor of the India high, and that is what has frustrated these terrorists, and that's why they are resorting to such activities. But now the Kashmiri Pandits have made it very clear that they won't budge. The government needs to provide them with the security, but if not, they too dare to revenge the killings. This is what many of the Kashmiri Pandits have also said. And they said that this is a high time that the government need to take a tough stand on Kashmir. The government needs to be very clear on the policy. It's not only they're killing about one to two.
Just hold on. Just hold on.
Entire environment.
Gursimran, yeah, absolutely. Hold on, Gursimran, because we can see on a visual Dogra Front protest Jammu, but also the Bajrang Dal is also protesting against the horrific killing of Rahul Bhatt. We have those visuals there on your screen as well, viewers, that you can see that the Bajrang Dal is also protesting there. Voices are strong coming in. On Republic TV, you can see how the anger is growing against the brutal killing of the Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt. On one side, you can see the Dogra Front protesting. On the other side, you can see the Bajrang Dal protesting. Anger rising in India against the brutal killing of Rahul Bhatt. A big, message being sent out there that India will not tolerate such terror here in India. I like to go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, you have been following these developments very, very closely. What is the sense on ground? You must have also have spoken to the family members of Rahul Bhatt as well. So what is the pulse on ground that you are feeling? Okay, Gursimran, hold on. Gursimran, hold on, because right now, on Rust, we are getting the soundbite, the interview of Rahul Bhatt's father. Hold on, Gursimran.
कन्वे किया, वो भी फ़ोन पे बोला कुछ राहुल जी को गोली लगी है, तो रोकर उसने फ़ोन छोड़ा. उसके बाद कोई पता नहीं, तब तक हमारे वहाँ रिश्तेदार पहुँच गए, वही 2-3 यार दोस्त, उन्होंने फ़ोन किया कि उनकी डेथ हो गई.
आप लगा काफ़ी देर से राहुल जी वहाँ काम कर रहे थे, कोई डर था क्योंकि लगातार
डर नहीं लग रहा था उनको.
तो एरिया वैसा था कि
एरिया डेंस था, एरिया बड़ा वल्नरेबल था एरिया.
उन्होंने ट्रांसफ़र के लिए भी कह रहे हैं कि अप्लाई किया?
हाँ, किया हुआ था. डीसी साहब को लिखी थी लड़का, उन्होंने नहीं की. नतीजा हमको भुगतना पड़ा.
तो लगा कि सरकार को थोड़ा सीरियसली लेना चाहिए ऐसी चीज़ों को जब कोई कहता है कि खतरा है.
लेना तो चाहिए। अगर अनसिक्योर आप छोड़ोगे तो सिक्योरिटी, जब भी जहाँ सिक्योरिटी का मसला है तो वहाँ गवर्नमेंट को सिक्योरिटी बड़ा टाइट होना ही पड़ेगा, तभी ये हादसे नहीं होंगे, वरना होते रहेंगे।
आपके जो बहू हैं, छोटी बच्ची है, वो अब उनके सर पे साया नहीं है, सरकार से क्या मांग करेंगे?
अब सरकार से क्या ये करेंगे, हम बोलते हैं कि चलो जितने देर हम खड़े हैं हम तो बच्चे का ख्याल रखेंगे, लेकिन आगे इस बेचारी का जीवन पड़ा हुआ है। डॉक्टर इन ला को अगर बेचारी को नौकरी मिल जाए, वो भी जम्मू रेंज में, अब कश्मीर रेंज तो मसला ख़त्म हो गया, अगर मिल जाती तो कर लेते।
सरकार बच्ची और बहू का ख्याल रखे, आप चाहते हैं?
होना चाहिए, रखनी चाहिए, क्योंकि अब बूढ़े हम हो गए, अब पेंशन पर है, हमारा अपना गुजारा नहीं चलेगा, उनका कहाँ से चलाएंगे? देखो ना, ये
सरकार कह रही है कि इस पे जांच की जाएगी, प्रो बुक। आप चाहते हैं कि थोड़ा जांच हो, क्योंकि ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ लोग अपने भी मिले हो सकते हैं, जिस तरह से पूरी लोकेशन सब पता।
देखो जी, पूरे लोग क्या, पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए, पूरी जांच, कौन कौन क्या है, कैसे हुआ, कैसे अंदर आए, ठीक है ना?
आपको लगता है सुरक्षा में चूक थी, क्योंकि ना सीसीटीवी मिला, तहसीलदार के दफ्तर के अंदर आए?
पता नहीं, वो अब जांच का मुद्दा है, वो उनको पता होगा कि सीसीटीवी क्यों नहीं मिला, सीसीटीवी फुटेज नहीं मिली है, हमें तो आपसे पता चल गया।
अभी वहाँ पे कोई कैमरा नहीं था, ऐसा बताया जा रहा है, सुरक्षा कम थी, तभी वो लोग आए और इस तरह से वापस चले।
ये तो बड़ी चूक है ना, बड़ी चूक है।
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened.
Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt was cremated in Jammu earlier today, a day after he was shot dead by the Lashkar terrorists. Massive protests have broken out from across the valley demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt. Let's have a look at this report that Zeenat has got for us from Ground Zero.
सुबह सुबह का वक्त था और हमारा कांस्टेबल जो है छुट्टी पे घर आया हुआ था और अपने एक 4 साला बच्चे को स्कूल छोड़ने के लिए घर से बाहर निकला था। सुनसान सड़क पे अपने वो बस का इंतज़ार कर रहा था जिस बस में उसका बच्चा स्कूल जाता है। उस मौके का फ़ायदा उठा करके 2 लोग बाइक पे आए और कायराना हरकत करते हुए उन्होंने इस पर अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाईं जिससे इसकी मौत हो गई। हमने
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup which derailed the country's democratic rule. US Secretary of State and King Abdullah II met with their delegations in Washington, D.C. The United States Secretary of State brought up Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the recent escalation of violence in East Jerusalem as important topics to discuss. Iran abruptly raised prices as much as 300% for a variety of staples such as cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk. Scores of alarmed Iranians waited in long lines to snatch up bundles of food and emptied supermarket shelves across the country the hours before the price hike took effect. A roadside bombing targeted a van carrying Pakistani security forces in the southern port city of Karachi, killing a passerby and wounding 13 people. Deputy Inspector General Shajil Kharal of the Sindh Police said that the explosives had been planted on a bicycle. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomed the Thailand's top diplomat Don Pramudwinai to the State Department for talks as leaders from 8 ASEAN nations gathered for a 2-day summit in Washington. Don is Thailand's Deputy Prime Minister in addition to serving as its top diplomat. Top diplomats from group of 7 wealthy nations met in northern Germany to discuss Russia's war against Ukraine and its global impact, particularly on food and energy prices. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, who is hosting the meeting, said that the conflict had already become a global crisis because shipments of staple crops from Ukraine are stuck in the country.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
ये पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं. हमारे पास 15,000 यूथ अभी भी तैयार है जो कल के दिन कश्मीर जाएगा सर्व करने के लिए. हम अपनी मातृभूमि.
Big controversy breaks out now with Akharuddin Owaisi's latest speech, a veiled attack on Raj Thackeray. It seems a shocking dog versus lion comparison. Now Shiv Sena has now responded to the comment. Listen in.
जो भी ब्रीड का जैसा भी भोगता है भोगने दो. कुत्ते का काम भोगना, शेरों का काम खामोश चला जाना है. बस भोगने दो, जरूरत नहीं है. वक्त और हालात की नजाकत को समझो. उनके जाल में फंसना नहीं, वो जाल बुन रहे हैं, तुमको फंसाना चाहते हैं, तुम फंसना नहीं, खामोश रहो, जो बोलता है बोलने दो, मुस्कुराओ और चले जाओ। अब जैसा मैं मुस्कुरा के जा रहा हूं, कितनी तकलीफ है इनको, इनको मालूम। अरे कुछ भी नहीं बोला, अरे टीआरपी नहीं मिलती, कुछ भी नहीं बोला, अरे व्यूअरशिप नहीं मिलेगी, कुछ भी नहीं बोला। ये मेरा अंदाज है हंसने का, ये ऐसा अंदाज लगाओ क्या डर गए हो?
ये जो बात है, औरंगजेब कोई महान सूफी संत नहीं था, कोई कुछ भी कहे, वो एक आक्रामक था। महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर उसने आक्रमण किया, महाराष्ट्र की मंदिर, प्रार्थना घर सबको उद्ध्वस्त किया। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज और बाद में 25 साल तक मराठा योद्धाओं ने उनके साथ बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई की है, ये इतिहास बताएगा आपको। लेकिन आप महाराष्ट्र में आकर उसी औरंगजेब के कब्र के ऊपर बैठेंगे और नमाज़ पढ़ोगे या और कुछ आपकी रस्में करेंगे, तो ये महाराष्ट्र को चैलेंज देने की बात है। ठीक है, हमने चैलेंज स्वीकार लिया है, समझ लो। औरंगजेब भी इस नीति में हमने गाड़ दिया था, और जो औरंगजेब के भक्त हैं, जो राजनीति करना चाहते हैं, उनका भी यही हाल होगा महाराष्ट्र में। महाराष्ट्र की मिट्टी मर्दों की, शुरू की और शिवाजी महाराज की मिट्टी।
सर, प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं, सर एक और सवाल, प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं वो दूसरे धातु के बने हैं, हालांकि कल उन्होंने कहा कि
ये देश ही दूसरे धातु का बना है, इसलिए सब लोग सब सहन कर रहा है।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, संभाजी राजे और डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर, इनके विचारों का ये महाराष्ट्र है। उस महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जहां पे राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव जी ठाकरे हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने पे एक एमपी और एमएलए।
Well, much more coming up on the other side. Mehbooba gives justice for Rahul campaign. A religious scholar says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide. Kerala High Court makes a scathing observation on PFI and SDPI, calls them extremist organizations. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैं रह के भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग ही वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured in critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital.
Well, viewers, we're straight away cutting across to some breaking updates, this time coming out from Tamil Nadu, where while making a case in the Hindi debate, the Tamil Nadu Education Minister makes a controversial comment and says that some associate Hindi with people selling Pani Puri. Now let's listen into what really the Education Minister had to say, and then we'll bring you all the breaking updates.
Acknowledge these words. In Tamil Nadu, even from long ago, there are 2 languages, one in Tamil, one in English. English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. 2 languages are there. Anna has told, அவர் ஒரு உதாரணம் சொன்னார், பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்கு. அந்த பூனை போகிற வழியிலேயே ஏன்னா ரொம்ப பேர் சொன்னாங்க இந்தி பிடிச்ச வேலை கிடைக்கும்.
Kalaignar Anna had stated a short story where he talked about a cat door being made in the house. They said that a lot of people said if you speak in Hindi, you'll get jobs. Have you got any jobs? Go see in Coimbatore or anywhere else. Only those who are selling Pani Puri or others in that kind of profession, are, and he laughs. Following that, he also says, but that is something that has been going on for a long time. Going back to the story of the cat door being built, someone had asked why there was also yet another door had been kept in place for a rat.
At the same time, for local languages, we should learn Tamil. That is our, அதனால தான் நாங்கள் வந்து புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கையில் நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசியில் இருக்கிற நல்ல திட்டங்களை, good policies, we don't want to agitate against those things. We are ready to follow them now.
Well, viewers, there you have it. The Tamil Nadu Education Minister talking about the entire Hindi debate and addressing the entire debate and stating and making a very controversial remark for that matter, and saying that some associate Hindi with the people selling Pani Puri is something that he has said, among other remarks that he has made as well. And for more on this, let me bring in my colleague Apurva, who's been also translating and getting us the updates. Apurva, tell us more about what the Tamil Nadu Education Minister is saying, and isn't it right that the entire Hindi debate has been only escalating in Tamil Nadu, isn't it?
Well, over the last couple of weeks, we've already seen that the anti-Hindi imposition has been a topic in center here in the southern states, including Tamil Nadu. In fact, following Home Minister Amit Shah's statement there on Hindi being the language to be used instead of English, this debate had yet again been sparked. Following this, speaking on the Hindi imposition there, Tamil Nadu's Higher Education Minister Ponmudi, in a convocation ceremony here at Bharatiya University in Coimbatore today, while addressing the dais, reiterated that people here do understand Hindi. He also went on to say that we are okay with Hindi language, but we are not okay with the imposition of Hindi language. That is what he had said. Not only that, drawing comparison to a short story that had been said earlier by late late CM as well as the late leader of Tamil Nadu, Peranyar Anna. He also goes on to state that there are two, a man had built a cat door for his house, but he had later on gone on to build a small door as well. Adjacent to it, when questioned, he had said that this is for a rat door. And following this, a question that was asked was, why is there a rat door yet again separately built when a cat door has already been built in place where both the cat and the rat can go through? This he draws in comparison with the international language being English, while the smaller door, that is a rat door, that was put compared to that of a regional language as well. That is what he also pairs. He also goes on to state that English is an international language which has been followed, and that all states must be given an opportunity to take English as well as the regional language as the first priority in the two-language policy, and that if a person wishes to learn a third language, he can learn any other language, including Hindi, Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu, and any other with respect to the state of Tamil Nadu, but that they must not be imposed for any language as well. That is a statement he makes. Also a controversial statement that he adds. He goes on to state that those, when questioned by many, that if you learn Hindi, you will be able to get jobs. He questions asking if any person there so far has got a job. Also comparing and saying that only those so far who had learned Hindi, who had come here and were selling pani puri and several other menial jobs. That is what he had also drawn a comparison to this statement there that has been made, even as the Hindi controversy and the Hindi the Hindi imposition draw is still ongoing in several parts of the country.
Well, that's right, Apurva there, getting us the details of what really Tamil Nadu Education Minister is saying there in the convocation ceremony, as Apurva was breaking down the details as well. And as you rightly pointed out, that the entire language debate is only escalating. Let's listen in once again as to what the Tamil Nadu Education Minister had to say.
Acknowledge these words. In Tamil Nadu, even from non-gold, there are two languages, one in Tamil, one in English. English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. Anna has told, அவர் ஒரு உதாரணம் சொன்னார், பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்கு. அந்த பூனை போகிற வழியிலேயே, ஏன்னா ரொம்ப பேர் சொன்னாங்க ஹிந்தி படித்தா வேலை கிடைக்கணும், கிடைக்குதா? ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூரில் போய் பாருங்கள், பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யார் எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லாங்குவேஜ், பூனை போடுறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்குது, அந்த வழியாக பூனை போகலாம். அதில் இன்னொரு நான் என்ன பண்ணான், அந்த வீட்டுக்காரன் பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழியை ஓட்டை போட்டு எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன ஓட்டை போட்டான். இது எதுக்கு அந்த சின்ன ஓட்டை போடுறேன்னு ஒருத்தர் கேட்டான் பக்கத்து வீட்டில். எலி போகிறதுக்கு. ஏன்னா பூனை போகிற ஓட்டையிலே எலி போகாதா? We are learning international language English. What is the need for other languages? So, international language is English is to be there. At the same time, for local languages, we should learn Tamil. That is our, அதனால தான் நாங்கள் புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கையில் நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசியில் இருக்கிற நல்ல திட்டங்களை, குட் பாலிசிஸ், we don't want to hesitate against those things. We are ready to follow them now. Good.
And as a result, irrespective of the citizen, where the citizen is living, which part of the country, which state, which language, which culture, every citizen must have certain basic ingredients of a healthy citizenship.
There are two languages, one in Tamil, one in English. English is an international language. Tamil.
And there you have the Tamil Nadu Education Minister talking about, in fact, addressing the Hindi debate and making a very controversial claim when it comes to that. Remember, viewers, we have seen that the entire language debate has been unraveling in the southern states, especially there in Tamil Nadu.
Even from non-gold, there are two languages, one in Tamil, one in English. English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. Anna has told, அவர் ஒரு உதாரணம் சொன்னார், பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்கு. அந்த பூனை போகிற வழியிலேயே, ஏன்னா ரொம்ப பேர் சொன்னாங்க ஹிந்தி படித்தா வேலை கிடைக்கணும். கிடைக்குதா? ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூரில் போய் பாருங்கள், பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யார் எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லாங்குவேஜ், பூனை போடுறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்குது, அந்த வழியாக பூனை போகலாம். அதில் இன்னொரு நான் என்ன பண்ணான், அந்த வீட்டுக்காரன் பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழியை ஓட்டை போட்டு எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன ஓட்டை போட்டான். இது எதுக்கு அந்த சின்ன ஓட்டை போடுறேன்னு ஒருத்தர் கேட்டான் பக்கத்து வீட்டில். எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஏன்னா பூனை போகிற ஓட்டையிலே எலி போகாதா? We are learning international language English. What is the need for other languages? So, international language is English is to be there. At the same time, for local languages, we should learn Tamil. That is our. அதனால தான் நாங்கள் புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கையில் நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசியில் இருக்கிற நல்ல திட்டங்களை, குட் பாலிசிஸ், we don't want to agitate against those things. We are ready to follow them now. Good.
Well, there you have it, viewers. The Tamil Nadu Education Minister making a controversial comment, and to take several reactions on that, I'm being joined by Dinesh Sharma, the former Deputy Chief Minister as well, right now of UP. Dinesh Sharma ji, if you can hear me, we have seen how the language debate has escalated, and even in Tamil Nadu, we have seen that several such statements have come, and now from the Tamil Nadu Education Minister, he has said associated Hindi as a language that will not help gaining employment, and also associated Hindi with people selling pani puri. Your thoughts? And we'll connect that line in just a minute. Till now, we are seeing how the entire language debate is really unraveling their viewers in the state of Tamil Nadu. And just a few hours ago as well, Stalin had also written to the Prime Minister stating this entire language debate, made several demands from the Prime Minister as well in that letter, and had stated to make Tamil Nadu the official language for the High Court as well. And now we have seen that the Tamil Nadu Education Minister also making a controversial remark and associating Hindi with the people selling pani puri and other menial jobs is something that we have seen the Tamil Nadu Education Minister saying in that convocation where he is addressing several people, students really who are passing out of the colleges and making these comments as well. Let's listen in once again as to what he had to say.
Acknowledge these words. In Tamil Nadu, even from non-religious, there are two languages, one in Tamil, one in English. English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. Anna has told, அவர் ஒரு உதாரணம் சொன்னார், பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்கு. அந்த பூனை போகிற வழியிலேயே, ஏன்னா ரொம்ப பேர் சொன்னாங்க ஹிந்தி படித்தா வேலை கிடைக்கணும். கிடைக்குதா? ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூரில் போய் பாருங்கள், பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யார் எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லாங்குவேஜ், பூனை போடுறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்குது, அந்த வழியாக பூனை போகலாம். அதில் இன்னொரு நான் என்ன பண்ணான், அந்த வீட்டுக்காரன் பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழியை ஓட்டை போட்டு எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன ஓட்டை போட்டான். இது எதுக்கு அந்த சின்ன ஓட்டை போடுறேன்னு ஒருத்தர் கேட்டான் பக்கத்து வீட்டில். எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஏன்னா பூனை போகிற ஓட்டையிலே எலி போகாதா? We are learning international language English. What is the need for other languages? So, international language is English is to be there. At the same time, for local languages, we should learn Tamil. That is our. அதனால தான் நாங்கள் புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கையில் நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசியில் இருக்கிற நல்ல திட்டங்களை, குட் பாலிசிஸ், we don't want to agitate against those things. We are ready to follow them now. Good.
Well, for more on this, my colleague Niranjan also joins us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, put this into perspective for us, because we have seen how the entire language debate in Tamil Nadu has been unraveling, and now we have the Tamil Nadu Education Minister himself comparing Hindi for people with menial jobs and people selling pani puri. Put this into perspective for our viewers.
Well, it's a pathetic sort of a way to run down the Hindi language, and I'll tell you exactly what he tried to say. Now, we've gone through the soundbite in great detail, and he's the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister. His name is Ponmudi, and he can be heard making an argument on why Hindi is not required. He starts off by saying, Priyanka, we have the local language here, which is Tamil. We have the international language, that is English. he says people try to make an argument saying that if you learn Hindi, then you will be able to find jobs. And then he switches, he said, but have you been able to find jobs? And he's talking about learning the need to learn Hindi only to find jobs in Tamil Nadu. And then he says, go see Coimbatore. He says in Coimbatore, only those people are selling pani puri. When he says those people, he refers to those who are Hindi speaking as those selling pani puri in Coimbatore. And then he says, we don't need more languages, we have 2 languages and that's enough. Ajay Alok joining us on the phone line of the JDU. Ajay Alok, a comparison being made to why Hindi is not required, but I think what's insulting is the mention of pani puri sellers to those who either know or have learned the Hindi language. Ajay Alok, this is the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister.
See, of lately, Tamil Nadu has been in news for wrong reasons. Whether it is NEET examination, now this education minister speaking something about the language, which is actually the primary language of the country, and this is a clear attempt to divide the country on the basis of language. Well, I mean, what's the need for saying all these things? Don't you have Hindi-speaking people in Chennai or in the whole of the Tamil Nadu? How can you disrespect a language? And comparing that only Pani Puri wala speaking Hindi, this is absolutely rubbish. I strongly condemn it. The Chief Minister of the state should look into the matter.
Yes, but I think it's the mention. I mean, you can debate on whether Hindi is required or not, but the mention of Pani Puri sellers, many people calling it a big insult on those who are just doing their jobs.
Exactly. It's actually an insult, and it is done very intentionally, and it's a clear attempt to divide people on the basis of language.
Thank you, Ajay Alok. Ajay Alok of the JDU first response coming in saying the comment was not needed. It's an insult. The JDU calling it an insult in the first response that is now coming in. Ajay Alok of the JDU saying what the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister has said is an insult to the Hindi-speaking people. Now, here's what the minister said. Listen into what he said. Factually, here's what he has commented while trying to make an argument against Hindi. Listen in.
Acknowledge these words. In Tamil Nadu, even from non-gold, there are 2 languages, one in Tamil, one in English. English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. 2 languages are there. Anna has told, அவர் ஒரு உதாரணம் சொன்னார், பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்கு. அந்த பூனை போகிற வழியிலேயே, ஏன்னா ரொம்ப பேர் சொன்னாங்க ஹிந்தி பிடிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்குதா? ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூரில் போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யார் எல்லாம் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லாங்குவேஜ், பூனை போடுறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்குது, அந்த வழியாக பூனை போகலாம். அதில் இன்னொரு நான் என்ன பண்ணான், அந்த வீட்டுக்காரன் பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழியை ஓட்டை போட்டு எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன ஓட்டை போட்டான். இது எதுக்கு அந்த சின்ன ஓட்டை போடுறேன்னு ஒருத்தர் கேட்டான் பக்கத்து வீட்டில். எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஏன்னா பூனை போகிற ஓட்டையிலே எலி போகாதா? We are learning international language English. What is the need for other languages? So, international language is English is to be there. At the same time, for local languages, we should learn Tamil. That is our, அதனால தான் நாங்கள் வந்து புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கையில் நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசியில் இருக்கிற நல்ல திட்டங்களை, good policies, we don't want to agitate against those things. We are ready to follow them now.
So the kind of example that he cites, in Coimbatore he says, go see in Coimbatore, those selling Pani Puri are those people only. He says those people only, a very sort of denigrating sort of a reference made to those people who sell Pani Puri in Coimbatore. He's trying to generalize by making that comment. The first response coming in from the JDU saying that it's a big insult. Now, the stand taken by the DMK and essentially most parties in Tamil Nadu, they don't want any Hindi imposition, which is okay. You can put your point across. Nobody's saying it's the national language. There's been a big debate recently after you had Kicha Sudeep, who's a Kannada actor, face off with Ajay Devgan over the Hindi language. Now, that's a debate that can continue. You can continue to debate on the need for or against Hindi. Now, this minister, he's heard in this particular soundbite, Priyanka, he's heard making a case. He says Hindi is an international language. He says, English is an international language and Tamil is a local language, and there is no real use for learning Hindi. And the kind of example he cites, and I think that's where the problem comes in, the kind of example and the analogy that he draws to those who are Hindi speaking. He says you go to Coimbatore and you see that it's those people only, referring to perhaps Pani Puri sellers, and he says Pani Puri sellers. So he's referring to them as Hindi speaking people who don't get jobs but sell Pani Puris, who don't get jobs but sell Pani Puris. So that's a very controversial comment, one that has not gone down well. Several parties are already reacting, asking for the minister to retract the analogy or to apologize for the comment that he made. You can, for sure, you can debate the language, you can debate whether Hindi is being imposed or Hindi is required, whether Hindi should get a greater role in your syllabus. But to make, I think we're getting in more response. Mr. Narayan Tirupati joining us on the phone line. Mr. Tirupati, what do you make of Mr. Ponmudi, that is the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister's comment? It was not needed to refer to Pani Puri sellers, Hindi-speaking people as Pani Puri sellers, which is the reference that he's making here.
Education minister's cultureless, uneducated, senseless speech. That's what I can say. And this person is always arrogant, and he wants to create a divide between the Tamil Nadu and the other states. Either he has to apologize or the Chief Minister Stalin has to condemn him and remove him from the ministry. Yeah, they are trying to create a divide in the country. That is what the DMK always does. In order to hide the 1 year's failure, these people are talking like this. See, they have literally destroyed the Tamil people by giving liquor to each and every house through the government shops, the Dasmak shops, and the last 4 decades. They have been destroying, they have been literally doing this. Tamil Nadu is the highest revenue state which is collecting revenue by selling liquor in the Dasmak shops. So instead of correcting Tamil, why unnecessarily they are targeting people, who are selling Pani Puri? It is a very, it is a job, that's all. But they are trying to say that the Hindi-speaking people are like that. So it is their intention to create a divide. We strongly condemn this.
This was not required. Do you think this is a deliberate sort of an attempt to keep that debate alive? And you mentioned that it's an attempt to create a divide. It's not needed to make such a statement, isn't it? Not needed at all.
It is a deliberate, intentionally created one. They want to have a rift. They want to, instigate people. They want to provoke people. That is what they are trying. Media is also succumbing to these dialogues, because Ponmudi is not known to anyone in Tamil Nadu. This person has got no sense. He has spoken like this. I think the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu should call him and dismiss him from the ministry.
Do you think they'll do that? Do you think this is deliberate? Because recently, see, you can have a debate, Mr. Tirupati, and even you're from Tamil Nadu. There is a strong feeling about any attempt to impose Hindi. Now you can debate it. It is a valid subject of debate. You can debate whether you need Hindi, how much of Hindi do you need, do you need Hindi at all? It's a civil debate that you can have. But the kind of references that are being made, I think Narayan Tirupati will try and get you back on the channel a little while later. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. I think we are getting in more reactions. Priyanka, I think we're getting in more reactions to the breaking news story.
Right. Well, yes, thank you, Niranjan. We also have several voices pouring in. We have Usha Uttup, a well-known singer, in fact, joining us on the broadcast. Usha Uttup, if I could come to you about this entire language debate that has been unraveling there in Tamil Nadu, where now the Tamil Nadu Education Minister himself is talking about Hindi, in fact demeaning Hindi, talking about how Hindi does not create employability, how Hindi in fact is also equated to people with menial jobs, people who sell Pani Puri. Your thoughts? Usha Uttup, if you can hear me, ma'am. We have seen how the entire language debate has unraveled there in Tamil Nadu. Now the Tamil Nadu Education Minister himself making statements claiming that it is Hindi that is not something that creates employability. He is also demeaning Hindi, also saying that Hindi is spoken by people who sell pani puri. Well, we'll reconnect that line in just a bit, but our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, put this into perspective for us, because we have seen that the language debate has been unraveling for quite some time there in the southern states, especially there in Tamil Nadu as well, where the chief minister himself has also written to the prime minister asking for Tamil Nadu to be made the official language. In the midst of that, we see that the Tamil Nadu education minister making such comments and demeaning Hindi.
This is problematic at two levels, Priyanka. Shows bit of a language chauvinism, as also bit of a racism there, that someone associated with Hindi is only selling pani puri. I mean, see the respect with which India has treated APJ Abdul Kalam, for example. His being a Tamil was never an issue, and he was people's president because everyone across the country really loved him. So also, of course, our first president, S. Radhakrishnan. I think what is important is that the minister, in his anxiety to please his political bosses, perhaps, has taken a line which, as I mentioned, is problematic both at the level of...
Abhishek.
Yes, Niranjan.
Abhishek, I think we're getting in some responses. Abhishek, stay with me. Abhishek, sorry to interrupt you. There's Sumant C. Raman joining us on the phone line. Sumant, was it required? You can debate about Hindi. You can debate whether Hindi is being imposed. You can debate whether Hindi is required. How much of Hindi is needed in the syllabus? It's a matter of debate. But to make the Pani Puri sellers comparison, the analogy, it's an insult. It's an attempt to classify Pani Puri sellers as the only people who can, it's a downright insult. You've had several parties responding. Sumant, what is your thought on that?
No, I think, first of all, this is not the first time that such references to Pani Puri sellers is being made. If you take social media, it is full of many such references made by those sympathetic to the ruling party, or, sometimes even those who are members of the party themselves. So I think that that's extremely unfortunate. But I think that the minister clearly made a very, very unwarranted statement. He could easily have said, look, we are for the two-language policy. The government is opposed to the three-language policy, and left it at that. There was no reason to draw in the reference to Pani Puri sellers and so on. But, and I think that an apology is called for. Hopefully the minister is known for, intemperate statements in the past also. But I think that in this particular case, with the governor present on the stage, to be making such a statement is unacceptable.
All right, I thank Dr. Sumant C. Raman for joining us on the broadcast, and several such reactions coming in, viewers, and this entire story only getting bigger, where now the Tamil Nadu Education Minister has also made several comments demeaning Hindi, and has made several comments about how Hindi in fact is equated to people who have menial jobs and also people who sell pani puri. I'll thank Niranjan, Abhishek, and all of our guests who are joining us on the broadcast. We'll keep coming back. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, details of how a Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, is laid to rest in Jammu. Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution. Bringing you details on the other side.
These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the government.
Okay, getting in some breaking news now. Elon Musk has just tweeted. Let me try and open up that tweet that he's just put up. Elon Musk has just tweeted saying that the Twitter deal is on hold. I'm opening up Elon Musk's handle right now. He says there's a Twitter deal is temporarily on hold. And that is a tweet by Elon Musk. I'm just opening that up. It's also on the Surface device. I'm trying to open it as we speak. And here it is. He says Twitter deal temporarily on hold. Take a look at this. Elon Musk says Twitter deal temporarily on hold, pending details, supporting calculation that spam or fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. I'll repeat that. He says Twitter deal temporarily on hold, pending details, supporting calculation that spam or fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users. Now, there was also a report that he has tagged, a Reuters report that estimates spam fake accounts comprising less than 5% of users, and it was a multi-billion-dollar deal, over $50 billion that Elon Musk had agreed to invest, and that deal has now been put on hold. He says because they're trying to see if there can be a recalculation based on the number of users, based on the spam or fake accounts, which some estimates, according to Twitter, put it at 5%, saying that spam or fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of the users. Now, will this mean some sort of a standoff, some sort of a delay on the number of users and the kind of deal that can now happen? Will there be a recalibration? He says deal pending calculation of fake accounts. So if there are fake accounts, Abhishek Kapoor is also joining me live. Abhishek, what do you make of his statement here? He's also tagged this Reuters report that puts the number of fake accounts as less than 5%. I'm not sure whether it can be less than 5%. Now, if they are, what are the implications for a deal like this?
Well, the deal anyway was happening by the end of this year, Niranjan, and this is due diligence that everyone who gets into this kind of business has to do, perhaps. But I think what is important is the ideological position that Musk has taken on Twitter, going public with the fact that if he takes over, he would let Donald Trump come back and not ban. Also, very publicly stating that Twitter is very woke and liberal and left liberal. And also saying that there would be some changes in the organization once he takes over, and he would be bringing the organization to the center of political divide and not keep it to left that it is in the present. So I think this is part of the due diligence that is going on. Remember, he has sold his own stock and ownership in Tesla to be able to have the money to buy Twitter. So it's not that he is not serious, but this is a temporary hold given the due diligence that needs to be carried out to check whether whatever Twitter claims by way of number of people present there, number of organizations present there, how much of it is fake. I don't think this is going to put any stop permanently to Elon Musk's plans to buy Twitter, but I think this is just part of the due diligence which can go into the ultimate bargain, which, as I said, has to happen only by the end of the year, Niranjan.
Yes, I'm just going through the report that he has tagged. In fact, Abhishek, he's tagged a Reuters report that says that Twitter estimated in a filing that false or spam accounts represented fewer than 5% of its monetizable daily active users during the first quarter. He says social media, the social media company had 229 million users who were served advertising in the first quarter. Disclosure came days after Tesla chief executive Elon Musk, who has inked a deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion, tweeted that one of his priorities would be to remove spam bots from the platform. So if there are 5% of spam bots, what will that mean? Now he's gone on to sort of tag this article, and he says that deal is temporarily on hold, pending details supporting calculation that spam or fake accounts represent less than 5% of users. Now he, for one, has been very vocal about vocal about spam accounts, fake accounts, these bots that Twitter has also been associated with. If there are 229 million users safely, you can say that millions of them, several millions of them are fake or bots. I'm handing it back to you for now, Shivangi, keeping a close track on that story. As and when there are updates, we'll come back to you.
All right, Niranjan and Abhishek, thank you for joining us there on that big story on Elon Musk, a Twitter deal temporarily on hold. Let's have a look at the quick headlines at this point of time. Massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings.
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu, Kashmiri Hindus demand a one-time solution. Kashmiri Pandit killed wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Mehbooba gives justice for Rahul campaign a religious colour, says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide. After Rahul Bhatt's killing, another police officer martyred in terror attack in Pulwama. Kerala High Court makes a scathing observation on PFI and SDPI, calls them extremist organizations. Tripura Deputy CM's son caught misbehaving on tape. Tamil Nadu Minister stokes language row, says only those who sell Pani Puri speak Hindi. After UP, MP and Haryana government bat for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. And the Twitter deal for Elon Musk could be on hold now. Top story, the Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt was cremated in Jammu earlier today, a day after he was shot dead by Lashkar terrorists. Now, massive protests have broken out from across the valley demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police that not to march towards the road because this is going to lead law and order situation on ground. They were allowed to stay on road for whole night. They were not disturbed. Despite that, the administration and the police had to face a lot of issues as far as the movement of traffic on Airport Road and other adjoining stretches were concerned. Barriers को break करते करते जो है कश्मीरी पंडित जो है वो आगे बढ़ने लगे और उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने काफ़ी मिन्नतें भी की कि आगे मत बढ़िए क्योंकि इससे जो है काफ़ी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाएगी जो मुश्किल हो जाएगा डील करने के लिए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी इन लोगों ने नहीं सुना और बैरिकेड जो बाबर वायर लगा हुआ था सड़कों पे उसके ऊपर से छलांगे मार के जो है कश्मीरी पंडित्स ने रोड मार्च किया और जिसकी वजह से वो मजबूर हो गए कि पुलिस जो है टीयर स्मोक शेल का इस्तेमाल कर सके। हालांकि अभी कुछ पंडित्स को इन्होंने डिटेन भी किया है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो ग्राउंड पे देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी सारा रिस्ट्रेंट जो है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है क्योंकि जिस तरह के प्रोटेस्टर्स हो रहे हैं, स्लोगन रेजिंग हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से J&K पुलिस को काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स जो है वो डील करनी पड़ रही है क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है वो इससे बढ़ सकता है, जिसे हो सकता है कि काफ़ी कोई इंजरी हो या तो काफ़ी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। तो कोशिश कर रही है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और साथ साथ CRPF मिलकर के किसी को चोट ना लगे, कोई जख्मी ना हो या किसी की इसमें कोई किसी की डेथ ना हो जाए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी देख रहे हैं कि जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं वो अभी भी टस से मस नहीं हो रहे, स्लोगन शाउटिंग जो है कंटिन्यूसली हो रही है। That is the main reason that they were quite soft since yesterday on these protesters. They allowed them to stay on road because this is one of the important tubes that connects you to different areas. But they blocked the complete road since yesterday. The ambulance movement was stopped. People were not allowed to move. The vehicles were stopped. So police and the administration tolerated almost everything because they said, okay, they are on the road, they are grieving, so let them allow them to grieve. But now we are seeing that also we are, as my Vijay is showing you, the scuffle between a Kashmiri Pandit boy as well as a police official here who's there. They are entering into a verbal brawl. See now yes, since this protest is taking a rather ugly turn. It is taking an ugly turn. They are asking them to move back, which they are not listening. In fact, SSP Badgam himself is on the spot monitoring the situation. He also requested them to turn back. They didn't learn, they didn't listen. So with the result that this SOG Badgam had to use tear smoke shells to disperse these protesters. We have been seeing since yesterday the utmost demand that is coming from the Kashmiri Pandits is that they want LG to be here. They want presence of LG on ground. They want LG to speak to them directly, not through their LG's administration. Yesterday we witnessed Divisional Commissioner Kashmir, Divisional Head of Kashmir visiting this spot and sympathizing with them and assured that the demands that they have raised will be taken care of. Right now they are demanding that the Rahul Bhatt's family should be compensated. The wife should be given a government job. The education of the kid should be taken care by the administration. They are demanding that all the employees, the Kashmiri Pandit employees who are working under Prime Minister's package since 2010 should be immediately shifted to Jammu. If the administration cannot help them, then better is they accept the mass resignation of all Kashmiri Pandits. They're saying Kashmir is not safe at all for anybody. So they're demanding, they're raising their pitch for the LG administration to come forward and listen to the pleas.
A young man who worked through merit, who was trying to help fellow Kashmiri Pandits, being killed by those only because he was a Hindu. Will Mehbooba Mufti and company and the hypocrite Omar Abdullah admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
7 exporter Hinduओं के हो चुके हैं, कश्मीरी पंडितों के from the valley. Now this will be the 8th exporter and I mean it.
कश्मीरी पंडित को टारगेट किया जा रहा है और बिल्कुल स्पेसिफिक उसको देखा जा रहा है कि कौन हमारा सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, उसको मारा जा रहा है.
वो बचेंगे नहीं. जितने भी गन उठाए उन लोगों ने, हर एक को मौत का घाट उतार देंगे. यह अवश्य में कह रहा हूं.
Ornab debates at 9 p.m.
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं. हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं. फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu Kashmir, Hindus demand a one-time solution. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in Udaipur to take part in Congress 3-day Chintan Shivir to chalk out the party's leadership issue and roadmap going ahead.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup, which derailed the country's democratic rule. US Secretary of State and King Abdullah II met with their delegations in Washington, D.C. The United States Secretary of State brought up Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the recent escalation of violence in East Jerusalem as important topics to discuss. Iran abruptly raised prices as much as 300% for a variety of staples such as cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk. Scores of alarmed Iranians waited in long lines to snatch up bundles of food and emptied supermarket shelves across the country the hours before the price hike took effect. A roadside bombing targeted a van carrying Pakistani security forces in the southern port city of Karachi, killing a passerby and wounding 13 people. Deputy Inspector General Shajil Kharal of the Sindh Police said that the explosives had been planted on a bike.
All right, the visuals there coming on a screen now of Riaz Ahmed. Final salute to the constable. Remember that this was an unfortunate incident where he was martyred in a terror attack in Pulwama. The police officer succumbed to his injuries. He was shot at by terrorists in Pulwama near his residence. Much more coming up on the other side. Kerala High Court makes a scathing observation on PFI and SDPI, calls them extremist organizations.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup, which derailed the country's democratic rule. US Secretary of State and King Abdullah II met with their delegations in Washington, D.C. The United States Secretary of State brought up Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the recent escalation of violence in East Jerusalem as important topics to discuss. Iran abruptly raised prices as much as 300% for a variety of staples such as cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk. Scores of alarmed Iranians waited in long lines to snatch up bundles of food and emptied supermarket shelves across the country the hours before the price hike took effect. A roadside bombing targeted a van carrying Pakistani security forces in the southern port city of Karachi, killing a passerby and wounding 13 people. Deputy Inspector General Shajil Kharal of the Sindh Police said that the explosives had been planted on a bicycle. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomed the Thailand's top diplomat Don Pramudwinai to the State Department for talks as leaders from 8 ASEAN nations gathered for a 2-day summit in Washington. Don is Thailand's Deputy Prime Minister in addition to serving as its top diplomat. Top diplomats from group of 7 wealthy nations met in northern Germany to discuss Russia's war against Ukraine and its global impact, particularly on food and energy prices. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, who is hosting the meeting, said that the conflict had already become a global crisis because shipments of staple crops from Ukraine are stuck in the country.
Some more breaking news coming at this point of time. Rajasthan CM OSD has been summoned by Delhi Crime Branch for questioning. Now that is the latest update we can get for you right now, that Gehlot's OSD has been summoned for questioning. This is in relation to a phone tapping case. So Rajasthan CM's OSD summoned by Delhi Crime Branch for questioning. More trouble there mounting for the Gehlot government, as the news that we're telling you right now, viewers on Republic TV, that the Rajasthan CM's OCD has been summoned by Delhi Crime Branch for questioning, and this is happening as Chintan Shivir is also happening simultaneously there in Rajasthan. I want to go straight across to Amardeep, who's joining us for more. Amardeep, now we are seeing more developments there. We can clearly say that the trouble for Rajasthan CM is not stopping. In fact, it's mounting.
देखिए, बिल्कुल फोन टैपिंग प्रकरण को लेकर के मुख्यमंत्री के ओएसडी जो है लोकेश शर्मा, उनको एक नोटिस मिला है। दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच ने पूछताछ के लिए एक नोटिस भेजा है। 14 मई को लोकेश शर्मा को पूछताछ के लिए दिल्ली बुलाया गया है। 9 मई को दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट में सुनवाई हुई थी इसी मामले को लेकर के। हालांकि कोर्ट में लोकेश शर्मा ने जांच में सहयोग करने की बात कही थी, लेकिन गिरफ्तारी को लेकर के कोर्ट ने अभी लोकेश शर्मा की गिरफ्तारी को लेकर के दिल्ली पुलिस को कहा हुआ है कि अभी दिल्ली पुलिस उनको गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकती। ऐसे में अब 14 मई को दिल्ली जो है लोकेश शर्मा जाएंगे या नहीं जाएंगे, ये सस्पेंस है। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि अभी इंटरिम प्रोटेक्शन की वजह से लोकेश की जांच में सहयोग नहीं करने की बात जो है वो सामने आई है, जिसको लेकर के अभी दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो सख्त हो चुकी है, क्योंकि कोर्ट में खुद लोकेश शर्मा से उन्होंने कहा था कि बिल्कुल वो जांच में सहयोग करेंगे, लेकिन अभी तक वो इस तरीके की जांच में सहयोग नहीं कर पाए हैं। क्योंकि जब जांच में सहयोग नहीं कर पाए हैं तो अभी जो है जिस तरीके से बन रहे हैं और दिल्ली पुलिस का जो नोटिस मिला है, तो संभवतः यही माना जा रहा है कि 14 तारीख को उन्हें हाजिर होना पड़ेगा। अगर वो नहीं होते हैं तो ऐसे में उनकी मुश्किलें जो है वो बढ़ जाएंगी।
Okay, Amardeep, thank you for joining us with all those details. Now, we can also tell you that Gehlot's OCD has been asked to appear before the Delhi police tomorrow. Well, much more coming up on the other side of this short break.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट है, एंटी इंडियन है।
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैं रह के भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
We're getting those visuals there of the road show happening in Kullu, Himachal Pradesh. JP Nadda there being received with a lot of enthusiasm in Himachal Pradesh. It's a mega road show happening. Nadda's mega road show happening there, where he will also later interact with the youth wing in Dharamshala. So those visuals coming there from your screen, very fervent, enthusiastic reception being given to JP Nadda as he holds his mega road show. Well, much more coming up on the other side of the short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened.
A young man who worked through merit, who was trying to help fellow Kashmiri Pandits, being killed by those only because he was a Hindu. Will Mehbooba Mufti and company and the hypocrite Omar Abdullah admit that Rahul Bhatt was targeted for being a Kashmiri Pandit or not?
7 exporters हिंदुओं के हो चुके हैं, कश्मीरी पंडितों के from the valley. Now this will be the 8th exporter and I mean it.
कश्मीरी पंडित को टारगेट किया जा रहा है और बिल्कुल स्पेसिफिक उसको देखा जा रहा है कि कौन हमारा सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, उसको मारा जा रहा है.
वो बचेंगे नहीं. जितने भी गन उठाए उन लोगों ने, हर एक को मौत का घाट उतार देंगे, यह अवश्य में कर रहा है.
Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks, how many more targeted killings?
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu and Kashmir, Hindus demand a one-time solution. Kashmiri Pandit killed, wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Mehbooba gives Justice for Rahul campaign a religious colour, says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide.
Monday on 9th, there was a RPG attack on the intelligence headquarters building in Mohali. When this incident took place, after that CM Punjab, he reposed faith in us and he said that police should investigate this case and try to solve it as soon as possible. और फिर काउंटर इंटेलिजेंस ਅਤੇ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ ਇੱਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਨੂੰ 3 ਦਿਨ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਅੱਜ ਚੌਥੇ ਦਿਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਕੇਸ ਟ੍ਰੇਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। हाँ केस ट्रेस किया है। तो इसका मैं दसना चाहांगा दैट मेन परसन जिहड़ा की कॉन्सपिरेटर कह सकते हैं जिसने सारा कुछ लॉजिस्टिक ऑर्गेनाइज की है वो हैगा लखवीर सिंह लांडा। लखवीर सिंह लांडा ये तरनतारन जिले का रहने वाला है। लांडा ये गैंगस्टर होंदा सी और 2017 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ शिफ्ट कर गया सी पुलिस का प्रेशर देख के 2017 he shifted to Canada. He is a close associate of हरविंदर रिंदा जिहड़ा असीं सारे जानते हैं that he is in the close proximity of Wadawa Singh and Pak ISI and he operates from Pakistan. So Rinda and Landa, this axis, so we can see that BKI and gangster ये जरा एक्सेस है इन्होंने मिलके किया है एंड ऑफ कोर्स विद द बैकिंग ऑफ पाक ISI. नाउ लांडा दे जड़े मेन एसोसीएट जो साढ़े नोटिस आए हैं वन ऑफ देम इज़ निशान सिंह. निशान सिंह जड़ा है ये भी तरनतारन का रहने वाला है और थोड़े दिन पहले इन्हों फरीदकोट पुलिस ने भी राउंड अप किया सी अरेस्ट किया है. और एक आया है चड़त सिंह. चड़त सिंह ये भी तरनतारन का है. चड़त सिंह ये दोनों तरनतारन जिले के रहने वाले हैं. निशान सिंह ने इसके जोड़े मेन दो असी कह सकते हैं दो जोड़े बंदे जोड़े आए सी जिन्होंने इंसीडेंट किया है इन्हों सारी शेल्टर प्रोवाइड करने का काम और खास करके मोस्टली अमृतसर इलाके ये निशान सिंह ने किया है अपने घर भी ते नाल दो होर घरों के विच भी एक कंवर बाठ दे ते एक बलजीत कौर दे. कंवर बाठ एंड बलजीत कौर ये नहीं ये रिलेटिव नहीं है ये अलग अलग हैं. ये सारे कॉन्टैक्ट हैं निशान सिंह दे और निशान सिंह ने अपने घर भी रखा इन्होंने और कंवर बाठ दे भी रखा ते बलजीत कौर दे भी रखा. ना निशान सिंह ने ही इन्हों एक RPG एक लोकेशन ते इनू दसिया सीगा लांडा ने उत्थों रिट्रीव करके इन बंदियां नू दिती जो कि RPG बाद दे विच बरामद हुई है इंसीडेंट के बाद. निशान सिंह का बड़ा पिछोकड़ यह है 14-15 केस हैं अबाउट ए डजन केसेस उस दे विच इन्वॉल्व है और फिलहाल जमानत पे है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दीज 3 निशान सिंह बलजीत कौर ते कंवर बाठ एक जड़ा रोल आया है ये है बलजिंदर रैम्बो. ये भी तरनतारन का एक्चुअली सारा जड़े नाम आ रहे हैं ये तरनतारन साइड दे आ रहे हैं. बलजिंदर सिंह इनू रैम्बो भी कहते सी. हाँ तो ये रैम्बो ने एक AK-47 रिट्रीव करके जो इस दसिया सीगा निशान सिंह ने फ्रॉम देयर ही टुक इट एंड देन हैंडेड ओवर टू चड़त सिंह. ये सारे जड़े नाम दसे हैं दे आर ऑल फ्रॉम तरनतारन अमृतसर एरिया. करीब 15 दिन ये लोग जिन्होंने RPG मिल गया सी AK-47 मिल गई सी वो इकट्ठी की 2-3 घरों के विच रहे. ये तरनतारन अमृतसर इलाके च लगा के 7 मई को ये उत्थों मूव करते हैं और उस दे बाद 9 मई को इत्थे इंसीडेंट होता है. नाउ द लोकल कॉन्टैक्ट इन दिस एरिया वाज जगदीप कंग ਜਿਹੜਾ कि मोहाली च वेव हाइट एस्टेट दे विच रहिंदा है. जगदीप सिंह कंग तो ਵੇਵ ਐਸਟੇਟਸ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੇਵ ਐਸਟੇਟਸ ਉਸਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਨਾਓ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡਡ ਦੀ ਲੋਕਲ ਲੌਜਿਸਟਿਕ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਐਂਡ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਠੀਕ ਕੀਤੀ ਐਂਡ ਫਾਈਨਲੀ ਫॉर ਰੈਕੀ of the intelligence headquarters building Charat Singh and Jagdeep Kang, both of them visited during the daytime of 9th May. जगदीप और ये दोनों इकट्ठे वहाँ गए थे और उस एरिया का रैकी करके आए थे
जो कार चली थी कार में दोनों
दिन के टाइम वो वाली गल नहीं जो लास्ट मोमेंट पे हुआ है रैकी मतलब पहले देख के आ गए कि असी कित्थे जाना है शामी तो ये देख के आए सी एंड फाइनली फॉर द इंसीडेंट चड़त सिंह और ਜਿਹੜੇ दो बंदे बाहरों आए सी इन तीनों का ये फाइनली दे एग्जीक्यूटेड द प्लान now let me complete now we have arrested 6 people and निशान सिंह क्योंकि दूजे केस अरेस्टेड है तो ही विल बी अरेस्टेड इन दिस केस ऑल्सो ही इज़ इन कस्टडी ऑफ पुलिस ओनली लेकिन ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸੀਂ अरेस्ट किए हैं उसदे विच है कंवर बाट है बलजीत कौर है बलजिंदर रैंबो है एक अनंतदीप सोनू है जो कि निशान दा ब्रदर इन लॉ है ये इस दे नाल जदों एकोमोडेशन वगैरह ढूंढ रहे सी समान लवर तो ये नाल ही होंदा सी ये अरेस्ट किया है जगदीप कांगा अरेस्ट किया है एंड सो 5 हैव बीन अरेस्टेड एंड निशान सिंह बिकॉज ही इज़ अरेस्टेड इन अदर केस and he is with Faridkot police he will also be arrested the day his police custody is over in that case so these are 6 people sir now हाँ
उनका एक बार दोबारा बता दीजिए ये 6 बंदों का जो दो हमला किए थे इन्होंने हमला किया था और ये थे
एक मिनट 6 लोग जो अरेस्ट किए हैं कंवर बाट जिन्हें शेल्टर प्रोवाइड की थी बलजीत कौर शेल्टर प्रोवाइड की थी बलजिंदर रैंबो जिसने AK-47 रिट्रीव करके हैंडओवर की थी अनंतदीप सोनू जो कि निशान दा ब्रदर इन लॉ है ही असिस्टेड निशान इन ऑल द थिंग्स जगदीप कंग जिसने रैकी की थी प्लस यहाँ इत्थे लोकल सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड की थी एंड निशान सिंह जड़ा है he is arrested in another case he will also be arrested in this case and he had done lot of things first of all he provided shelter secondly he arranged shelter from through his friends and known people and thirdly he retrieved this RPG and handed over to those people now ये जड़ा 6 ਦਾ ਇਹ क्लियर हो गया ठीक है अच्छा इस दे अलावा दो जो सानू सीगा 2 बंदे असी फॉर क्वेश्चनिंग वास्ते वी हैव ब्रॉट फ्रॉम नोएडा वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग ऑन दैट एंड देयर नेम्स आर मोहम्मद नसीम आलम एंड मोहम्मद शरफ राज वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग ऑन दैम नसीम आलम एंड मोहम्मद शरफ राज नसीम NASIM हाँ so they are from Bihar and we got it from them Sharaf Raj हाँ राज हाँ तो ये जेड़े 2 हैं इस दे उत्ते वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग दे आर नॉट येट अरेस्टेड बिहार के रहने
पाकिस्तान से कोई बैकग्राउंड है सर
देखिए अभी मैंने कहा ना अभी हमने इसको अरेस्ट नहीं किया है इनके बारे में अभी हम
चलाई थी वो बंदे
नहीं वो नहीं अब चड़त सिंह और वो 2 लोग जो हैं जिन्होंने चलाई है दे आर स्टिल वांटेड हाँ इनका वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग क्योंकि इनका कांटेक्ट उसके साथ उनके साथ एस्टेब्लिश होता है तो वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग चड़त सिंह इज नॉट yet arrested see that is what I am saying 3 people are yet to be arrested one is Charat Singh secondly is those 2 persons so the idea is what was the conspiracy who did it from where at whose behest, who provided shelter, logistic, weapons, recce. So all these aspects ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ incident, ਉਹਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ aspect ਇਹ ਗੱਲ clear ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 6 ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, 3 ਨੂੰ ਦੀ ਸਰਚ ਹਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਓਵਰऑल आई विल से कि ये जड़ा है इंसीडेंट ये BKI प्लस गैंगस्टर्स दा जड़ा गठजोड़ है उन्होंने कराया है एट द बिहेस्ट ऑफ पाक ISI।
मोटिव बिहाइंड दिस इंसिडेंट ये क्या रहा क्योंकि हमने एक ब्रेकिंग को क्यों चुना, बाद में वो कहते रैकी और भी करते थे लेकिन पुलिस की बिल्डिंग को थे क्योंकि पहले पुलिस की बिल्डिंग को भी रैकी कर रहे थे।
देखिए ये जो टारगेट्स जो हमारे पास आते हैं इसमें पुलिस एंड डिफेंस इंस्टॉलेशंस ये टारगेट्स में जनरल इनके रहे हैं। ये इंटेलिजेंस हेडक्वार्टर स्पेसिफिकली तो ऐसा नहीं था और इन लास्ट अबाउट ईयर आपने देखा ही है कि वो पठानकोट जड़ा आर्मी वाले उसते होया, दैन नवा शहर जड़ा CI स्टाफ होया, फिर रोपड़ जड़ा पुलिस स्टेशन होया। So police and defense installations are the targets of terror organizations because by virtue of our profession we have to deal with them and we deal with them, we will deal with them firmly and we will continue to deal with them।
सर कोई प्लेन सीगे जिन्होंने RPG चलाने वाले कोई तो पता लगा कि कितों किवें है क्योंकि आम तो बंदा नहीं चला सकता लेकिन वो ट्रेनिंग है पाकिस्तान तो है तो हो है जैसे कितने चलाया कि नहीं RPG चलाई कितनी दूरी तो क्योंकि इंटेलिजेंस हेडक्वार्टर है ना सिक्योरिटी एरिया आ जाता है पंजाब पुलिस के इंटेलिजेंस के हेडक्वार्टर ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹਾ ਘਟਨਾ ਕਰ ਹੋਣਾ ਇਤਨਾ ਕਿ ਸਿक्योरिटी ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਭ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਚਲਾਈ
सिर्फ में तो है ये जो 3 सीगे इन्हों के विचों किसी ने चलाया जो फाइनली इंसीडेंट के टाइम 3 आए सी। हाँ मतलब जिन्होंने जो इंसीडेंट के वेले मौके पे सीगे नहीं कनाडा का तो देखिए ये जो है ना लांडा ये ही बेस्ड इन कनाडा, ये 2017 का उत्थे चला गया है, ये उत्थों ही काम करी जाता है एंड इन लास्ट फ्यू मंथ्स ही लॉट ऑफ रैंसम कॉल्स आर कमिंग इन दैट एरिया इन विच ही हैज़ बीन बुक्ड। इसके जड़े एसोसीएट हैं और जिस दे राही ये करता है ये इस हाँ अच्छा तो देर आर 2 people थ्रू हुम ही वर्क्स और ये बड़ा नोन है उस इलाके 2021 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਕੇਸ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇ। तो he is based in Canada and he is still involved in making ransom calls to businessmen, doctors, singers और कुछ केस भी तरन तारण च ਈਵਨ ਰੀਸੈਂਟਲੀ 2021 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। वन एट ए टाइम
आरपीजी कहाँ से आई थी इसको कुछ पता लगा?
आरपीजी पे जो है जो मार्किंग है उसको देख के ये लगता है कि इट इज आइदर रशिया और बल्गारिया, दैट इज व्हाट आई हियर बट हाँ बट कहाँ से आई है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली पाकिस्तान से।
कह सकते हैं कि जो दो अटैकर्स हैं जो चरण सिंह के साथ हैं उनका कोई आइडेंटिफाई अब तक नहीं हो पाए।
देखिए व्हेन समथिंग इज वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस तो आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू टेल मच अबाउट इट। देखिए इस केस में जो हम इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं उसमें जगदीप कंका यही आया है अभी तक कि इसने उनको लोकल शेल्टर प्रोवाइड की है और उसने रैकी किया है। सो वी आर
पाकिस्तान का सीगा कि क्योंकि हथियार काफी पाकिस्तान तो एक बार हो गया नहीं पाकिस्तान तो जो वेपन के तो जेएनके दी नहीं कितने मीटर नंबर भी कारण पाकिस्तान तो आया एक
सी पाकिस्तान तो आने दे चांस उस इलाके बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। तरन तारण असी बॉर्डर से बैठे हैं एंड पिछले कई महीनों के विच कुछ 4-5 महीने विच काफ़ी रिकवरी काफ़ी कंसाइनमेंट इन्हां दी फड़ी गई हैं, खास करके जिहड़ा करनाल च फड़ी गई है। नाउ this was also the same group रिंदावाला एंड इस दे विच IB हरियाणा पंजाब जॉइंटली काम किया सी सारे ने मिलकर So when there are a lot of consignments are being caught, so it may be a reaction because of that.
पुलिस की स्टोरी है, आप इन्होंने कैसे किया, कैसे पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ? प्लानिंग
हार्म करना सी किसी ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ
See, Sada, again I'll say, as per our assessment, it was more to give signal कि मैसेज देना सी, बिकॉज टाइम इदा चूज किया सी ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਅਫਸਰ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ। ਬਟ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਚੈਲੰਜ। ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਟਾਰਗੇਟਿੰਗ ਐਨੀ ਸੱਚ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਐਂਡ we are, Punjab police is capable of dealing with such cases. We have dealt with terrorism, we are dealing with different problems of gangs, etc., and we will continue to deal with them firmly as per law of the land.
Sir, police thane
See, आजकल काफ़ी कुछ YouTube पे मिल जाता है, ठीक है। That is the flip side of technology.
पंजाब का ये गंभीर मसला है। पंजाब पुलिस के हेडक्वार्टर में इंटेलिजेंस के ऐसी घटनाक्रम होता है, तो पंजाब में कोई पीस की ज़्यादा खतरा बढ़ रहा है?
नहीं, कोई खतरा नहीं। See, challenges are there. We are dealing with them. We will continue to deal with them. पहले थाने पे या पहले CI स्टाफ में इंटेलिजेंस हेडक्वार्टर्स, nobody has
इंटेलिजेंस पुलिस की मारता ने क्यों टारगेट किया? ये वो ग्रुप है जो पुलिस की मारता नहीं करता है, थाने इदा
सी मैं कह रहा इन्हां दे टारगेट्स ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਿਸਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਹੈ। ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ डिफेंस एंड सिक्योरिटी इंस्टॉलेशन, पुलिस इंस्टॉलेशन आदि है, क्योंकि वी बाय वर्च्यू ऑफ आवर प्रोफेशन we deal with them and we'll continue to deal with them.
सर, पन्नू का कनेक्शन है सर? एक ही आरपीजी थी या और भी है इनके पास, या कुछ और भी रिकवरी हो?
देखिए, इस इंसिडेंट में तो एक ही यूज़ हुआ है एंड दीज आर जनरली सिंगल यूज टाइप। ये जो इसका होता है, एक बार यूज़ करके दे जस्ट थ्रो इट, मल्टीपल यूज शायद इसका नहीं होता।
पन्नू लगातार धमकियां दे, ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਕੋਈ ਐਸਟੈਬਲਿਸ਼ ਹੋਇਆ?
सी किते पंजाब हिमाचल किते भी कुछ होए, पन्नू टेक्स क्रेडिट ऑफ एवरीथिंग, ठीक है। सो आई विल नॉट से एनीथिंग ऑन दैट, बट द थिंग इज दैट इट इज some terror organizations, some gangsters, they have done it and we are dealing with them firmly. We will continue to deal with them firmly as per law of the land. CM साहब ਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਕਲੀਅਰ, CM ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ। नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, मैं कह रहा मेरा काम इन्वेस्ट, देखो उसका रोल जिथे आएगा वी विल डेफिनेटली टेल।
पूरा मामला
आरपीजी ਦਾ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਉਸ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਸਵਾਰ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕੀ ਨਾਮ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਔਰ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਹਾਲੇ ਤੱਕ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਨੇ?
See, I told you 3 people are yet to be arrested.
वो जो नोएडा बेस्ड पर्सन है उसका टेररिस्ट कनेक्शन है कोई?
किसका?
नोएडा बेस्ड पर्सन जो वांटेड है उसमें
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Sudanese capital Khartoum asked the military to return to their barracks and allow the establishment of civil state to run. Protesters walked toward the presidential palace, responding to a call by various resistant groups. The latest demonstration is another in the long string of the protests followed by the October military coup which derailed the country's democratic rule. US Secretary of State and King Abdullah II met with their delegations in Washington, D.C. The United States Secretary of State brought up Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the recent escalation of violence in East Jerusalem as important topics to discuss. Iran abruptly raised prices as much as 300% for a variety of staples such as cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk. Scores of alarmed Iranians waited in long lines to snatch up bundles of food and emptied supermarket shelves across the country the hours before the price hike took effect. A roadside bombing targeted a van carrying Pakistani security forces in the southern port city of Karachi, killing a passerby and wounding 13 people. Deputy Inspector General Shajil Kharal of the Sindh Police said that the explosives had been planted on a bicycle. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomed the Thailand's top diplomat Don Pramudwinai to the State Department for talks as leaders from 8 ASEAN nations gathered for a 2-day summit in Washington. Don is Thailand's Deputy Prime Minister in addition to serving as its top diplomat. Top diplomats from group of 7 wealthy nations met in northern Germany to discuss Russia's war against Ukraine and its global impact, particularly on food and energy prices. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, who is hosting the meeting, said that the conflict had already become a global crisis because shipments of staple crops from Ukraine are stuck in the country.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
ये पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी
Well, these are the latest images now coming in from Himachal Pradesh, where BJP President JP Nadda is on a political tour. A short while back, there was also a statement that came in from JP Nadda about his recent visit to Himachal, where he says that BJP is going to win the next assembly polls. Stepping into a short break, on the other side, we'll get you more detail.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शस्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे. अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते. हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैं रह के भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा, फिर भी मारा गया.
A revised scales of accommodation was approved for defence services by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The approved revisions are directed towards ensuring contemporary specifications in future defence projects and better standards of living for personnel of the armed forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi commended the Bharuch administration and Gujarat government for efficiently utilizing 4 schemes related to social security in the district. He said that the 8-year-old rule of BJP-led government at the centre had been devoted to service, benefit of the poor and good governance. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the central government was not releasing funds to Bengal for Manrega and PM Awas Yojana. Slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that those who talk of achieving a Congress-free country would be freed from the country themselves. The minister's statement came about in response to the question of what the Congress had done in the past 70 years. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann criticized the use of guns and gangsterism being promoted in Punjabi songs. He said that the culture was against the greater good of the people and requested people to refrain from producing such music.
And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A fire broke out in 3 factories in Kirtinagar industrial area in the wee hours of this morning at 1:50 a.m. in the national capital. A total of 12 fire tenders were rushed to the site to bring the fire under wraps. However, the fire raged on for several hours at the bag manufacturing and fabrication factories. According to firefighting officials, the fire has now been brought under control. 17 people were injured and 4 were said to be in a critical condition after a bus collided with a truck in Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The injured were then referred to a local hospital. The police believe that the driver who fled on the spot probably fell asleep, due to which the accident happened. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has arrived in massive anger on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. India asks how many more targeted killings.
अब हम कल फिर से एक और बच्ची अनाथ हो गई, उसका क्या कसूर था? हम तो गन नहीं उठाते, यहाँ के बच्चों को दिल से पढ़ाते हैं, हम तो पत्थर नहीं उठाते, हम तो दिल से उनको प्यार करते हैं, फिर हम पे ऐसी बार बार हमें ही क्यों मारा जाता है?
As Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt is laid to rest in Jammu, Kashmir, and Hindus are now there, are demanding a one-time solution.
उन्होंने मुझे उसी को ले लिया, मुझे उसी
Kashmiri Pandit killed, wife inconsolable, demands justice for Rahul Bhatt. Mehbooba gives justice for Rahul campaign in religious colour, says BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim divide. After Rahul Bhatt's killing, another police officer martyred in terror attack in Pulwama. Kerala High Court makes a scathing observation on PFI and SDPI, calls them extremist organizations. Tripura Deputy CM son caught misbehaving on tape. Tamil Nadu Minister Stokes Language Rao says only those who sell Pani Puri speak Hindi. After UP, MP and Haryana government bat for national anthem to be made mandatory in madrasas. And Elon Musk tweets that the Twitter deal is temporarily on hold. Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt was cremated in Jammu earlier today, a day after he was shot dead by Lashkar terrorists. Now, massive protests have broken out from across the valley demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt. And joining me for more is Zeenat. Zeenat, today we saw many protests there, as you can see there on your screens. We have seen protests, we have seen family members completely broken over what happened. And we have also seen Mehbooba Mufti giving the entire incident, which is a very brutal and terrible incident, a communal spin. Zeenat.
Oh yes, the kind of tweets and the reactions that are coming from the political leaders about the killing of Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit who lost his life in a terror attack in Chadora yesterday, also raised the questions about the loyalty of the political leaders. We are also seeing the statements and the condemnation pouring in. We are seeing the Kashmiri Pandits on road demanding justice for Rahul's family. Meanwhile, we are seeing the upper hand of the security forces as far as the terror network in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Right now, the operation has been launched in Bandipora. The first contact with the hiding terrorist has been established, and in Bandipora encounter, which is in the Argan area, the two terrorists have been trapped. That is what my sources are telling me, and these are the same terrorists who managed their escape recently from the forest belt of Bandipora, where again one recently infiltrated terrorist, a Kashmiri local boy, was neutralized by the SOG Bandipora along with the Indian Army. Now again the fresh contact in the jungle has been established with the hiding terrorists. What we are picking from the sources is that two terrorists have been zeroed in this Argam area where the encounter is on. Yes, Bandipora, the Argan village, is witnessing an encounter. The exchange of fire is going on between the terrorists and the security forces. Jammu and Kashmir police has generated an hint about the presence of terrorists in the area. CASO was launched by them along with the Indian Army, and now the first contact with the hiding terrorist has been established. We are seeing also the IGP Kashmir giving all assurance to the Pandit family that whosoever is behind the killing, although they have identified two of the local terrorists involved in the killing of Rahul Bhatt, the elite terrorist. Also, the IG has met the relatives of the Kashmiri Pandit family who lost their loved one yesterday in a terror attack, and LG has made it quite clear that whosoever carried this act, the punishment will be served. And we are seeing a clear message coming from the police as well as the administration that those behind the killing of Rahul Pandit will be neutralized soon. As of now, the security forces have launched an encounter in Bandipora Argam village, where we are getting the confirmation that yes, the two terrorists have been trapped, and they are the same ones who managed their escape from the jungles of Bandipora just 48 hours before.
All right, Zeenat, thank you for getting us all those details. Now, I would like to go across to a report that Zeenat had filed when earlier in the day when there were protests happening, and we see a lot of anger, rage and fear about what happened yesterday to Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit who was brutally killed by terrorists.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police that not to march towards the road, because this is going to lead law and order situation on ground. They were allowed to stay on road for whole night. They were not disturbed. Despite that, the administration and the police had to face a lot of issues as far as the movement of traffic on Airport Road and other adjoining stretches were concerned. Barriers को break करते करते जो है कश्मीरी पंडित जो है वो आगे बढ़ने लगे, और उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने काफ़ी मिन्नतें भी की कि आगे मत बढ़िए, क्योंकि इससे जो है काफ़ी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाएगी, जो मुश्किल हो जाएगा डील करने के लिए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी इन लोगों ने नहीं सुना, और बैरिकेड जो बाबर वायर लगा हुआ था सड़कों पे, उसके ऊपर से छलांगे मार के जो है कश्मीरी पंडित्स ने रोड मार्च किया, और जिसकी वजह से वो मजबूर हो गए कि पुलिस जो है टीयर स्मोक शेल का इस्तेमाल कर सके। हालांकि अभी कुछ पंडित्स को इन्होंने डिटेन भी किया है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो ग्राउंड पे देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी सारा रिस्ट्रेंट जो है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरह के प्रोटेस्टर्स हो रहे हैं, स्लोगन रेजिंग हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से JNK पुलिस को काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स जो है वो डील करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है वो इससे बढ़ सकता है, जिसे हो सकता है कि काफ़ी कोई इंजरी हो, या तो काफ़ी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। तो कोशिश कर रही है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और साथ साथ CRPF मिलकर के किसी को चोट ना लगे, कोई जख्मी ना हो, या किसी केस में कोई किसी की डेथ ना हो जाए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी देख रहे हैं कि जो प्रोटेस्टर्स है वो अभी भी टस से मस नहीं हो रहे, स्लोगन शाउटिंग जो है कंटिन्यूसली हो रही है। that is the main reason that they were quite soft since yesterday on these protesters. They allowed them to stay on road because this is one of the important tubes that connects you to different areas, but they blocked the complete road since yesterday. The ambulance movement was stopped. People were not allowed to move. The vehicles were stopped. So police and the administration tolerated almost everything because they said, okay, they are on the road, they are grieving, so let them allow them to grieve. But now we are seeing that also we are, as my Vijay is showing you, the scuffle between a Kashmiri Pandit.
We're getting some developments coming there. We can tell you, viewers, which you can see on your screens there, a passenger bus has caught fire on Katra Jammu Road in Nomai. Now, several people received burn injuries. Those visuals there you can see on the screens of a passenger bus which has caught fire. And what we can tell you, viewers, is that many passengers have received injuries as well. Now they have received severe burn injuries. We don't know yet whether there are any fatalities which have come from this terrible incident. I would like to go across to Gursimran, who can get us more details. Gursimran, we know that there's a passenger bus full of pilgrims which caught fire. Can we confirm any fatalities in this terrible incident which we are seeing on our screens?
See, officials have not confirmed any fatalities, but this bus was on way from Jammu to Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in Katra, where this unfortunate incident has taken place near the Shani Dev temple, which falls in Nomai. And we are told that the bus was moving when this fire incident took place, when this bus caught fire. There are reportedly some blast that has taken place, but that is being verified by the police. The senior officials of the police, including the additional SP rank officers, they are at the spot. They are trying to verify what has led to this, whether it was due to the heat wave which is going on. All this is being now checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police to rule out any possibility of any untoward incident. But yes, several people have received burn injuries. This is what we can confirm as of now. They are being shifted to the nearby medical facility, and more details can be shared at a later stage. This is what the senior official of the Jammu and Kashmir police has told Republic.
Gursimran, hold on with us. I want our viewers to understand really what's happened there. You can see that bus there, which is extremely charred, and police teams are on the spot as well. Now, Gursimran, these pilgrims were on their way to Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine base camp. So this is when the accident had happened, isn't it?
See, this incident was reported some 20 minutes back. This is what we are being told. And senior officials of the police, including the ASP rank officers, they are at the spot. They are trying to verify and ascertain the cause of this fire that has taken place, how this bus caught fire, because some of the passengers says that they heard some bang followed by which the bus caught fire. So all is being checked by whether it was carrying some inflammable material or some cylinder was there. All is being checked by the authorities. But yes, some people have received burn injuries, and now they are being taken to the nearby medical facility.
Right, Gursimran. So visuals there on your screen, the viewers, a passenger bus which has caught fire. We can show you two videos right now on your screens. Two videos of this incident. Now this incident is very serious because the bus caught fire, and what is feared is that, of course, it could also be a very serious incident because a lot of pilgrims have got severe burn injuries. We can tell you that on your screen there you can see the bus. It's completely up in flames, and how the team is there trying to douse the fire. So right now this is a big breaking here on Republic. Two visuals there on your screen. One of the bus on fire, video 2, and the video 1 after there was some control of the fire which was burning inside the vehicle itself, which is the bus itself. Now viewers, the passenger bus caught fire on the Katra Jammu Road. Several people have received burn injuries, and not just burn injuries. It seems as if many people were caught inside the bus and they had some trouble coming out, because some passengers did get severe burn injuries. They have been taken to the hospital. Now, this bus was full of pilgrims on way to Mata Vaishnavi Devi Shrine Base Camp, which caught fire near the Shani Dev Temple in Katra. Several people have received severe burn injuries. There, a visual of the bus on your screen. You can see that visual that we showed you just a while back about the entire bus, how it is really up in flames. Now, the cause, like Gurun Simran was telling us, is not clear why the bus caught fire, whether it was because of the heat or there was some other issue. But for now, viewers, we can confirm to you that this bus is doused. But earlier, it was a very serious incident. Many pilgrims have received severe burn injuries, viewers. And right now, I would like to go across to Gurun Simran. Gurun Simran, now as we just showed our viewers, you know, this bus definitely was completely up in flames.
Yes, this bus has been totally gutted in the fire that has taken place. The incident that was reported some 20 to 25 minutes back. This is what the officials are telling us. And the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are at the spot. See, at the given time when so much of things are happening, they are taking nothing at chance and they are trying to ascertain the cause, because the passengers that are being taken to the nearby medical facility have said that they heard some sound, bang sound, after which this fire incident took place. So whether it was a kind of a blast or what has happened, all this is being ascertained by the police. Nothing being said, nothing being ruled out by the police at this stage, as this is really very initial stage to predict something about, but all the angles are being probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the priority remains that the passengers are taken to the nearby medical facility, because this incident has taken place at the highway that connects Jammu to Riyasi. The bus was on way from the Shri Mata Vaishno Devi Ji Shrine towards Jammu. This is what we are being told. More details are emerging that the incident has taken place some time back and the officials are into the rescue operations. They are not divulging much details, but yes, they are all at the spot and they are trying to ascertain what has actually happened.
Thanks for getting us those details. Visuals are on your screen, viewers, of a pilgrim bus which has caught fire. Right now, we are getting more details to you. We can tell you that the passengers have been taken to the hospital, and this is an unfortunate incident which is